Hello everyone. This is a little collection of some of my favourite stories over the last couple of years. Now it runs all night, and it really does run all night. So hopefully this can help you get the good quality sleep you need tonight. Thank you for all of your support, as always. And sweet dreams, everyone. Good evening, my friend, and welcome to the Highlands of Scotland. My name is Sam, and I am here to comfort you to sleep this evening. Before we begin tonight's story, in which I guide you through a stormy night into your own Scottish castle, first allow your mind to become quiet, turning your attention inwards as you focus on relaxing your body. Allow your muscles to relax from your head to your feet. Follow me as we count down from 10, and with every step we go, allow yourself to relax more and more as we prepare for your story. 10. Imagine what relaxation feels like. It might feel warm, heavy, or light, tingly or loose. Relaxation is a pleasant, calm feeling. It feels very comfortable. 9. Let your muscles relax. Notice any areas where your muscles are tense, and let a feeling of relaxation begin there. 8. The gentle rise and fall of your chest with each breath is so calming, so relaxing. Each time you breathe out and your chest lowers gently, you feel even more relaxed. 7. As if all the tension leaves your body when you exhale, you relax even more when you breathe in, becoming so deeply relaxed. Notice how relaxed you are starting to feel, drifting in and out. 6. Any remaining tension can continue to leave your body as you breathe, becoming more and more calm. As time passes, you relax even more. 5. Any sleep is good. If this sleep, even if it is short, can be worthwhile, that's great. Even a short, shallow sleep is helpful. 4. Nighttime is time for you to relax, rest, and sleep. 3. Even just relaxing can help you feel refreshed and can restore your mind and your body. It doesn't matter if you sleep right now, or how long you sleep for. Simply the act of using relaxation is enough. 2. When you awaken, you will feel refreshed, rested, and alert. You will wake up when you need to. So, right now, for the time that you have to sleep, just rest. Just relax. Taking the time you can to sleep. One. It's okay if you don't sleep right now. And it's okay if you do. In this moment, just relax. You can wake up quickly if you need to, and you will be alert when you have things to do. Right now, you can pleasantly drift, relaxed and serene. 0. You are now ready to be immersed within your own imagination. Come with me and take a nice, deep breath. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. We are standing on a bridge. This bridge is like no other. This is your bridge, made of ancient granite cobbles and mortar. This is your bridge because it leads to your castle, which you can see before us. Beyond the lashing rain, which stains your cheeks and drowns your eyes, we can make out the shadowy outline of broad buttresses and many turrets and steeples climbing into the inky night sky. They climb from the rocks, which are battered by enormous salty waves. The faint glow of a fishing boat light bobs in and out of sight, just off the coast, rising and falling with the waves. Such a brutal time to be out at work. But the people of the Highlands are tough and wise. They understand the waters as much as they feel the land. With every wave, the castle disappears from view. The water soars into the air like a geyser, drenching the walkway which spans the gap from the mainland to the island on which your castle sits. The first thing we see again is the twinkling lamps which pierce the spray and light our way to the front door. And then the castle fades back into our sight, fierce and stout, burrowed into the rocky earth. This is not the first storm the castle has weathered, and shall not be the last. Thunderous booms follow flashes of blinding lightning that stir amongst the rolling clouds above. The sky is black, blue, and grey, all at the same time. It appears still, yet full of wild motion from the relentless wind. The elements are violent, chilling, and harsh, but we are safe and calm. Your castle lies before us, awaiting our arrival. To think that our ancestors, through many hundreds of years, we're here to look upon this very castle as we are just now is a mesmerizing concept. You feel a sense of pride and belonging, feeling the clan's presence in this very moment too. It is so beautiful and haunting. You feel a slight wobble from within. We make for the main doorway, splashing in puddles where the rainwater and sea mix in divots in the cobbles. It is dark, and the lamps struggle against the night. We strain to see where our feet are leading. Only the periodic flash of light catches the wet surfaces and edges of the cobbles, showing us the way. Out to sea, it is impossible to know where the ocean ends and the sky begins. Such is the murk and water coming from both above and below. As we approach the main doorway, which breathes through a lifetime of ancient history, having seen dozens of generations lay their hands upon its great iron handles, we see glowing light from beneath it. In the windows above us, and in all the towers, faint flickerings of candlelight emanate from the belly of this stone giant, inviting us inside to its warmth. You grasp the cold handle between both hands, feeling it freeze your palms, resisting and sliding beneath your grip. I help, taking the handle too, and together we push down, unlatching the great heaving metalwork behind the timber. The enormous oak doorway budges a little, but enough. We slide the slab inwards on its rusted hinges. Immediately the light from a handful of dim oil lamps and pillar candles makes us nip our eyes, for it feels like a million stars burning compared to the sheer gloom outside. Dripping with rain and sea spray, we push in, feeling the slight heat soothe our necks and face as you reach back and shut the door once more. There is comparable silence all of a sudden. The roar of the wind, rain, and waves dies to a dull murmur and becomes the most comforting of sounds. We remove our sodden jackets, hanging them on an old coat rack beside an old oil painting depicting Glencoe. In the corner of the painting is marked a faded initial of an unknown artist in a similar colour to that of the earth-brown bracken shown in the foreground of the scenery. How very Scottish indeed. The gentle scent of coal smoke and furniture polish creeps across your nose as we turn back to the hall. You sigh a deep sigh of contentment with the rain off your back and the smell of home comforting you. Before we can even take in the grand foyer of this majestic castle, a shuffle and light rhythmical tap emerges from a doorway across the hall, and from within hobbles your caretaker, the beating heart of the castle. His name is John McCrae, and he knows the castle better than the back of his own hand. Mr. McCrae is a gentleman of medium height and build, shod in fine Harris tweed jacket and trousers. In his left hand, he grasps a walking stick of oak and red deer antler, and his other hand is held out in greeting, combined with a subtle smile. We shake it, feeling his warm, rough skin. His hands are large and comforting, his eyes shadowy, but sparkle with experience and life. His brogues are well worn, but looked after. which about sums Mr. McCrae up as a character quite nicely. He has taken care of the castle since he was a young man, during which he spent years fishing, gamekeeping in the glens, and tending to the needs of the structure. He can tell us a million stories from his rich life. He is rugged, honest, humble, a true man of the land and the sea, a true Highlander.
Good evening to you both. Foul night out there. Might you warm up with a tea? Aye, I'll pop the kettle on the burner. Make yourselves comfortable. There's a fire going in the drawing room. Now get yourselves settled. Take off your wet boots and your catch-a-chill. Go on, only go, macher so. I'll get you that tea sorted.
Mr. McCrae wanders back in the direction of the warmly lit doorway from which he came, disappearing into the pantry. We have a moment to turn our eyes up and take in the room. In front of us, a grand staircase of the finest mahogany wood ascends up the middle of the room, splitting and going both left and right halfway up. A faded clan tartan runner lines the middle of the steps, threadbare in parts, giving a clue as to its age. The banisters are polished with time and glint under the warm light of low-level candles. The floor is Art Deco wood tile, laid at right angles to itself. Some parts newly replaced, some old and original. Everything you can see is lined or covered in hardwood paneling or detail, including the walls, which shrink into quiet shadows in the corners. To our right, a sideboard awaits, adorned with water goblets and fresh crystal glasses. Above our heads hangs a large crystal chandelier, complete with candles of its own on gold stems. Yet these candles are unlit and look to have been left that way for some time, given the smattering of cobwebs. To our left, an enormous black stone hearth rests lightless beneath 2 sticks of a dozen seeping candles, as the wax drips into sculpture beneath the stem. The warm light does well to illuminate above it antique and period portraits of significant clan members who once dwelled in this castle like you. Wandering over to the hearth, we peer up at some of the faces of those long past. Some are dressed in elaborate dark fabric gowns and corsets, bejeweled and ornate, emitting rather royal auras. Others are working men and women, clad under heavy leather or oilskins, topped with bonnets and hardy flat caps. Nearly all of them bear a neutral expression, ones tinged with remorse or sobriety. It makes us feel a little melancholy, but comforted too. These ancestors of yours were great men and women who lived in hard times through history. They wield the crests and tartans of your people proudly and leave their permanent mark on history. We turn our attention back in the direction of the aforementioned drawing room, where we can hear a fire crackling away to itself, just like the caretaker said. Above the doorway, there is a little brass sign backed with yellow pine, in which is etched in black, drawing room. The door is off the latch, but mostly closed. We push through, and the scent of 1,000 old books fills our nostrils. Once inside, we see the room is divided into 3 rough sections. Nearest of all, a small tea area sits below 2 large dresser cabinets. One shod with fine china, the other with glassware. 3 Chesterfield sofas face each other, and another unlit hearth in a U-shape, and in its centre is an old stained coffee table. But it is a beautiful piece, and one that has clearly served many people. Our ears fill with the lullabies of the clarsach, fiddle and flute, as a brass gramophone plays softly in a corner. Nearby, on another wall, proud displays of past hunting endeavours are shown through equipment and trophies scattered wherever there is space. Rifles, fishing, game, all accounted for, all caught in time. In the centre of the room is what would normally be described as a library. There's a dark sideboard at the back of the room with a wooden model galleon and intricately constructed globe. Above this, a large world map is sprawled, covered in golden pins, each marking a place of ambition or achievement. A huge Persian rug spans the entire width of the room. It is red and green mainly, with some beige patterns and textures within. You suppose it was once acquired through one of the previous occupants' travels, once upon a time. And then there are the thousands of books we smelled. Countless enormous bookcases that stretch floor to ceiling are bursting with literature of all ages and genres. Local history, travel, romance, sets of encyclopedias, World War II newspaper collections, bound in numbered volumes, geography, ordnance survey maps, 19th century fiction. It's all here as you run a finger across the brown and green fabric spines of these old books. You pick one at random, pulling it out from the top with a delicate finger. It is simply titled The Highland Clearances Trail, painted in gold upon black leather, which is cracked and splintered with the passing of time. You lift it to your face, opening the pages at random. The parchment cracks apart, breathing fresh air for the first time in decades. The text, clear, dark, heavily inked. Together we breathe in the scents of lignin breaking down, releasing the aromas of vanilla and burnt petroleum. We both smell it as the room becomes a blend of both bibliosmia and the fresh crackling of splintered pine upon the fireplace. Sliding the book back into its place, we step across the old floorboards to the final section of the room, the lounge. This place is your favorite, as it embodies everything you love about a cozy, antique place to wind down and relax. There are 3 tartan wingback chairs, all complete with plush cushions. 2 sit either side of a tall, deep-set paned window with a half-moon art piece at the top, creating a dome. The storm outside pushes hard driving rain and sea spray at the glass, but inside we are nice and cozy. The flashes of lightning are still bright, but are less intimidating in here. Underneath a central Georgian table lies another rug, but this time it is of dark red dyed wool. There are many more paintings and portraits hung on the timber walls, framed in gold and black. Candles flicker on the mantelpieces. A silver drinks trolley lies dormant beside the window. Upon it there is a decanter full of rich, dark, golden liquor, and 2 whiskey tumblers to each side. A fire rumbles and roars, even audibly against the storm. Its seductive, fiery ember brews and lures us in closer, feeling the heat pull at our skin. We gaze out of one of the many other tall windows in the room at the dark shapes of the surrounding rocks and waves. So tall they crash, as if thrown up by the gods of the waters in fury. Our eyes land upon the largest picture hung above the fireplace, and beneath 2 large claymore swords, crossed underneath a hand-painted clan crest. This portrait has a different energy to those of the foyer. This man was painted well lit, regal, and outdoors. Your own castle is situated in the background, distantly. He wears a brown suit jacket, white shirt, red tartan tie, complete with navy blue flat cap. A large moustache and unruly eyebrows dominate his features. This man bears a striking resemblance to another. At the base of the painting, there is a small placard, and all makes sense. We are so engrossed in the details of this oil painting, we don't hear him shuffle in.
Aye, that's right. That's my grandfather, my papa, Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae Gilstrap. He was the reason this castle still stands today. Bought the island in 1911, so we did. You know, your castle is recognized as one of the most iconic images of Scotland all over the world. Again you've heard me rabbit on about it plenty, but well, we're where the great sea lochs meet, and we're surrounded by some majestic scenery. It is little wonder that the castle is now one of the most spectacularly beautiful places in the entire Scottish Highlands. You wonder why I've never left. Although first inhabited around the 6th century, if this first fortified castle where we are now was built in the mid-13th century and stood guard over the lands of Kintyre. Since then, at least 4 different versions of the castle have been built and rebuilt as the feudal history of Scotland unfolded through the centuries. It was partially destroyed in the Jacobite uprising in 1719. Your castle lay in ruins for the best part of 200 years, until this man here, my grandfather, he bought the island and proceeded to restore the castle to its former glory, let's say. It was 20 years of toil and labour, and the castle was then reopened in 1932. The rest is history, I suppose. How the years have flown by, eh? Do I still love this part of the Highlands like it's where I belong? Anyway.
Mr. McRae turns to leave, still carrying the tray in which he brought. But then he stops in his tracks.
What heavens, I must be getting on. Nearly forgot your tea. Yeah, milk and sugar there, if you want it. Good night for now. Let me know if you do need anything.
You've always felt so, but in this moment, we feel so cared for by him. Such a kind soul, selfless and trustworthy. He always makes everyone feel so welcome, safe, and loved. He is family, and always has been. We are thankful for him being in the castle with us. It's nice to know that these enormous walls are truly, properly inhabited with warmth. It may feel a little too cold otherwise. Let us settle into the squishy seats by the fireplace. admiring the dark, dramatic views out of the windows, listening to the crackling of the burning wood, the flickering glow of the candlelight. It's all so dreamy that settling down into our wonderfully cosseting wingback chairs, it's a wonder we don't fall asleep straight away. Sipping our tea, pulling a blanket up high around our shoulders, we feel the last of the water wick away from our clothes and our hair. Finally, the heat of the fireplace reaches our cores, relieving us from the cold we caught outside. We stare distantly into the flames, getting lost in their twirling and twisting rhythms. You are so relaxed now, and your eyes so heavy that you can feel your body growing heavier and heavier with every passing minute. Another sip of tea. Another snuggle deeper. Another level of comfort, calm, and relaxation. We hear another crash of a wave and a clap of thunder, reminding us of the ensuing chaos outside. Such different worlds, so very close together. Drifting in and out of dream, you feel a true connection to your past. The castle's past. Your people's past. They are here in our hearts, living and breathing with us. As we sway and dream with the motion of the waves, we know we are where we belong, safe and sound, and nothing can take that away from you. Together, we are experiencing Highland bliss at its finest and most tangible. Within the shelter of your beautiful castle, fireplace, and muted store outside. There's no place we would rather be. What a fine day it was on that summer morning on Black Hill Farm. The early morning sun was wrestling with some wispy clouds on the horizon. The chattering finches and blue tits had been awake for hours already, and were probably onto lunch by that point. And all of the farm animals were busy doing whatever farm animals really do. As Morag, the sleepy cat, popped her head out of the cat flap, she sniffed the air for a few moments, reading things, pondering, deciding. Yes, as it turned out, for it was just as likely to not be the day for it. Such was a cat's temperamental temperament. Today was the day. Morag was going to have a big day out. The night before, she'd decided that she fancied a wee break to herself, to gather her cat thoughts, mull on some cat ideas, and experience some, well, maybe not so cat things. She didn't know what, or where, or how even. But she had decided that in the morning she would definitely maybe go on another adventure. But she couldn't know if it was the right day for it until she had woken up. Sometimes these things are just decided for a cat. She would always try to explain to Isla the cow, Patch the other cat, and Gammy the deer and Fox the fox. She had also carefully explained to her human family, in a series of articulate and complex meows, that the morning to come she would likely be out for the day and would appreciate either a packed lunch or snack of some kind to be prepared in her little cat backpack. And should they care to have it ready by the cat flap at dawn, it would be greatly appreciated. All fine and well, she thought. However, her family had no clue as to anything Morag had said. They just smiled and laughed over how chatty and full of beans she had been. Finding nothing by the cat flap, she sighed a cat sigh and set about locating some small biscuit pouches and managed to paw them into her backpack after prizing the broom cupboard open with a great effort for 6:30 a.m. Now that she'd given the day a right good sniffing, half in, half out the cat flap, Morag was satisfied. Today was, in fact, the day. She let the back half of herself flop out of the cat flap, and the breeze ruffled her soft ginger fur. She made for her usual lookout on top of the stone wall at the bottom of the garden, which burst with summer flowers and rang with sweet nectar. Butterflies, dragonflies, and bees hummed in the steadily warming morning. Morag headed through the long wheatgrass toward the main barn of the farm, of which the door was slightly ajar. She snuck her head in, with the smell of hay and coo shmoo smothering her sensitive nose, but soon forgot all about that, as she saw her friends gathered at the back of the barn, beneath the dusty sun rays coming through the rear window. Everyone was there. Fox, Patch, Gammy, and of course the riot that was Isla the Highland cow. They tended to meet there each day these days, as it was nice to catch up and share stories over a drink of fresh water from the trough. She didn't hang around too long, though, as Morag had big plans. She explained and described to her pals, who all nodded appreciatively, wishing her a fun day out. Well, all except for Isla, who sulked a little. You see, she wanted to come too. Isla didn't like missing out on anything, but the others, especially her wisest friend Fox, explained to Isla how important it was to be able to spend some quality time alone now and again. She kicked a hoof around in the straw and reluctantly allowed Morag to head out of the barn and on with her day. About 20 minutes later, after galloping through the swathes of grass and fields of tatties, Morag arrived at the village train station. Peering up at the arrivals and departures board, She could see the time was 6:57 in the morning. There were only a few minutes until the first train of the day arrived. She was very excited. She'd watched the trains pass from the window of the sitting room for years, but had never actually been on one. The chuff, chuff, chuff sounds and the rhythmical clacks of the rails had always fascinated her, and so long had she wanted to ride it. She trotted up to the top of the platform to see it first, and only moments later was the train creeping along towards her, big steam plumes billowing up high in the air. It was so big and loud. It rumbled past her, shaking the ground beneath her paws. A giant steel mammoth of a thing, glistening under the sunlight. Its deep marine blue and forest green paintwork were rich and thick, and looked just as heavy as the train itself. 5 whole carriages passed her, all just as pretty. When the train finally stopped, she was sat immediately opposite the rearmost door. She glanced up the platform to see a few busy-looking commuting people scurry on, some on the phone, some reading books or newspapers, some apparently even in elaborate costume. There was even someone dressed up as a Highland cow. And it was then she realised something. This train was to pass through Edinburgh, and the Fringe Festival was on. The Edinburgh Fringe was a festival that happened each year in summer, and was full of all sorts of entertaining acts. Music, comedy, theatre, and even circus. That would explain some of the strange sights she'd see, no doubt. That was it decided too. Morag would go to Edinburgh for her big day out. She couldn't wait. Morag waited patiently for the rear door to open, which it eventually did, as the conductor peered up and down the platform from within the train. She saw her chance and scurried aboard. She was immediately greeted by smooth lino flooring and the smell of roasted coffee. There were loads of colourfully trimmed seats, all set out in rows. There were quite a number of people already inside, perhaps a few too many to remain unseen. So, she kept moving up the carriages, sneaking past the feet of the passengers and through the loud thresholds as the train blew its whistle and swept back up to speed effortlessly. Eventually, she reached what must have been the final carriage, if she'd counted correctly. And it was pleasingly peaceful inside. Slipping quietly along the floor, she went as forward as she could before reaching the last table, at which there were 4 seats facing each other. In one of them, there was a large coat of some kind scrunched up in the corner. It was huge, but looked like a good wee hiding spot behind which she could see the views of the countryside that raced past outside. As Morag pulled a paw around the edge of the jacket, the pile underneath moved. Morag jumped across to the other chair in fright, but then fear reached a definite crossroads. Hang on a second. Isla, is that you? Morag said, alarmed. The lump behind the jacket moved even more, and from underneath sprouted the distinct ginger locks of her Highland cow friend. But she didn't look her usual self. She was, in fact, wearing the jacket somehow, and to complete her outfit, she wore a comical but surprisingly stylish tartan flat cap and wayfarer's sunglasses combination. Morag thought she looked like she'd come straight from an audition for a Highland detective TV show.
Shh, I'm in disguise, Morag. I needed to sneak onto the train. I know you wanted to go on your own, but I just couldn't help myself. I want to come with you. Is that okay?
Morag rolled her eyes, knowing that it was never going to be easy to shake this wee cow, bless her. She admired Isla's commitment, really. That's fine, Isla. Happy to have the company. But the only real question is, where on earth did you get the clothes from? Isla looked proud as they come, turning her big wet nose up high. One of the farmers keeps some gear in the barn. I've been eyeing it up for ages. I knew it would come in handy one day. So the pair settled down and enjoyed the rolling scenery of East Lothian as the great steam train puffed and chuffed its way along the coast. First, there were jaggy, rocky cliffs that disappeared straight down into crashing waves of the North Sea. Then, the cliffs smoothed out to fields of barley and old stone stables near the town of North Berwick. Soon after, they passed the prestigious golf grounds surrounding Gillen and Aberlady, where they saw many pairs of colourful trousers and silly patchwork woolens. Their fashion sense even made Isla in her outfit look sober The vast sandy beaches of Preston Pans, Long Nidri, and Musselburgh were next, and the morning sunshine bounced off the breaking waves. Morag and Isla were loving every minute of their journey. They never wanted it to end. But the train began to slow, and their excitement built once more. "Have you ever been to Edinburgh, Isla?" Morag asked, grinning, if a cat could grin, knowing that she fully hadn't been before.
I don't know, Morag. Well, what's an Edinburgh?
The train pulled up to a stop, releasing a huge hiss of compressed steam, and the doors of the carriages flew open to the hustle and bustle of Waverley Station. "Allow me to show you, Isla. Follow me, and try to keep a low profile. Actually, forget that. Let's just go and have some fun." This was a whole new experience for both Morag and Isla, and they didn't even know where to begin. They threaded their way through the crowds of Edinburgh's largest train station, trying to find a way out. They did eventually locate an escalator, on which, truth be told, Isla stood out like a sore thumb. Despite her very excellent disguise, should one happen across a cow riding an escalator, it is rather hard to miss. But the two wee-ish animals were oblivious to all the pointing, cheering and joyous laughter, for they were drinking in the madness that was the city of Edinburgh. The escalator plonked them out onto Princess Street, and they marvelled at their surroundings. Everywhere they looked, there was something beautiful, striking, tall, old-looking, or very loud. Their eyes were wide with overwhelm.
"What do we do now, Morag?"
Isla asked, sheepishly, as she tried to hide behind the small ginger cat for protection. Feeling a sudden urge to show the little cow a bit of confidence and leadership, despite feeling a bit swamped herself, Morag comforted her. "There's so much we can do, Isla. Don't worry, I'll make sure we're okay. I've read a lot of magazines in the house. We could visit the castle, the gardens. We could see a fringe show. We need to go to the Royal Mile, find a whiskey tour. We could see the dungeons, the grass market, Calton Hill.
Isla, there's so much to do. Now, what I think would be best would be...
But Isla was already wandering off in the direction of something she found interesting, suddenly full of fizz.
Come on, Morag, let's go.
Morag raced to try and catch up. The wee cow could certainly shift, and Morag was going to have a hard time keeping up, she thought to herself, as she bounded off after her, dodging trams and buses and the stampeding feet of Edinburgh's citizens. She distinctly thought to herself that she hoped they would survive this day together. The first thing they came across was a gorgeous little farmer's market in a little village square, all covered and shaded by trees. The streets were cobbled, and a river ran not too far beneath an old iron bridge. A banner proudly stated Stockbridge Farmers Market. They crept in, trying not to be noticed, but it was no use. Not long had they appeared in the area before a few children started laughing with glee at the sight of two ginger animals milling around the fine foods and local fare. But yet again, they were fairly oblivious. All the sights and smells consumed them, and it wasn't long before they were feasting on some gifted Spanish paella and some nice coffee. The nice barista had said to them it was a special cappuccino. Morag and Isla looked at each other, not having a clue what that meant, but happily lapped up the sweet, warm, and milky drink. As they gazed upon all of the tweed jackets and the Sunday dresses, they felt all nice and posh with their artisan delicacies. They liked this Stockbridge place, they decided, but they did have a lot to do in their day. So Isla and Morag saw some people standing at a little open barn-looking thing, and then a huge boxy car came along and scooped them all up. Isla described it as a train without the tracks. They decided to wait at the open barn too, and, just like those before them, after a few minutes, another big train without the tracks stopped and the doors opened. The driver looked at them, jaw dropped, as they walked on without blinking and sat at the front seat. Speechless and dumbstruck, the driver of the 29 bus whizzed off up the cobbled hill, taking the pair back into town. They then got off the bus at Princess Street Gardens, trotting through the delightful park filled with lots of friendly and happy people. Some were relaxing and sunbathing already. Others were chatting over a cup of that cappuccino stuff. But all were enjoying the rich atmosphere and scenery of the lush trees and sweet flowers beneath the enormous ancient castle which loomed high above on the cliffs.
Ooh, let's go up there, can we, please?
Isla begged Morag with puppy dog eyes. Not that she had much choice. Morag nodded and ushered them both up a narrow cobbled street which climbed the hill up toward the castle. They emerged in a dense crowd of people, dressed in all sorts of weird and wonderful clothing. There were fantastic dresses, marvellous costumes, crazy cabaret, and so many others doing all sorts of performances. Music and art, theatre, shows, magic. Suddenly, a Highland cow dressed like a detective and their cat accomplice were the least weird things in the whole picture. No one batted an eyelid as they slowly stepped up the Royal Mile, the castle ever present at the brow of the hill, seen between Gothic buildings and cathedrals. A lone kilted piper played at the corner of George IV Bridge, which pleased many an onlooker, especially the Americans. But Isla caught wind of a different sound somewhere else through the crowd. She pushed her way through, Morag following close behind. They finally saw the source of the music. A young, long-haired man playing an upturned steel drum thing that looked like a spaceship. The sounds it made were soft, resonant, and rather soothing. A hang drum to the rest of the world, a soothing sound pebble to Isla and Morag. Off to their right, a huge giant person on top of leg extensions, dressed in colourful, flappy, slim clothing and a hat, wandered by. Isla was engrossed. It was the tallest thing she'd ever seen. She mooed in glee and trotted up to the person on stilts, who waved back. Wanting a better look, Morag hopped up onto Isla's back. It was hard to see over all the people when you're only 12 inches tall. But then Morag was scooped up by someone and handed to the person on stilts, who then popped Morag on their shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the world was suddenly so very high up. She could see everything, but she didn't so much like heights, and it was all too far down. The wee cat got the fear, eyes wide and claws finding grip in the stilted clown's clothing. Isla was loving it, laughing in her own cow way, as the tall person walked along with an uncomfortable face, whilst Morag glued to their shoulders. Morag was not so amused. Once Morag was down and a little more settled, the pair of them stumbled across a line to a whiskey tour place, the Whiskey Experience. Following their noses, noting the sweet smells of roasted barley and yeasted malt, which to them was like the lovely farmy smells they were used to, but smothered in honey. They found themselves in one of the most beautiful buildings they'd ever seen. Every wall was covered in priceless old bottles of whiskey, and the place shone like an indoor sunset. Copper stills, antique bars and lounges, milled steel banisters. The whole place was regal, fancy, and very Scottish. Isla had fond memories of whiskey, for once upon a time some tourists had hopped off their bus to give her a tipple. She'd never slept better in her life. They followed a tour around the place and loved learning about the history of the brew. They ended up at one of the bars, and the nice man offered them a wee tipple of their choice. Not to decide too hastily, they browsed the top shelf and respectively mooed and meowed at a pair. Taking a stab, the barman poured what fell to hand. One, a Glendronach 12-year-old single malt from Huntly in Aberdeenshire, which had a deep amber red gold colour. It was moderately sherried using second fill casks, and it had aromas of sweet, creamy vanilla and hints of ginger. He then also took down a Glenkinchie 12-year-old, which shone brighter and lighter, with less sherry but a more subtle palette of tropical fruits and honey. Morag was the first to give hers a couple of safety sniffs. However, despite enjoying the aromas which lingered on the air in the building. The whiskey itself made her gag. Isla had already finished hers with a couple of big licks from her tongue, and, without invitation, wasted no time moving onto Morag's. Soon after, the queasy cat and tipsy cow were stumbling up the mile, trying not to trip on the cobbles, until before them lay the majesty of the castle that they'd set off to reach in the first place. There was no denying its presence. Wonderfully original and lived in, it was every bit the postcard window into 1,000-year past. Morag strolled up to the ticket booth and meowed at the man in charge. He looked down at her, and then slightly less down at Isla.
You pair want to go in, do you? Ha! Well, if that's so, it'll be 2 tickets. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but visitors are visitors, no matter how many legs you have.
At that point, from somewhere behind, came another elaborately dressed gentleman who had a few words to say about that. He had long, grey and unruly hair, dark round sunglasses, a slightly purple beard. He was also wearing a kilt. Isla and Morag didn't know who he was, but some people in the crowd murmured, and someone beside them said, "Look, it's Billy Connolly."
Excuse me, young man. This Highland cow is a national symbol of Scotland, and her friend is the correct colour too. Now, you best be letting them in, or I shall be weaking up my tartan skirt to scare the lot of these paying tourists away. Know and respect your nation's treasures, laddie. Now, if you'll excuse me, my country awaits. Cheerio.
The ticket man didn't argue with Billy, who patted Morag and Isla gently as he left. A moment later, the nice bearded man in the colourful skirt was gone. Over the next hour or so, they roamed the old royal corridors, offices, and drawing room, learning all about the history of the 900-year-old castle. Isla, at this point, was getting tired and a bit grumpy from her achy hooves. So Morag thought they should do something more energetic. Morag led them to the entrance of the Edinburgh dungeons, and upon entering the dark, spooky buildings, Isla was already on her tippy hooves with excitement and anticipation. They learned all about the gruesome and frightening past of the capital's underground city, which they found fascinating. And then someone dressed up as a bedraggled prisoner jumped out at Isla and gave her the fright of her life. She barreled for the fire exit, bursting through the door into the daylight of Mary King's Close. It was very famous, as it had a reputation for hauntings since at least the 17th century, with several paranormal investigations taking place. Morag didn't have the heart to tell her about it. She tried to keep pace with the stampeding and scared cow, who kept on running and running all the way down Coburn Street to Market Street and beyond, where she accidentally ran right through the doors of a big bus carrying loads of chanting people dressed in blue and white. Morag followed her on just before the doors shut. The bus eventually stopped at a place called Murrayfield Stadium, and after the doors flung open, the massive crowds flooded off, carrying Isla and Morag, who clung to Isla's back, with them. They were swept through ticket booths, ushered along aisles, and into a massive sports stadium where someone showed them to a spot along the pitch and then handed them a Scotch pie. The place was full of 60,000 people, all singing and cheering as two teams of rugby players ran onto the pitch. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, they'd ended up on the front row view of a Scotland versus Ireland Six Nations semi-final game. It was two halves of electric gameplay, with both teams clashing like titans of the sport. Morag and Isla cheered for both teams, as they didn't really know what was going on. At 79 minutes, a glance at the scoreboard showed 41 to Ireland, 39 to Scotland. But Scotland had a penalty kick from 59 metres out. The crowd went quiet with nerves and excitement as the chosen player to kick visualised it and calmed himself. He took one step, 2 steps, and then buckled, clutching his leg as the crowd gasped, heads in their hands. He was injured, unable to take the kick. They were out of substitutions, and no one else was volunteering to make that range. It looked like defeat at home for Scotland. Morag noticed Isla shifting beside her in the stand, and then she was up, Isla had seen her chance. Without even thinking, she was already on the field, galloping as fast as she could towards the teed-up ball. The wee orange cow ran and ran, pursued by a sea of yellow high-vis bibs, who dived for her and slipped this way and that, as she evaded their tackles. But then she got there, and the crowd cheered with all their lungs' might. Eyes focused, tongue out, Isla literally hoofed the ball as hard as she could. The stadium held its breath. You could hear a pin drop. The ball soared high, spinning backwards, moving forwards fast. It arced a long trajectory, then finally started to fall. Every player from Scotland and Ireland looked on, speechless, eyes fixed on the ball. The shot was a perfect punt between the posts, but would it make it over the crossbar? Time stood still. There was no sound. No one even whispered. That was right up until the moment 60,000 people burst into a cheer of crazed madness and applause as they watched Isla, the Highland cow, win the game for Scotland. The Scotland international players' coach was a frenzy of chanting and madness as the players celebrated with Isla and Morag. They were having the best day ever. The coach drove them all back into Edinburgh before dropping them in the historic market square below the castle, Grassmarket. This place was so utterly picturesque, it was scarcely believable. With the castle looming high above, the long yard was filled with old pubs, casual vendors, antique gift shops, and, of course, classy restaurants. There was outdoor seating everywhere, and the most beautiful of trees, adorned with string lights that shone in the late afternoon glow. The players ushered the cat and the cow into the Black Bull Inn, in which they were treated to a lovely lunch of haggis, neeps and tatties, and a few pints of local ale. It seemed like the whole city had descended into the pub. It was crammed with joyous sports fans, all of whom joined in the celebration with their nation's team and the two new rugby superstars, Isla and Morag. They sang the flower of Scotland at the top of their lungs. After a while, Isla and Morag were in need of some peace and quiet. They were knackered, so they said their goodbyes and left the people to party the night away. Oofed. I don't know about you, Isla, but I am pooped. Shall we find a nice quiet place to relax for a bit? Morag asked. Yes, please. I am so sleepy. It's been such a busy day, and I've not even had one single nap. The tired cow replied. They snuck through the quieter streets of Old Town Edinburgh, passing through Cowgate, and seeing the model cow on the wall that Isla thought was very funny, and down past the Palace of Holyrood. They loved it down there. It was so spacious and green. They then noticed an enormous hill up to their right, and a slightly lower set of craggy cliffs right in front of it. It was as if it was plunked there on purpose, as the world's biggest ornament. It didn't seem to look like it belonged, but it definitely looked fun to climb, so off they went. Panting hard and putting their hind legs to use, they climbed and they climbed up Arthur's Seat, feeling their muscles ache, but loving the fresh air which blew softly around them. The sun was leaning toward the horizon at that stage, and the clouds in the sky started to smoulder and spark with orange. Finally, they reached the top, panting, but were instantly blown away by the stunning view. Ancient Edinburgh was sprawled out below them. The castle hung high on its perch in the middle of the city. The beautiful bridges spanning the Firth of Forth far in the distance. The great North Sea flanked the land to the east, and in the foreground, the top side of the craggy cliffs hung there like nature's park bench. And then, of course, the golden light from the setting sun bathed everything in a sleepy glow, like nothing either Isla nor Morag had ever seen before. All alone, finally at peace in the bustle of Edinburgh, Isla curled up on the summit, and Morag snuggled up in a cosy gap as the whispering wind danced through their fur.
This was the best day ever, Morag,
Isla whispered down to Morag. Morag replied under her breath, hardly able to keep her eyes open a moment longer. I'm glad you came, Isla. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Would you care to join me on a wee walk to the Lochside bakery? Perhaps we could enjoy a coffee, a chat, and maybe a wee cheeky cake together. I thought so. Great. Let's enjoy the wonderfully temperate spring weather after a long winter. Oofed. It's even north of 10 degrees out there. T-shirt weather, if you ask me, but suit yourself. Let's see what sights, sounds, and tasty treats we encounter. So, as always, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. There you are. How are you doing? Thanks for coming with me today. I really enjoy getting out for a morning walk especially. And you don't have to twist my arm to have coffee and kick. How are you today? All good? Great, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, this bakery is one of my favourite places to go, actually. It's an especially nice walk from where we are just now, down through the woods. And then, after the woods it gets a little flatter, and then the trees open out to the loch itself, and then it's maybe only 5 or 10 minutes, tops, to the village. It's such a lovely, lovely place. I can't wait to show you, more to the point. I know you know what Scotland looks like, because yes, we've all dreamed of being here. Excuse me. I think I'm still half asleep. Definitely gonna need that coffee. Where was I? Yes, we've all dreamed of what we think Scotland feels like, but there's still nothing quite like experiencing it firsthand on such a beautiful spring morning specifically. It'll be just the two of us. I hope that's okay. We can maybe have a wee chat with people in the coffee house, if you feel like it, but there's no pressure to. The locals are lovely, and actually the bakery sells a lot of cakes and other baked goods made by the people of the village, which I've always loved. It's such a wonderful little community that exists down here. Anyway, that's enough babbling. Shall we get a move on? Otherwise all the cakes might be gone. Don't you just love spring? It's impossible to pick a favourite season, really, isn't it? They've all got so many benefits, each, and yeah, it's tricky, eh? But I think personally, whichever season you are experiencing in the moment tends to be my favourite, which is a total cop-out answer. Excuse me again. I'm definitely going to need that caffeine. Ooh, the fresh air does it as well, or maybe that's a myth. We're supposed to feel invigorated and awake and full of energy when in the clean, fresh air, but is it just me who finds themselves yawning uncontrollably sometimes? Maybe it's also the sunshine, which is out today, thankfully. Somewhere up there. We can just about see it through the trees, which is nice. It's kind of one of those nice in-between days, you know? The kind of day that it could only be a spring day, where it's not as warm as summer, obviously, but there is a heat there, and it's not only a heat you can feel, it's a heat you can smell. It's like all the flowers have finally given up their scent, like they've been holding on to it all winter. And then just as enough sunshine pokes out, poof, there they go. And the air is suddenly rich with pollen, the sounds of the birds, and the bees. Actually, yesterday I saw my first bumblebee. I never fail to make a point of spotting the year's first bumblebee. They're very, very welcome. They do such a good job of hibernating. It must be tough being a bumblebee. Let alone the world's a tough place for bees just now anyway, but it's a long winter to stay tucked away trying to stay toasty. And it's so nice to see them out and about when they do come out. Look at all the daffodils over there. I love that, don't you? Daffodils are the most spring-esque flower to me. I love how the different varieties all seem to emerge from the one place. There's always the typical beautiful yellow on yellow flowers where the petals are the same as the central portion. I forget the name of it. My biology teacher would be rather disappointed. Stamen, is it, perhaps? I think they were pollinating parts. Let's just call them the daffodil cone. The cone in the middle. But yes, you get the yellow on yellow, so they are a completely yellow flower. Then there are those with orange centres or cones with yellow petals. Then there's the orange centres with yellow petals too. Then there's the other very common orange centres with excuse me, orange centres with white petals. They are pretty. I think you get yellow on white too. Haven't seen any of them this morning though. Oh, they're my favourites anyway. I love to pick a couple and just put them in a wee vase in the centre of the table. Or wherever needs a little brightening up. What else can we see from here? Oh, did you see the squirrels over there? There were two of them chasing each other up the tree trunk there. They're mischievous wee souls, aren't they? Always on the bird feeders. But there's no point scaring them away. All wildlife is good wildlife. Doesn't matter if it's for the birds. I'm just glad that we can give them any sort of snack. They're sitting on that branch at the top now. Can you see that? Oh, there's a wee robin over there. Wee robin redbreast. Typically the bird of the winter. The postcard bird. But equally is home throughout the rest of the year too. Bless him. They've got big lungs for a wee bird, don't they? Might not be the most tuneful of songs, but they sing it with a lot of heart, nevertheless. They always come up quite close, to be fair. They're not too shy. Sociable birds, perhaps. It's a nice little walk this down the path, don't you think? Yeah, it's kind of steep in places, like you need to put your legs into it, but other times it flattens out too. It's such lovely diverse woodland. Not forestry, not loads of pine trees of the same variety, which are lovely too, but old-fashioned native Scottish woodland, where there's oak and birch and larch trees. And then there's those, like the twisted willows. They're pretty, very pretty, like something out of a fairy tale, because of just how densely the branches and the twigs intertwine with each other. It's so nice. Yes, the air is warm, yet still fresh. The sun is sort of out. The woodland is alive. You can hear the sounds of the lambs and the sheep baaing away to themselves, probably. I never know who else they're baaing at, because they don't seem to be baaing at their friends or their lambs, because they don't seem to pay any attention to each other. But maybe it's because I don't speak sheep. Maybe they are scheming something between themselves. Or in deep intellectual conversation, of course. Who am I to put them down? Yes, springtime. I'll change my mind come the summer, but I still think it's my favourite. It's just something about the Easter feel. The dawning of a new year, in a way, where the frost has thawed, and now the whole of nature just comes to life. Are you excited to visit the bakery and the cafe? Me too. So what are you gonna get? They do a lot of different cakes, to be fair. Do you have any favourites? All very good choices, certainly. Good question. I think my favourite is... Call me traditional, but then I suppose most cakes sold in this little bakery are fairly traditional British things, or Scottish, but I do love a little Empire biscuit, which is mostly shortbread, but kind of, I don't know actually. Soft shortbread is my preference when it comes to an Empire biscuit. But some people, some of my friends, prefer crisper, more crunchy shortbread at all times, including in an Empire biscuit. Either way. My favourite Empire biscuit is a fairly soft shortbread with a lovely blob of jam in the middle. And I don't know where this part came from, but a little jelly top on top. That seems to be the only way Empire biscuits come these days, and I'm not complaining. But I'm not sure where that originated from, because jelly tots, or little gems, or they've not been around forever, have they? So perhaps a new addition. But no, you'll not see me declining an Empire biscuit, so... What else? Millionaire shortbread. Rarely walk past a piece of that without snuffling a few. Needs to be a good ratio though, if you know what I mean. Sometimes millionaire shortbread is just a lot of biscuit or cake base and then a little bit of caramel and chocolate on top. However, a really good, and this place does a really good millionaire shortbread, it's all equal, beautiful, delectable ratios of base to caramel in the middle and a lovely thick layer of real chocolate on top. It is to die for. It really is. Then again, there's always something new available too. Whether it's someone who baked scones that morning and just wanted to share that they made too many. Or sometimes there's this lovely lady down the road who makes the most incredible coffee and walnut cake. A traditional combination, of course, but something about the fresh eggs that she uses from our chickens, actually, because she buys some. Well, sometimes she buys them. More often than not, we just give her some, because it's nice to be nice. But I think it's perhaps the eggs that make such a difference to that sponge. It's beautiful. Ooh, my tummy's nearly rumbling. Maybe we'll just see what's there, eh? How about coffee or tea? What are you feeling this morning? Well, yes, I'll be having a coffee for sure. Excuse me. I was about to say the yawns have stopped for now, but there they are. That's what happens if you think about them. Coffee for me, yes. There's a very talented barista that works at this little bakery. They make phenomenal coffee, so I'll perhaps have a flat white. But don't ask me what the difference between all of them is, because as far as I can tell, it's just different ratios of milk and coffee. That's no bad thing to me. Not far to go until the water now, I don't think. The path's got a little steeper downhill now, as you can feel. The gravel is fairly loose, but the path has a lot of old autumnal mulch still there, so it's not too slippery, which is good. The sun is still streaming down from up ahead. I don't think it'll disappear behind the clouds today, not really. I mean, actually, it's never great to speak too soon, and perhaps I have actually. Do you see that over there? We'll see it more clearly in a moment when we come out of the woods, but that looks an awful lot like a dark cloud that's blowing this way, so maybe we'll see rain. There you are, spoke too soon. You can never too easily predict the weather here, so a foolish move on my part to even try. Here we go. This is the loch. Look at that. Wow. This is Loch Catrin. And it's one of my favourite lochs in the whole of Scotland, really. It's easy to see why. From here it doesn't look very big, but it's just a perspective thing. The loch actually curves quite far, maybe even 7 or 8 miles in a northwest direction over that way. But the headlands about 1/3 of the way up the loch make it seem as though that's where the loch ends, but it really does continue round. Yeah, I do love it here. Isn't this road just amazing? The way it winds, following the coastline exactly, and that little stone wall that's right on the water, where you can hear the waves just lapping up against the stones. I wish roads were still built like this one, actually. But obviously it's not practical for the modern day, but I'm so glad that this one still exists. It's like a winding worm. Tight twists and turns, but when you walk or cycle along it especially, you've got the water just inches away from your feet. Thankfully, roads like this can stay because it's a loch after all, it's not the sea, so the height of the water hardly changes. Okay, let's go that way then. Enough of my babbling. We're only 5 minutes away from the village or so. Yes, let's go and get a coffee. Let's go and get a coffee. I know. Yeah, this loch isn't too far from Loch Lomond actually. It's very similar scenery. You know, here is surrounded by these incredible glens on all sides. Most of them are covered in the same woodland that we've just walked down through. But those ones just there to our south, just over that hill, is Loch Lomond and the little village of Balmaha. It's beautiful there, but I prefer where we are and where we're going. It's a little quieter, a little more homely, and just has a more genuine feel about it. You might have actually heard of Loch Catrin before. There's a famous poem, I think. Do you know Sir Walter Scott, the poet? Yes, of course you do. There's the Scott Monument Tower in Edinburgh. You may have seen pictures of it. Or even been, actually. But Sir Walter Scott wrote a poem about Loch Catrin, or at least it was based here. The names slip my mind, but remind me to tell you about it later if it comes to me. I have a feeling it will. Now that we're down by the water, isn't that breeze off the top of it just so nice? You're right, actually, it is a little chilly, but nothing the top portion of your zip can't do on your jacket. There's just another difference in the air now, eh? A difference in scent. We can't really hear the forest birds now, but there's a few freshwater waders flying around. Even the chirping of the oyster catchers, actually. How are your boots, by the way? Comfy? Good. I wasn't sure what to give you, actually. Exactly. I would say it depends on whether it's rained or not. I've been known to climb mountains in casual trainers just because if it's dry, it can often be the most comfortable and supportive thing to leap up them in, but yes, as soon as it does rain, you're as well having flip-flops on instead. Good, I'm glad they're comfy. It's impossible to know what to wear, even on a short walk like ours. Oh, look up there, look. Do you see it? See, that to me looks like a golden eagle. Yeah, it is. Look through the binoculars. you see the wingtips and just how much they fan out in individual fingered feathers. Yeah, that's the main sign. It's so hard to get perspective, isn't it? Actually, see if you look just over to the left, slightly further down towards the glens, you can see two buzzards circling. See the size difference between them? It's about the only perspective you can get in the sky is when you see an eagle flying near anything else, otherwise it could just be any other bird. That's okay, you're welcome. I'll take them back. Put them back in my bag before we lose them. I've lost so many pairs of binoculars. Ah, that's cool. It's always a good sign when you see a golden eagle, I think. Well, it usually means the weather's fair enough, but is that a spit of rain in the air I can feel? Ah, it's just typical. Yep, here's the grey clouds. That wind's picking up a bit as well. Oh well, just get a little wet, I suppose. It's not a very big cloud, it'll probably pass quite quickly. Okay, yeah, let's keep going now. Not far to go. Thankfully these trees that hang over the road are acting almost as a natural umbrella, so we won't get too wet. I love how they just reach from the bank here and almost hang directly over the water's edge. So pretty. Yeah, I said there was a poem, didn't I? Sir Walter Scott wrote. The Lady of the Lake, that was it, yeah. That was the one. The Lady of the Lake. What was it about? Good question. It's been a while since I read through it. I think it was at school, actually, the last time that we read it. I think we actually studied it. To be honest, it's a huge poem, if you could even call it a poem. It is by literal definition, but it would take me many hours to read it to you. It's more like a book, to be honest. But yeah, I think Scott began writing The Lady of the Lake in 1809 whilst holidaying with his wife and daughter. I think they were called Charlotte and Sophia, in the Trossachs, which is where we are now. This is part of the Trossachs. That word never gets easier to say. I know we're here now, but that's one that will tie the tongue of any Scot, the Trossachs. Anyway. Yeah, so they were here and enjoying the shoreline and the islands of Loch Katrine, which is where we are just now. And these are the very scenes that would have provided the poem's setting. Apparently with that new poem at the time, though, Scott wished to depend less on the local colour and spectacular action, and to gain greater psychological depth in the characterisation, apparently. So he worked on the poem, and Scott felt that in this respect it would only be a small success, which is fine. Allegedly, while he was confident that he had brought King James V and the clan chieftain Roderick Dhu vividly to life, he feared that the romantic hero Malcolm Graham would remain a perfect automaton. That was his words. Although initial progress in the poem was quite quick, the work was delayed when his children, Walter, Charles and Anne, I think, fell really ill with the fever, which was sad. But only when they had fully recovered was he able to complete the poem, which was then published about a year later. But that's over 200 years ago, isn't it? Yes. To be walking in their very footsteps is pretty cool, isn't it? And it's easy to see why he wrote such a piece. Sorry, you asked what it was about. Here's me rambling on about how it came to be. If I can remember, the main narrative of the poem concerned the struggle between King James V and the powerful clan Douglas. The king had banished the entire family from his realm, including James of Douglas, the Earl of Bothwell, I think, who had been his protector during his youth, by the way. The Earl and his daughter Ellen took refuge with Roderick Dhu in his castle on an island in Lochside. At the beginning of the poem, a mysterious knight calling himself James Fitzjames arrived at the castle and is granted hospitality. During his brief stay, he fell in love with Ellen, but found rivals for her affections in Roderick himself and in Malcolm Graham. He was a young knight loyal to the king, but moved after by sympathy of the Douglases. It was Malcolm, I think, that Ellen favoured, and so facing attack from royal forces for sheltering Douglas, Roderick gathered his clan. Douglas, though, was loath to bring disaster upon his host, and set out for the royal court at Stirling, determined to surrender. Fitzjames then returned and offered to take Ellen to safety, but was told that she loved another. He nevertheless pressed on her a ring, which he said would obtain any favour from the king. Travelling to Stirling then, Fitzjames met and quarrelled with Roderick, and in the ensuing fight, Roderick was mortally wounded and carried to Stirling as a captive. Ellen then presented herself at court, and, showing the ring, pled for her father's pardon. But then she discovered that Fitzjames was none other than the king himself. So the king and Douglas were reconciled, And Ellen and Malcolm were married after that. I think it goes something along those lines, but no doubt Walter Scott's poem itself would be much more beautiful. I'm pretty sure that was it. But forgive me if I may have got a few bits the wrong way round. It's been a while. You know how the memories become blurry over time. It's so important to make new ones. I like to read, to try and exercise the mind and keep travelling as well, you know. Anyways, that's enough about poetry. We're not at school anymore, and we're here exploring the loch now, for ourselves. I think this next corner in the road is the last corner before we can see the village. Look at that. There it is. It's only small. It's only a few houses. But it's busy with locals, which is always so nice to see. Did I mention it's a nice community here? Look at all the people outside enjoying the weather. Oh, speaking of which, it stopped raining when I was telling you the story. I didn't even notice. Happy days. I'm only a little bit wet. How about yourself? You okay? Good. Yeah. I think the sun will warm us back up now. Look at those people over there. They've already got the ice creams out. Always an excuse for an ice cream. Whatever the weather, actually, if you ask me. Look, those people have got fish and chips from the chippy around the corner. That's Douglas's business. Oh look, there's a wee band playing over there. They might be busking. I'm sure they'll make a good collection today. It's quite a busy one. Weather's fair, people are out. There's so many people cycling around, enjoying the village. It's just amazing to see, isn't it? Look, over there, can you see the sign? And then there's the road which goes up to the castle and the gardens. We should go there one day, actually. The castle's the most beautifully ruined building, but it's been completely overtaken with ivy and all sorts of plants that they've made it their home. And then there's the gardens themselves, which are full of every kind of flower you can think of, from all around the world, actually. It's one of my favourite places to be. Here you can see the top of the ruined castle just above the treetops there. Oh wow, look! Look out to sea. Can you see the steamer boat? Oh, I'm so happy we were able to see it. You'll never guess what that steamboat is called. And I'll give you a hint. It might be named after the guy we were just talking about. Yes, that is the Sir Walter Scott steamer. That beautiful white steamboat has been sailing the loch for over 100 years. It was launched in the year 1900, and she was Loch Katrine's 4th steamer, I believe. And the first one was actually called the Gypsy, which was introduced in 1843. And that provided competition for another boat called the Water Witch, which was actually just a galley powered by men and oars. But then the Gypsy was sunk under mysterious circumstances about a week later. It was allegedly by the ferryman who thought the steamer's arrival threatened their jobs. The Rob Roy and the Rob Roy II steamers followed that, obviously weren't sunk, and then the Walter Scott was introduced after them. Anyway, there you go, that's the boat out there. Isn't she beautiful? It's a lovely sized thing, little paddles going on each side. If you listen closely, you can just about hear the wee chuff chuff chuffs. And of course the paddles slapping the water's surface. Right, it's about time we get that coffee. We've been talking about it for ages now. Look, over here, just on the high street to your right, there it is. The sign just above the door. The Lochside Bakery. Please, allow me. After you. Morning everyone. Hi there. Hello, how are you getting on? Hello dogs. Nice to see you. Hello. Oh. Shall we have a look at the menu above the counter? We can order and then get ourselves sat down. Morning, how are we doing?
Morning, how are you?
Not bad, thanks, you alright?
Okay, thank you.
Could we have, what are you gonna have? Okay, okay, yeah. Could we have, tea, please?
Tea.
Maybe tea for two, and also for me, just a coffee. Okay, what's that cake, by the way?
That's our carrot cake.
Carrot cake, lovely.
Yes.
Okie dokie. I'll have a piece of that, please.
Of course.
And, because I'm a pig, a bit of millionaire shortbread too.
Ooh, good choice.
And what would you like?
Okay, no problem at all.
Perfect, thank you very much.
No problem.
Great, okay, after you. How about that seat over there by the window that's free? Yeah, good shout. Oh, that's better. What a beautiful wee cafe, isn't it? The beautiful flowers on the table. Rows of plants scattered around the bookshelves. That wall over there is a lovely shade of pink, which really complements the green plants, don't you think? It's light and airy, with a warmth to the ambience, but it's also clean and uncluttered, which is nice. It allows you to enjoy the views outside and feel like you've got a sense of space. Oof, but these chairs are nice and squishy, aren't they? It's like all the benefits of a lovely spring day with a really simple atmosphere in here, but with the cosy, squishy comfort of like a wintry study on a cold winter's night. We can have our cake and eat it too, forgive the pun. Oh look, there's a map of Scotland there. It's huge, it's like nearly 4 feet tall and probably 3 feet wide. Don't countries look so enormous when you spread them out on large scale? Scotland is not a particularly big country, but when you put it on a wall like that, it seems huge. Yes, like 1 inch on the map, you could probably walk in half an hour, but maybe not half an hour, maybe an hour. It's just so detailed. And we are right about here. Yeah, so there's Loch Lomond, just north of Glasgow. And then over these Campsie Hills to the north-east, you've then got this loch here, which is Loch Katrine. And we're in this little village right here. I love looking at the map, knowing all the places I've been fortunate enough to explore. It really brings back so many lovely memories of the Highlands and road tripping even further north up to the high northwest, up to Durness and Caithness and Sutherland. Places that until recently weren't that explored, but as I'm sure you know, the North Coast 500 is very, very popular these days. We're sat right next to this lovely bookshelf too. It seems like most of these books have been sat for a long time. They've got just a light covering of dust on them. Though what would a bookshelf be without dusty books? It's almost essential that they are, is it not? It feels right. Over there is a picture of the Neast Point Lighthouse. I recognise that by the cliffs and the lovely long peninsula and the sunset. It's a very famous picture. Yes, that's Neast Point Lighthouse, just off the north end of Skye. I've been there many times. You may have been yourself, actually. It tends to be high on the priority list of visitors. Over there is another photograph. Or is that just a very accurately drawn painting? Painted painting. Hard to tell from here. But that looks like Bamborough Castle, actually. Do you know about Bamborough Castle? It's been used many, many times in film and TV, and Outlander, if you've ever seen that. But it's a stunning example of lived in, to this day, castles. It's so imposing on the east coast, just south of Edinburgh, near the border with England. It's positioned on a huge stretching coastline of the whitest sand, right next to beautiful rolling dunes, and it's plonked right on its own, rising high into the air, a castle of such intense red brickwork. It looks like ever the stereotypical medieval coastal fortress. What else are we seeing in here? It's just full of lots of people enjoying their own coffee and cake. I love coffee shops, don't you? Just the gentle tinkling of teaspoons on china. the rich aromas of light and dark roast coffee, mixing with sweet, nutty and indulgent scents of all the baked goods mixing in the air. Occasionally the little bark of a cheery dog who didn't read the no barking sign, but no one minds really. I'm very relaxed. Are you? Good. Oh, here we go. Here's the lovely lass with our coffee and cake.
Okay, there's your coffee, and I'll just get your cake in a minute. Alright.
Fantastic, thank you. Oh, look at that. Coffee looks amazing.
And there's your carrot cake and your Malmere shrimp.
Lovely, thank you. Oof, they look phenomenal.
And you need some fancy potatoes. There we go.
Lovely.
Right, and milk and sugar is just on the table. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Beautiful, thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Will do. Look at that. Lovely. There we go. Cheers. Chin chin, slancha, whatever your chosen pre-sip saying is. Absolutely delicious. Oh, I needed that. Desperately. That fresh air hits me like an anvil. Oh, and would you look at those cakes? Unreal. Well, if you don't mind me, I'm going to dive straight in. We've worked up a fair appetite with that walk, I'm sure you'll agree. That is beautiful. Oh. Don't tell my parents. I've developed rather a keen sweet tooth in my adulthood. As much as I pretend, I probably don't. Dessert's still my favourite meal, I guess. Oofed. That's better, I've got some energy now. Look at that view. It's just so much to feast our eyes on. It makes me happy seeing families out together, you know that? It's like the purest form of enjoyment and company. Or even the people who are out by themselves, walking, simply taking in the atmosphere. Everyone sitting on benches, soaking in the sunshine because it's so precious. Sunglasses on, but also a woolly hat not too far out of reach either. Everyone out walking their dogs. The dogs themselves are happy to see other dogs. Kids playing in the parks. Yeah, this is simple life done right. Sometimes we don't need fancy holidays or more expensive toys just to make ourselves feel like we're having fun. It really is just the simple things like this. Tea and coffee and cake with a good friend, around good people, in a good and simple place. Nothing more. That's what I like anyway. And I think you agree too. How's your drink? Are you enjoying it? What about your cake? I am a little jealous of it, I will not deny. Then again, all cake is good cake to me. I'll keep my hands off, it's all yours. Do you see that in the sky? That wee plane up there. What a lovely day to be flying around in a little microlight plane. I know I just said we don't need toys, and we don't need toys. But that would be fun, wouldn't it? A little fun fact for you. And this is just between you and me. But that, flying up there, is a man called Mr. Westman. Now, Mr. Westman is a remarkable man, and he holds a place very dear to me in my heart. Now, I don't know much about his middle life, I confess. Though when he was a young man, he served in World War II as a pilot. And a few years ago, when I was an older boy, perhaps, maybe 11 or 12, he offered to take me up in that very plane of his. Now, at the time, he was 87 years old. That was one of the most amazing memories of my childhood. And even then, I distinctly remember thinking, this is incredible. A man of his experience and wisdom and age to still be flying happily, as switched on as he ever was, sharp as a tack, right up until the day that he couldn't anymore. He let me fly. It was the first time I ever flew a plane. Thankfully not the last. But it was all thanks to him that I was able to experience it. And he planted a little seed inside of me as someone who wanted to be a pilot, and he's the reason. And you may be wondering, Sam, you just said that man up there is Mr. Westman. That's why, just between you and me, I like to think that every little plane I see flying around is Mr. Westman enjoying what it is that he loved the most, right up until he was no longer with us. But you can keep that a secret, can't you? Thank you. Something I loved was the views from being up at a realistic altitude. I can't imagine how beautiful this part of the world would be, with the rolling glens, but not only the mountainous areas, but to see the real shape of the lochs around here from a completely new perspective. It would be stunning. What did you want to see most when you came to Scotland, by the way? Was it the North Coast 500 route, which I have to say is worth it? It's incredible. It takes in such a diverse range of scenery, all the way from the departing point in Inverness, and whichever way you decide to go, whether it's the clockwise or anti-clockwise route. But the lochs from Carron over to the famous Applecross, ascent and descent. And then the landscape gets really rugged and really rural very quickly as you venture towards Ullapool, Kinlochew, and then even higher up to where would be next. I always forget the names of places between Ullapool and Durness at the top, which is easy to remember. But in a way, that's the real beauty part. So in my opinion at least, north of Ullapool, south of Durness, anywhere on that western coastline is where I feel most at home in Scotland, in a way, despite having never lived there. It just embodies everything that I love about what Scotland can give. It's still easy to feel rural. It's still easy to feel like you're on your own. When you want it, at least. But when you happen across communities, they're so genuine and willing and thankful that you're there to visit. And you can get fresh hen eggs and just pick up local produce from all corners and people selling it outside their houses. And it's certainly one of my favourite parts. But yes, what else brought you here? What about Loch Ness? Very famous, also very pretty. Quite a feat of geography and geology, because really it runs almost in a perfectly straight line for... Actually, I don't know how far or how long the loch is, but when you look at it on a map, it appears as though it goes for the entire diagonal length of Scotland, but it's just that the Loch Ness itself is part of the Greater Ness Valley, or Glen Ness, which does run all the way from just northwest of Glasgow up to Inverness itself. How about even further up north, like the Orkneys and the Shetland Islands? Really interesting places them. Shetland is really its own other world. It's so far north of Scotland it sometimes feels like its own country, and that it has much more in common with its Norse roots in a way. Because of its position in the North Sea, Once upon a time it was very much inhabited by the Vikings. The same can be said for the Orkney Islands further south, from Shetland and just north of mainland Scotland. These places are very flat, very beautiful and fairly barren in a stirring sense. It's easy to imagine how life would have been hundreds of years ago, because in some incredible ways life still is like it used to be. Sure, the roads are better and people are many more than there used to be, but so many of the original walls, the farmland, is as it was. Especially when you venture out of the towns like Kirkwall and head out to the smaller islands which are only accessible by boat. Those like Rousay and Stronsay, Ede and Westray, and all of them, they're so remote, and so few people live on them these days. But just, if you do ever get the chance to visit, please do. It's like a world you'll have never felt before. More cake for me. Almost forgot about it. So maybe those have given you a few ideas about where you would like to visit. Pardon me, I shouldn't speak when I'm eating. I almost forgot to mention Skye, of course. It's easy for me to endorse it because I'm from there, but it really is a rather spectacular place with its own very genuine reasons for visiting. I think it's described as Scotland in miniature sometimes, although a few of the West Coast islands are also described as Scotland in miniature. I think Mull is, which is a lovely place, but much less populous than Skye. Equally as pretty though, but just less diverse when it comes to the sheer range of geography, because down the south end of Skye the landscape is a little flatter and more floral. I'm sure there's a better word for it than that, but it's known for its biodiversity and plant life. The Garden of Skye, it's called. So much woodland and rolling moors and the brackens and the forests. It's a great place to explore. It's got lovely pubs and hotels, and you've got views that span out to the mainland and from the north coast of the South Point, if that makes sense. If you're on the north of the south, you can see the Coolins at the most amazing vantage points, because you are low and flat, and you are looking into the middle of the island, which is so dramatic and mountainous. Yeah, that's right, the Coolin Mountains. I forget just how impressive they are until I go back, and then they are just leaping out of the ground. Not even from the ground, they're leaping out of the sea, because that's where they stem from. You just have to see them for yourself. I always get a tinge of homesickness every time I talk about them. because not only have I seen them from the ground, I've been up the top of so many of these mountains. So there's a full picture in my head, and there is nothing like having climbed for hours up grueling scree slopes, getting battered by the ever-changing weather. It's screaming sunshine, and then the rain comes just like it did before, which ruffles your hair and gets you a little soaked, but then that cloud passes by and the sun comes back out, and then you feel too warm, so the layers come off again, and then the cloud comes back over and the wind gets chilly, so you put the layers back on. All the while you're climbing and climbing until you finally reach what you think is the summit. But it's not. It's a false summit. And so you dig your heels back in, keep climbing, until finally you reach the top. And you'll be lucky if you get a clear view, because it's never guaranteed. However, most of the time I ever went to the summits of the Cuillins, I was fortunate to at least be able to see some of the view of the ground. Occasionally the cloud does swallow everything above a certain altitude, but if it's not raining and there's a fast enough wind, the chances are you'll get some clear sky. I loved plane watching from the summits, you know that? Because you felt that little bit closer to those airliners at 40,000 feet that were going all the way around the world. Even if you were only 3,000 feet nearer than if you were at sea level, it would be at 37,000 feet. They seemed closer. I suppose they would appear 10% larger. Oh, look out the window there, actually. You can see one just about flying over our head. There you go. Where do you think it's going? It looks as if it's flying northwest, like so many of the planes do from Europe. They all fly over to America and Canada, perhaps even to the Southern Americas, or Iceland. The contrails are pretty. The way that they paint a line of white steam across the sky, and it just seems to ever expand. And then slowly the high atmospheric winds blow it and spread it and wash it gently away. Those planes are like humans' paintbrushes. I was going to say nature's, but they're not, are they? Man-made creations. Yeah, travelling, eh? I could reminisce and talk about travelling forever, really. Where have your favourite travels ever been? They don't need to be far. Some of my favourite places I've ever been are about as close to home as home is. Yeah, you think about that. Think about where your favourites have been and why. Just let those memories flood back as if it was happening in the present. Because as long as we give ourselves the chance to do that, it's amazing what does come back that you think was forgotten. All it needs is just a moment, and you can re-experience many things that you thought were once had left you. But they're not really that far away. My favourite travels? Good question. Well, starting further away, I loved Australia. I couldn't really get much further away from Skye in Scotland, but, or where we are just now, of course, at Lochside. Australia was interesting because I didn't actually have very high expectations for me and what I enjoy when I go somewhere. Not to say that I didn't presume its beauty or its own unique qualities, but I love lush and fresh places because they make me feel like I belong. And in some ways Australia has a similar culture to parts of the UK and the US, so I never really felt drawn to it. But perhaps it was also to do with the company I was in and what we did do when I went. As we started off on the west coast, I'd always seem to talk about the west coasts of everywhere. Maybe there's something about the west coasts of places. Having the sea on your left. If you're facing north. Sam logic there. But there really was a peace and tranquility about parts of Australia that I never thought I would experience. When you disappear into the real rural parts, miles from anywhere, even further than I thought I could ever get from city civilization, hundreds of miles, where you have blue waters and diverse sea life and quiet, sleepy little villages everywhere. On such a huge continent, I did feel like I belonged in these places. I loved it. Closer to home. Well, there was also Japan for its culture shock. That was incredible. The rice paddies and the blend of working class and thrumming city life driven people all sharing the same space. That was always a fascinating enigma. Still is now. But yes, closer to home, I loved the south coast of Spain, actually. That's another of my favourite places. I most recently visited there when it was a dark and cold Scottish winter. And perhaps I was in need of just a little winter sunshine because, as you know, Scotland in winter can be quite a grim place if the weather isn't kind. So yeah, just probably in need of a bit of sunlight, and went to Alicante on the south. Very cheap flight. And the weather was delightful. It was only a week or two before Christmas, and back home it was minus temperatures and frosty and... Oof, yeah. And then went to Spain and it was just full of Spanish people on holiday. Themselves. Rather than it being a kind of like a tourism hub for the UK and Germany and Russia. A lot of these places tend to be. But it was just full of Spanish people enjoying their own place. The food was exquisite, the wine stunning. I would go back in a heartbeat. And of course the culture there was phenomenal. The architecture, the buildings, the connection to their roots. Yes, Alicante was a very special place. Dream global travels, as in places I've not been yet. Yeah, another good question actually. Well, show me a map, and anywhere that I've not put a pin in is probably up there in its own way. I have always wanted to go to the Himalayas in Nepal. Ever since reading about great Everest expeditions, the successful and the failed attempts, and the tragedies as much as the triumphs. It's always been a fascinating place, so if I could pick only one place, I think I would maybe like to go there. Probably only hike to base camp, if possible. I think anything beyond that you need a lot of training for and a lot more money. That's the point. But the idea of losing yourself again in kind of the middle of nowhere is very appealing. But we can say the same about here where we are, because only a few miles further up the coast along Lochside here, you'll have the entire place to yourself. You can walk for hours and never see another soul. Oh, I hope you're enjoying your coffee and your cake and feeling a little snoozy and cosy. I won't judge you for having a nap, by the way, if you feel like it. It's quiet enough in here that you could. People are just drifting in and out, quietly, tables being cleaned up, the crumbs occasionally falling onto the floor, and the odd sneaky dog getting a wee treat it didn't expect it would get. Yes, the soothing smells and the sounds of the coffee machine hissing away and teapots getting filled and fresh cakes being pulled out of hot ovens. Meanwhile, the whole time, the birds are singing outside and soothing everyone with their sweet song. I could spend all day in here, you know. Anyway, don't mind me. I think I'm just going to read a little of my book, if that's okay. I'll probably end up people watching for the most part, with only a couple of pages read in 10 minutes. But let's just enjoy a moment of quiet whilst we sip away at our coffees and teas, and nibble on our cake, but do let me know if you fancy another coffee or tea, by the way. I'm not sure about you, but I am in no rush to leave. The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, creating a soothing melody that seemed to invite you deeper into the forest. The highlands had been your silent companion for days now, your journey on foot a solitary affair amidst the sprawling wilderness. With the sun dipping low, casting long shadows through the trees, your eyes grew heavy with the weight of exhaustion. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled your nose, a potent reminder of the world that existed just outside your own thoughts. As you stumbled through the foliage, a flicker of light caught your gaze. You blinked, wondering if it was a trick of the fading light. But there it was again, a hint of a path, hidden from the untrained eye. The trail beckoned, promising rest and perhaps a bit of adventure. With a newfound sense of purpose, you stepped onto the secret path, the forest floor springy beneath your feet. The path grew narrower, the trees seemingly closing in around you as you progressed. The canopy above thickened, the light filtering through in a dappled dance that painted the path in shifting patterns. You walked for hours, the air around you growing cooler and more fragrant. It was as if the very essence of the forest was changing, hinting at secrets long held in its embrace. Finally, after what seemed like days, the path opened up to reveal a serene pool, its surface unblemished by even the slightest ripple. Above it, the waterfall cascaded down from a great height, the mist kissing your skin with a soft yet invigorating embrace. The sight washed away your fatigue, leaving only a sense of wonder and curiosity. You couldn't resist the allure of the water, stripping down to your core and diving in. The chill was refreshing, to say the least. The liquid silken against your skin. As you swam closer to the waterfall, you felt an odd pull, as if the water itself beckoned you to climb through it. That roar grew louder, a symphony of power and grace that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. With a deep breath, you pushed against the current and climbed through the veil of water. On the other side, the whole world shifted, the light dimming and brightening in a dizzying array of colours. You emerged into a new reality, the waterfall now a gateway to a place untouched by the modern world. The forest around you hummed with a different rhythm, the trees stretching taller, and the underbush a tapestry of vibrant greens. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of unfamiliar creatures. Your bare feet sank into the soft moss, which felt as if it were welcoming you, urging you to explore further. The enchantment grew stronger with every step. The vibrancy of the world around you, pulsing in time with your own heartbeat. You wandered through the enchanted forest, your eyes feasting on the fantastical sights. Butterflies the size of your hand flitted from bloom to bloom, their wings a kaleidoscope of colour that seemed to leave trails of light in their wake. The trees whispered secrets in a language you felt you could almost understand. Their branches, adorned with glittering leaves that shimmered like precious gems. In the distance, you spotted a peculiar treehouse nestled within the mighty branches of a towering oak. It was as if the very essence of the forest had coalesced into a home, a place where nature and whimsy lived in perfect harmony. The ladder leading up to it was carved from the same wood as the tree itself, spiraling upwards like a gentle invitation. Your curiosity piqued. You climbed the rungs with excitement, feeling the rough bark against your palms. The door to the treehouse creaked open, revealing an interior that defied imagination. It was a sanctuary of colour, light, and life, with flowers and plants from every corner of the enchanted realm thriving in a space that seemed to hold the very breath of the forest. Butterflies fluttered from petal to petal, their wings casting rainbows onto the walls. The scent of blooming blossoms filled your nostrils, overwhelming and intoxicating. The room was filled with a gentle warmth that seemed to emanate from a small stove in the corner, the crackling fire dancing in the shadows. In the center of the room, a bed beckoned. A pile of quilts in a riot of colors and patterns that looked like they had been stitched by the forest's own fairies. You couldn't resist the urge, and so you collapsed onto it, the softness enveloping you like a warm embrace. As you sank into the plushness, you felt the tension of the world outside melt away entirely, leaving you feeling weightless and very much at peace. The treehouse was a bubble of serenity, a place where time held no sway over the rhythms of the natural world. Not quite ready for sleep yet, you took a moment to explore further, your eyes alighting on shelves filled with curious artifacts and trinkets. Each item seemed to tell a story, a piece of the forest's history frozen in time. There were crystals that glowed faintly in the twilight, feathers from birds of paradise, and books with pages that whispered of spells and incantations. The place was a treasure trove of wonder, and you felt like a child in a magical realm, allowed a glimpse of the secrets that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In a corner, you discovered a small kitchenette, complete with a kettle that sang a merry tune as it boiled. You rummaged through a wooden chest, finding an assortment of teas, each labelled with the name of a mythical creature. Very much intrigued, because who wouldn't be? You chose one with a label depicting a strange Celtic mythical beast and a promise of tranquility, supposedly. The water grew dark and fragrant as it steeped, filling the treehouse with a scent that was both soothing and invigorating. The tea in hand, you settled into a chair by the window, watching as the forest went about its evening rituals. The light grew dimmer, the colours more muted yet the enchantment remained as potent as ever. You took a sip of your tea, the liquid warming you from the inside out, and felt a gentle buzz of energy that seemed to resonate with the life around you. The taste was unlike anything you had ever experienced. A blend of earthy tones and sweet blooms that danced on your tongue like the flutter of wings. High above, the stars began to peek through the canopy, their light twinkling like the eyes of the creatures that watched from the shadows. The fire in the stove crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. As you continued to sip your tea, you couldn't help but feel a profound sense of belonging, as if the forest had accepted you as one of its own. The warmth of the brew and the coziness of the treehouse lulled you into a state of complete tranquility that seemed to echo the deep slumber of the trees. The walls of the treehouse were adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of battles between ancient clans and mystical beasts. You traced the lines with your finger, feeling the stories come to life beneath your touch. The fire's glow painted the scenes in an ever-changing palette of orange and gold, each flicker revealing new details that had been hidden in the shadows. The whispers of the wind outside grew softer. The secrets of the forest lulling you into a state of complete relaxation. As you finished your tea, you felt a gentle nudge, a silent suggestion from the treehouse itself. You looked around, the warmth of the room enveloping you like a living blanket. With a yawn that seemed to stretch the very fabric of time, you decided to indulge in the inviting embrace of the magical bed. Each layer of quilt felt like it had been crafted from clouds, perfectly moulding to your body and offering a cushion that seemed to support every inch of you. As you lay down, the bed itself seemed to sigh in contentment, welcoming you like an old friend. With your eyes closed, the whispers of the enchanted forest grew louder, weaving into the fabric of your thoughts. The sounds of the night grew clearer, each cricket's chirp a note in a symphony only you could hear. the walls of the treehouse grew thinner. The lines between reality and imagination blurring. Your mind drifted, still aware of the warmth of the room, but the world around you began to change. The dreams that came were not your own, but the forest's. You saw visions of ancient battles, where warriors clad in leaves and vines fought alongside mythical beasts. The very air thrummed with the energy of spells cast and the clash of enchanted weapons. The treehouse shuddered with the echoes of these long-forgotten moments, the carvings on the walls coming to life, their stories unfolding before your very eyes. Through the window, the forest transformed into a kaleidoscope of images, each more breathtaking than the last. You watched as seasons changed in the blink of an eye. The vibrant greens of summer giving way to the fiery orchestra of autumn, then the stark beauty of winter, and finally the gentle rebirth of spring. Creatures of myth and legend seemed to roam freely, their eyes meeting yours as if sharing a silent kinship. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that sang of love and loss, of life and rebirth, of the endless cycle that governed their world. When you awoke, it was to the sound of laughter and music, the kind that seemed to resonate in the very air itself. The sun had risen, casting a soft, golden light across the treehouse. You sat up, and the bed reluctantly released you from its embrace. You lifted your teacup, moving to make another of these wonderful brews. But then you noticed, at the bottom of your empty teacup, the leaves had arranged themselves into an intricate pattern. There was no way about it. It looked exactly like a map, a path drawn in the language of the earth, guiding you to a place you hadn't known existed. Without a moment's extra hesitation, you soaked in the last of the treehouse before climbing down the ladder to the forest floor once more. The path led you through the forest, the trees whispering their secrets as you went. You felt as though the very ground was guiding your steps, urging you forward. The colours grew even more vivid, the scents more potent, and the sounds grew clearer. The entire world you were within was alive with magic, and you were part of it. As you followed the map made of tea leaves, the forest grew denser, the path more twisted. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the whispers of the trees growing to a crescendo. The vines and branches parted before you, revealing a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. In the centre stood a grand table, laden with foods that seemed to glow with an inner light. Creatures of Celtic legend and lore mingled around it, their forms a blend of animal and plant, speaking in a symphony of clicks and chirps and even whispers that somehow you understood. The moment your eyes fell upon them, the gathering fell silent, their gazes turning to you. A total hush fell over the clearing, and you felt the weight of 1,000 years of secrecy and tradition pressing down. A small leaf-covered creature with a face that was both wise and mischievous stepped forward, extending a hand no larger than your thumb. "Welcome, wanderer," it said, its voice like the rustling of pages in an ancient tome. "You are the first of your kind to be invited to our celebration. Drink deep of our hospitality, for tonight we share our world with you." The table groaned with the weight of the feast before you. Fruits and vegetables you had never seen before, their skins gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. There were meats roasting on spits made of living branches, the flames licking at them gently, and not a single animal in sight that looked harmed. The creatures of the forest had brought offerings of their own. Nectar from the rarest of flowers, honey dripping from combs that hung from the trees, and berries that sparkled like jewels. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meats and sweet blossoms, a symphony of flavors that tickled your nose and made your mouth water. You took a seat at the table, the wood warm and welcoming beneath you. The creatures parted to make way, their eyes filled with curiosity and respect. The leaf-covered creature that had spoken to you took its place at the head of the table, gesturing for you to start. You reached for a fruit. its skin as smooth as glass, and took a tentative bite. The taste was indescribable. A burst of sweetness that filled your mouth, followed by a hint of something tart, something wild. The celebration began in earnest, the creatures raising their voices in song and laughter. The music was unlike anything you had ever heard. A blend of flutes made from hollowed-out branches, and drums fashioned from animal skins. The rhythm was hypnotic, and you found yourself swaying gently to the beat, unable to resist the joy that filled the air. Plates of food were passed around, each one more tempting than the last. You tasted dishes that defied description, each bite a symphony of flavour that seemed to resonate through your very soul. As the meal wound down, the leaf-covered creature at the head of the table raised a small, delicate horn to its lips and blew a single clear note. The music faded away, and the voices of the forest grew hushed once more. Tonight, it announced, we shall have a contest of tales. Let us see what stories the human heart holds. A murmur of excitement rippled through the assembly, their eyes alight with anticipation. You felt a gentle nudge from the Treehouse spirit, reminding you of the stories you had heard as a child, the ones that had made you believe in the magic of the world. You took a deep breath, feeling the words bubbling up from within you. As you began to speak, the creatures leaned in, their eyes wide and eager. You told of heroes and heroines, of quests and battles, of love and loss. Your voice grew stronger with each syllable, the power of the ancient forest weaving itself into your words. The clearing grew still as the last note of your tale hung in the air. The creatures applauded, their leaves rustling and wings fluttering in approval. The leaf-covered creature at the head of the table regarded you with a knowing smile. Your story is a fine one, human, it said, its voice filled with warmth. It carries the scent of truth and the spark of the wild. The others murmured in agreement, their forms swaying to the rhythm of your words. One by one, the creatures of the forest took their turn, sharing stories that had been passed down through generations. Each tale was a thread in the vast tapestry of the enchanted highlands, weaving together a picture of a world where magic and nature were one. There was a whisper of a breeze that spoke of a fierce battle between the trees and the winds, a tale of a fox that outwitted a witch, and a heartwarming story of a lost fawn finding its way home. Each story was told with such passion and vividness that you could almost see the scenes unfold before your eyes. As the moon reached its zenith, the leaf-covered creature called for the final tale, and as an ode to their appreciation, their choice landed with you once more. You took a deep breath, feeling the power of the ancient forest resonate within you. The air grew still as you began to speak, your words painting a picture of a world that was both familiar and fantastical. You talked of a time when humans and the forest folk lived side by side, sharing in the bounty of the land and the wisdom of the ancients. The creatures listened intently, their eyes gleaming with wonder and hope. When the last syllable of your second story hung in the air, the clearing erupted into applause yet again. The trees themselves seemed to shiver with excitement, their leaves whispering in approval. The creatures looked at you with newfound respect, their voices a cacophony of cheers and congratulations. The leaf-covered creature at the head of the table stepped forward, holding aloft a goblet filled with a glowing liquid. You have captured the essence of our world, it announced, its voice carrying through the night. For your gift of storytelling, we grant you eternal youth in our realm. The liquid in the goblet shimmered like stardust, and you could feel its power thrumming through the very air. The creatures chanted in a language that resonated deep in your soul, and the earth beneath you trembled gently. You took the cup with a shaking hand, feeling the warmth of the forest's energy flow into your fingertips. With a single, unbroken motion, you brought the goblet to your lips and drank. The sensation was unlike anything you had ever felt before. It was as if the essence of the enchanted highlands itself was coursing through your veins, rejuvenating every cell in your body. Your skin grew taut and fresh, your eyesight sharpened, and your hearing much more acute. The sounds of the night grew clearer, the whispers of the trees now a symphony of secrets. The fire in your chest grew to a warm, comforting glow, the same as the light that danced in the eyes of the creature around you. One by one, they approached you, laying gentle hands upon your shoulders or brushing their wings against your skin. Each touch brought with it a feeling of kinship, a bond forged in the fires of shared stories and newfound understanding. The weight of the years lifted from your shoulders, leaving behind only the vibrant energy of the eternal now. The creatures of the forest saw in you a kindred spirit, one who could carry their tales into the mortal world and keep the magic of their realm alive. But amidst the joy of your newfound youth, a drawn pang of longing pierced your heart. The faces of those you had left behind, the comforts of the human world, the very essence of your past life called out to you. Everything you had ever known and loved came back to you in the only light you ever wished to see it in. The warmth of the forest's embrace felt like a gentle reminder of a cold reality that awaited you outside its enchanted veil. But in time, that cold feeling felt more like a pull to the life you know you could have in your own world. One filled with love, joy, gratitude, kindness, beauty and adventure. It was all there, waiting for you. Your adventure to this land had merely shown you the way. You knew you could not stay here forever, much as the thought of leaving filled you with a profound sadness. You approached the leaf-covered creature, the newfound vitality in your step, surprising even yourself. I must return to my own world, you said, your voice filled with both resolve and regret. But I will carry your tales with me, and I will honour the bond we have shared this night. The creature's eyes, ancient and knowing, searched yours. understanding the silent plea within your words. With a nod, it handed you a small pouch, the fabric woven from the same material as the quilts in the treehouse. Take this, it said. Whenever you feel the pull of the mundane, let the whispers of our world remind you of the magic that dwells within you. You took the pouch, feeling the warmth of the creature's hand linger on your own. Inside, you could feel the weight of something precious, a tangible piece of the enchantment you had experienced. You left the clearing with a heavy heart, tracing your steps through the forest. Each leaf and twig seemed to bid you farewell, the tree's whispers growing softer as you moved away from the heart of the woods. As you approached the waterfall, you felt a tug at your soul. But this time, it was one that pulled you through the waterfall, back to your world. It was exciting, and you couldn't wait to seize your life back once more. It was all up to you, and knowing that was the most incredible feeling you'd ever felt in your life. With a deep sigh and a step forward, the waterfall embraced you like an old and familiar friend. And just like that, you were gone. There was once an old fisherman who lived somewhere quiet, nestled on the coast in the rugged West Highlands of Scotland. He lived alone for most of his years, working constantly, taking to the choppy waters in his little fishing boat as often as the weather would allow him. He needed to work as much as he could to supply the local village with enough food to eat. The village was isolated from the roads, isolated from much of civilization, so largely depended on him. But he didn't mind. He liked the community, and did his best to play his crucial part. One time, however, he felt a little lonely and had an idea. He took a day off work and so ventured over to the mainland one fine spring morning. He had seen in the West Highland Free Press a few days prior that some puppies were in need of a good home. I could give them a good home, he thought to himself, so off he went, all giddy and excited about hopefully bringing back a friend with him. When he arrived at the steading, the farmer showed him to a pen at the back which was filled with straw. Inside the pen were no fewer than 7 puppies, all golden-ish, some longer hair, some shorter. They appeared to be Labradors, Retrievers, or even a mix of both.
Them lot over there are taken already, so is that one. Those 2 there also. Just these 2 over here left.
The farmer pointed to a pair of puppies, cuddled up together in one corner of the pen. At that moment, they were falling in and out of sleep, practically woven together in the form of one dog. The old fisherman quietly stepped into the pen and carefully stooped down to the 2 of them. The pups stirred, yawning, waking slowly, before instantly rolling over and playing with the man's old hand. They gnawed a little and chewed at his fingers, and then set about tumbling over one another, play-fighting. Truth be told, he hardly felt them chew and nip at his hands anyway. The crabs and lobsters usually did a lot worse. In that moment, though he was hardly the wiser, he melted and fell in love with the both of them. He'd thought to only come away with one, but the 2 pups were clearly best of friends, and he couldn't bring himself to separate them. So, carrying one under each arm, he left the steading, fully loaded, his heart full of love, feeling happier than he'd felt in a lifetime. On the boat ride home, he popped them into a large dog cage he'd borrowed from a local shop owner. As he crossed the choppy waters, the sky above him hung grey and pregnant with rain, but casting his gaze behind and across to the Isle of Skye, he noticed a little sun ray or 2 appearing from over the mountains to the west. They then shone right at the boat, picking them out like a spotlight. The stream of light then pursued the village up ahead, picking out the craggy rocks which signalled the entrance to the natural port. He peered down at the two bright blonde pups, one slightly fluffier, more boisterous, and larger than the other, craggy like the rocks. The other was more petite, gentler, and very beautiful. He could get lost in her big eyes, just like he could lose himself looking across to the island. They hadn't even made it back to shore yet, but it was as good as set in stone. The fisherman, Sky, and Rocco were bound for the village. They were all going home. For 6 whole months, Sky, Rocco, and the fisherman lived a wonderful life together. They would play, they would work, and they would do and have so many adventures in and around the village. Everyone loved the 2 dogs, especially the children at the school. Each day Sky and Rocco would walk down to the school at home time, just to say hello to each of the kids there. But the parents loved seeing them just as much. They were always out and about, adventuring or exploring. Some people even called them the adventure pups. Whether they were on the fisherman's boat, helping him to pull in the creels, out in the hills, chasing their sheep or deer friends, or even down at the pier, hoping to hoover up a stray chip or ice cream drip from the families that gathered. The 2 dogs were definitely best of friends, and no one could separate them. They would often sit together at the end of the pier early in the evening as the sun went down, and a few casual fishers came down with their rods and reels. Rocco would gaze across to the islands and mainlands and promise that one day they would travel out of the village and explore the rest of the world. Sky would naturally agree, saying she'd love nothing more. They were the adventure pups, after all. Later that year, however, toward the winter, the weather in the small village across from the Isle of Skye turned foul as foul. Freezing winds blew in from the Atlantic, which churned up storm after storm, destroying barns, damaging homes, and demolishing fences. The first had been a typical winter storm, with tall winds and driving rain, but that was not enough to deter the old fisherman. He went out to sea, with Skye and Rocco, who were hardly going to be left behind. They wanted more than anything to go with him. They stood fast and sturdy on the bow, rain driving into their fur as they fished as a team, doing their very best. When they arrived home, it was a poor yield, so the following day the fishermen had no choice but to set out and try again. But this time he made Skye and Rocco stay behind. The weather was worse, with even greater winds, and the temperature was to drop into the minuses. Despite dwindling stocks, some locals urged him to stay, but at 6:30 in the morning, sometime in October, the fisherman disappeared into the darkness of the winter storm. The two dogs waited, and they waited all day and all night, but the fisherman never came home. It had been the best 6 months of their lives, not that they'd known any differently. But that was all about to change. They knew it in their hearts. And over the next couple of days, all of that became a reality for Skye and Rocco. They would work it out. No matter what, they would be best friends forever. They promised each other that. Around 1 year later, Skye woke up that day earlier than usual, though she was still snuggled up in her bed. She loved lions, and she hardly moved a muscle until the very last moment, when one of them decided it was time to get up. As soon as both of their feet were wiggling in the carpet, Skye would spring up from her cosy spot on the bed and wag her tail frantically, ready for whatever the day was to throw at her, or for her, maybe to fetch. Nearly a year ago, the petite golden Labrador Skye had been adopted by another fisherman and his wife, who lived up on the north shores of Skye. They'd loved her name, and thought it only fair that she live somewhere she was destined to be. Skye was forever by the wife's side, always willing to help, but even more willing to receive whatever pats and snuggles were going free. By anybody's measure, and compared to most other dogs, she was a total wee sook, and just loved love. Whilst the fisherman was out at work, Skye would help with any cooking. This was her favourite thing to do, just ahead of fetching the newspaper or cuddling up for impromptu naps. She took absolute pride in keeping the kitchen floor squeaky clean at all costs, even if it meant dealing with anything that landed there. Crumbs, ham, broccoli, lemons, she'd eaten it all, because she took her job very seriously. Skye was a very gentle soul, with the largest opals of puppy dog eyes, who would always sit very nicely, once told for the second or third time. Her favourite snack of all were ice cubes, and she'd sit very well, gifting a paw before taking the ice cubes in slow motion. So gentle was she. Then she'd slide over to her own bed and settle down. This was where she preferred to eat her snacks. Skye also loved to clean, do the laundry, hang it out, go to the shops, and dig holes. The latter would normally not be considered a great trait, but one couldn't fail to be impressed by her excavating skills. She was proud of them, so why shouldn't everyone else be? Bedtime was also one of her favourite things. She would hover nearby, side-eyeing the covers, whilst the fisherman and his wife settled down themselves. But as soon as even a finger touched the quilt, Skye was up on the bed and flopped right down in the middle, just so she could get prime spot. Sometimes it became a race of deceive or be deceived, as they tried to get under the covers without giving her a head start. It would always end up in tears of laughter, and a dead-weight Skye sprawled across their chests, licking her nose and sneezing with excitement. Yes, Skye was enjoying her new life up on the island. The house was perched on a wee hill nearby to a large sandy beach, and the rain didn't usually fall until it blew more inland. It was island paradise of the rugged kind. The late autumnal day blew fresh but bright as she peered through the sheer curtains of the bedroom before trotting into the kitchen. She was happy, but there was something definitely missing from her life. She missed Rocco a lot. He was her best friend, and always would be. It was the start of a new day, and she couldn't wait to get on with it. But especially this day, because this day was different, she knew, as she peered up at the scenic calendar on the wall. It had been 365 days since. Skye vibrated with excitement and sneezed a bit too, as she often did when she was buzzing. She'd better get her wee paws in gear. About 50 miles east, Rocco the Golden Retriever had just finished his third game of tug-of-war of the morning and was halfway through his first breakfast. The kitchen of the family home was always a riot in the morning as the kids got ready for school, bacon and eggs fried, cereal was slung into bowls from a distance, and parents ushered the kids around, finding clothes and bags and books. It was his favourite time of the day, because his second breakfast usually appeared all over the ground, and sometimes his third was handed down from the table by one of the boys who wouldn't finish his toast. Rocco was the typical big, daft family dog, at least from first impressions. He always wanted to play, loved to wrestle and carry on with the 3 children, and was never far from one of his toys that he carried everywhere. To someone looking in, he was just a big boof head, really. But look a little deeper, and he was also very compassionate, and could also be the best cuddle buddy one could ever ask for. He sometimes knew, when to calm down, relax, and he was just as likely to be found horizontal on the floor, tripping people up, as he was, full of beans and causing chaos. The sleepy village of Plockton was a very pretty place. It was home to a small, quaint beach that Rocco loved to visit. Every day, when he went for a big walk with one or both of the parents, he'd sniff about the beach, curious about everything. And every time, without fail, he'd bring back a stone or two in his mouth. The front garden of the house was turning into Rocco's very own landscaped rock garden at the rate that he worked. Also at odds with normal first impressions, given his exuberance and willingness to jump, he was oddly obedient. He would always wait to be told he could begin his official breakfast. Shh, don't tell anyone about toast time. He would always hold up both paws before receiving treats. He would sit quickly and leave a room if he was told to. He really was a very good boy, and a fine gentleman upon second impression at least. And then all dignity would be lost in the water bowl, which he would reliably empty all across the kitchen floor. When he drank, it was as if a paddle steamer had diverted from the bay via the kitchen and Rocco's water bowl. It was estimated he actually drank less than half of the water that was there. But that was Rocco, and everybody loved him for it, with his big, silly face. He was also fairly happy with his life in Plockton. But Rocco missed Skye. He had ever since they'd left each other nearly a year ago. But then his ears pricked up as he heard one of the kids say something that morning at breakfast. He heard them say the date. It was almost time. Just one more day, and he could hardly wait. As Skye snuck out of the back door that morning, she glanced back at her little house on the hill and swore to come back safe and sound. But she had to do something. She'd promised, a year ago to the day, that her and Rocco would finally reunite. They knew they belonged together, and it had been awful for them when they were adopted separately. A year to dogs felt like a literal lifetime, but a promise was a promise, and Skye took that very seriously indeed. Underneath the steady sea wind and fast-moving white clouds, she looked out across the heather to the waves that crashed into the rocks below the house. Beyond them, she could see the faint outline of the Outer Hebrides on the horizon. The haze made it hard to see, but she loved that view. It was so big and free, much like the world she faced that day. She was so excited, and as she trotted and sneezed her way down the stony path to the main road, she shivered a little as the breeze caught beneath her fur. Stood at the bottom of the drive, she looked left and right. Which way? Up ahead, the great cliffs and rocky landmarks of the Kerrang loomed ahead. Eagles skirted the cliffs, effortlessly riding the currents. With a sniff, she opted to go left, sensing it was the right way. She walked along the road for what felt like ages to her, but keen as a cucumber, Skye loved cucumber, she found an old, battered and rusty Land Rover pull up beside her on the road. The window rolled down, and an old farmer called out of the window.
Are you needing a lift somewhere, Skye? You'd better not be out too long or your folks will miss you. In you get. Come on.
The farmer then leaned across and opened the door. Skye knew the farmer from up the croft fairly well, so happily hopped in to the passenger seat. They drove south together, passing the vast, expansive views of the North Sea to their left, and the craggy cliffs of the old Man of Store to their right. The clouds thinned, and the bright blue sky above shone like the heavens. The sea gave way to a large loch as they descended along twisty single-track roads. In the middle of the loch, Skye could see a fisherman in his wee boat, and she felt a little guilt for leaving her own. But, as she said, she wouldn't be long. She had to do this. Quite soon, the rickety old Land Rover trundled into Portree Square. There was a wee woman in an ice cream van, parked up in the middle. Some may have thought ice cream on a cold and blustery day would be silly, but this was Skye. If the sun was out, so was the ice cream. Skye, the dog, glanced across to the farmer and pawed at the window before they passed. Her puppy dog eyes were going full clatter at that point.
All right then, my treat. But don't let your folks tell.
He leaned across once more, winding down the window, and pulled the Land Rover up beside the ice cream van. Reading the arrangement, and seeing the salivating Skye propped up on the doorframe, the nice lady produced a wee Mr. Whippy ice cream and handed it to the farmer, who then let Skye go flat out on the thing. She remembered thinking to herself to add ice cream onto her list of favourite things. Soon after, the farmer dropped Skye off at the Sligachan Hotel after crossing the middle of the island, for he was off to Portnalong to pick up feed for the cattle. From there, Skye was right in the middle of, well, Skye. She could see everything. The black Coolin Ridge lined the horizon to the west. Ominous clouds clung to their peaks. The red Coolins shot up right beside her and fed into the south. A lovely, beautiful river flowed down from the moors beneath a stone archway bridge. She saw some kids playing in the swing park in front of the hotel and decided to join in for a while. And it was all very fun until one of the younger kids heaved her up with all his might into the child's swing and started to push. As funny as she looked, Skye wasn't so certain she enjoyed the sensation of swinging. And then she realised how distracted she'd gotten. So after a few cheeky crisps and other treats from the children, she headed off once more to find her best friend Rocco. She elected for a gap between two mountains that looked like they might go in the right direction. It turned out that route was very boggy and wet, and after an hour she'd ended up clung to the side of one of the big mountains, sheltering from the rain that had moved in fast. That was typical Skye weather for you. What should she do now? At that point, a wee deer strolled past, nibbling heather. The deer saw Skye curled up beneath the rock and hopped over to see if she was okay. She asked the deer if they knew which direction she should go in if she wanted to reach a place called the Skye Bridge. After a moment thinking, the wee deer, pointing a hoof, suggested further up the hill and beyond. So with a sigh, Skye thanked the wee deer and set off, summoning some more determination from deep within. After a few more hours of soggy, wet climbing and descending, and climbing some more, she found herself at the very summit of a mountain. Suddenly the sun broke out from the clouds, which she could practically lick right there over her head. The wind was strong up there, and would have frozen her, for it not the warmth that now shone down on her back. Her ears flapped madly in the breeze, and she shut her eyes, feeling the water wick from her back. From the mist that clung to the hillside, a group of walkers then appeared, all clad in bright waterproof clothing and big boots. Some even held spiky sticks that looked like skewers for sausages. They greeted her with kindness and love, and after giving her a little water, they encouraged her back down the other side with them. Skye was very glad for some company, but that just made her think more about Rocco. Once back to their cars, they all drove further south to the village of Broadford and got some fish and chips from a takeaway cafe. Together, sat down by the water's edge, they feasted and warmed up with a nice cup of tea. Skye even got her own chippy. This adventuring stuff really was amazing, she thought. If only she had a wee dog partner to do it with. With a little lick of gratitude, Skye was off again. She could see the bridge in the distance. Earlier that same day, on the misty morning in Plockton, all was still in the bay. It was very early, and the usual breakfast time commotion hadn't begun yet. Everyone was still very much asleep. Rocco knew what he needed to do. He'd remembered it perfectly. He made sure of it. Meet Sky on the Sky Bridge, just next to Sky, when the sky goes darker. That's how he'd remembered it. It was Rocco's boofhead way of making sure he didn't forget. With a big dog sigh, he leaped up against the sliding kitchen door and pushed it open easily with a shove. He learned to do that quickly after he'd get weeched outside at dinner time for sneaking sausages off the counter. Rocco stepped through the doorway and breathed in the morning air. He was free and on his way out of the gate. But only a few paces later he was swiftly trotting back in through the doorway to his breakfast bowl. With no one there to tell him he could start eating, he'd almost forgotten to eat at all. For a dog who loved breakfast as much as Rocco did, this was almost unthinkable. But that was Rocco for you. It only made sense in Rocco's mind. Once he'd chowed down his big bowl of biscuits and scrambled egg, at an alarming rate it must be said, this time he really was free, out of the gate and on his way, his bushy tail wagging merrily as he went. A mile or so down the road, he came to a turning. Rocco couldn't read, so guessed as best as he could which way he needed to go. Naturally, he turned the wrong way and went right. But he didn't blink, and cantered down the rutted road lined with gorse bushes without even so much as a doubt. The sun had just begun to rise by the mountains. The striking orange light that spilled over the dark rain clouds below was mesmerizing, and created little rainbows a great distance away. Inside, Rocco thought it was a very nice thing to look at indeed, and even had a quiet moment of contemplation. But a moment really was a moment in Rocco's mind, and then he went back to thinking of breakfast and his best friend Sky, with that silly, goofy grin on his face. A while later, still having no idea or care that he'd gone the wrong way, Rocco arrived at a steel gate at the edge of a big open field. This was the end of the road. The sun was now high in the sky, obscured by the odd drifting cloud. Seagulls soared high in the air, screeching at nothing much at all, which Rocco found very funny. It did seem odd to him that he couldn't go any further, It wasn't really how he'd remembered the road being when he went out with the family. But then again, maybe he'd just been daydreaming about something very tasty. Not to be deterred, or to even venture to the conclusion that he might have gone the wrong way, he trotted across the neatly tended grass toward a little corrugated iron shelter at the far side of the field. Upon arrival, he could see someone tinkering with a very amazing contraption machine thing. The lady was wearing a suede bomber jacket and a woolly hat to keep out the chill. Seeing him, she dropped down and held out her hands wide, into which Rocco plopped himself, grateful for the love and attention. His big tongue lolled out of his panting mouth, eyes shut, loving every second of the scritches and scratches. He was also quite happy for the warmth, as he was a tad chilly. The friendly lady peered down at his collar.
"What are you doing out here all on your own, Rocco? I'm pretty sure I've seen you around down by the hotel, eh? Didn't I feed you a few chips once? Anyways, how about we have a wee adventure this afternoon? The weather's about cleared up, and I was just about finished my checks."
Rocco loved adventures, so he panted happily and very quickly hopped up into the passenger seat of the big contraption. He'd never even seen, let alone been, in a machine like this before. He wondered what it was going to be like. With a few last checks, the lady hopped into her seat behind Rocco, pulling this lever and that switch, and with a big splutter, the machine shuddered into life, and a big spinny thing on the front of the machine began to spin very fast and noisily, like a big bee. In only a few minutes, the nice lady and Rocco were zooming along the field runway and into the air. The various birds that flew by saw quite the sight. This timeless and elegant flying machine was a 1950s tiger moth biplane, ochre in colour, and its taut canvas wings shuddered a little in the varying lift. Underneath, two large pontoons were hung, with small wheels fore and aft. As it swooped a long arc through the sky, the birds could see the happy, floppy tongue of Rocco flapping wildly in the wind of his open cockpit out front. He thought he'd loved car journeys with his head out of the window, but this was the next level. His eyes fluttered and squinted as he tried his best to keep them open, but he didn't really care. It all felt so good anyways. The views of the highlands were breathtaking. The rocky coastline was flecked with late heather and yellow gorseflower, and the waves lapped gently on the shores. Small islands dotted the open water, before the mountainous and striking Isle of Skye occupied a large part of their view in the distance. Rain clouds mixed with sunshine over the very tallest peaks, but it was the thing closer than that which caught Rocco's attention the most. A smooth, leaping bridge connected the mainland to Skye. He realized then that that was where he wanted to go. He barked a few happy barks in the direction of the bridge, looking to the nice lady to see if she got the message. Supposing as much, she gave him a flying salute over the roar of the air, and pointed the nose of the tiger moth toward Skye. Skye was a truly beautiful wee doggo, so she'd had no difficulty fetching another lift from a kind tourist who'd taken her the rest of the way from Broadford to nearby Kailachin at the heel of the island. They'd opened the door and she hopped out, thanking them with a wee cuddle and lick. The car zoomed off, and she was left facing the very thing she'd hoped to find. Through the tall pine trees, she saw the road climb up and disappear over the brow of the Skye Bridge. She could hardly contain her excitement, but through her giddy shivers and yet more adorable sneezes, she ran as fast as she could towards it. The path beside the road started to climb steeper and steeper, and then the trees fell away from below the road. Suddenly she was exposed and much higher up in the air. She glanced down at the washing waves below the bridge as the wind blew them up the sound. Over to her left, the sun was getting much lower in the sky, almost setting. It mingled with some clouds, turning the whole sky pinky orange. The water below sank into a deep but brilliant blue, reflecting the burning light in shimmers of gold. All of the island's mountains turned to dramatic silhouettes in the evening light. Skye had never seen anything so beautiful. The crest of the bridge was in sight now, and the wind flapped her floppy ears around vigorously as she blinked against it, panting hard. She was here. This was where she and Rocco were to meet. But she waited for a moment. So she waited for a moment as her wee heart settled down a little. All was quiet. Where was he? Had he possibly forgotten? She hoped not. A few more minutes passed as the sun got lower and lower in the sky, as every colour turned even more rich. She sat there, by the side of the road, only the odd car passing. Hope was beginning to slowly drain from her. But then she heard something. It was an engine, perhaps, and it sounded a bit like the grass cutter the fishermen used on the lawn. She traced it to the sky and saw a wee glinting shape zoom closer and closer, like a big bird that didn't flap. It swooped in a big circle over the sea and then came straight for the bridge. Skye followed it, for it was a curious sight. She'd never seen something like that before. The noise grew louder and louder until the big grass cutter bird got so close that she could see who was in it. No, it couldn't be. As the tiger moth swooped underneath the Skye bridge, Skye the golden Labrador saw in the front cockpit of the grass bird the fluttering ears, floppy tongue, and a daft grin of her best friend in the whole wide world, Rocco. Over the roar of the engine, he tried to bark up to her, but the sound was almost lost in the wind and the noise mostly. She barked back, bouncing and circling and shaking all over. The plane soared gently down to water level, caressing the waves a little, before the pilot brought the speed down to a trundle with a splash, aiming for the wee jetty on the mainland. But naturally, Rocco couldn't wait. Skye saw that he leapt from his seat in the plane straight into the water with an almighty splash. Elegant it was not, but then again, neither was Rocco. He swam and swam as hard as he could toward the sand, crawling out with a heavy coat. He shook himself dry and then ran as fast as he could to the road and then up onto the bridge. With barks of joy, the two best friends embraced each other and rolled around in a frenzy of ears, tongues and paws as they soared high on cloud 9. Neither of them had been so happy in all their lives. They had done it. They had reunited. They didn't even notice Rocco's family pull up in their car on one side of the bridge, and Skye's fisherman couple pull up on the other. All the humans just watched their dogs' hearts spill into overload as they'd come back together at long last. It touched them a lot. And so over the next little while, the families reflected together on their beloved dogs, and thought they could come up with a good plan to keep them together much more. Meanwhile, Sky and Rocco simply sat together, snug as a bug, gazing out onto the setting sun as it sunk behind the mountains of the Isle of Skye. This would be the beginning of the rest of their lives together. They'd never let anything separate them ever again. They were the adventure pups, and this was not the end of their story. It was only the beginning. Hello, my friend. Did you know a fairy architect has a very important job? All across the fairy kingdom, houses are passed down between generations of fairies, and are often hundreds or thousands of years old. But like anything, over time, these houses succumb to the elements, or return to the soil as their magical world is threatened by other human realities. So, it is up to you, our very own fairy house architect, to keep the livelihoods of the elusive and secretive fairies intact, by building and creating homes in which they can live long and happy lives, safe and sound from the outside world. Are you up to the challenge? I have no doubts that you are. So tonight, bring with you your handy toolbox, your paintbrushes, and your twine, but most importantly, your most vivid imagination, as we venture into the lush and sacred fairy tale woodlands together. As always, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. You stand at the edge of the ancient woodland, the cool, damp air of the Scottish Highlands enveloping you in its embrace. The towering trees, their branches entwined like the fingers of a giant hand, cast long, shadowy fingers across the mossy underbrush. The silence is almost palpable, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a solitary bird. The ground beneath you is a patchwork of vibrant greens and earthy browns, with the occasional burst of colour from wildflowers peeking through the dense foliage. You have ventured into these enchanted lands to construct a sanctuary for the fairy folk, a place where they can rest and play without fear of being disturbed by the clumsy steps of humans. The location you've chosen is a small clearing nestled in the crook of an ancient oak tree that stands sentinel over the rest of the wood. The base of the tree is gnarled and twisted, a perfect foundation for your fairy abode. With a gentle touch, you begin to gather materials, leaves that have fallen with the grace of a ballet dancer, twigs that have been shaped by the whispers of the wind, and pebbles that glisten with the secrets of the forest's hidden streams. The sun peeks through the canopy, casting dappled light across the clearing as you carefully select each piece. You feel a sense of purpose and connection to the land, as if you are part of an ancient tradition that has been lost to time. Each item you collect feels imbued with a faint, unspoken magic that hums in harmony with the whispers of the leaves and the distant echoes of the woodland. You find a small discarded bird's nest, its intricate architecture inspiring the layout of your fairy house. It's a reminder of the delicate balance between nature and the creations of the unseen inhabitants of this realm. Moving closer to the edge of the clearing, you spot a patch of bioluminescent mushrooms. Their soft, ethereal glow seems to beckon you, hinting at the enchantments they could bring to your project. You gently pluck a few, feeling the cool, velvety touch of their caps between your fingers. These will serve as both a natural light source and a protective barrier against any predators that might stumble upon the fairy sanctuary. The scent of the forest is rich and pungent, a symphony of earth and life that fills you with an invigorating energy. You notice that the sun has begun its descent, casting the woods in a soft, warm glow. The shadows grow longer, and the temperature dips, reminding you that you must work swiftly to complete the house before nightfall. The forest seems to hold its breath as you continue gathering. The only sound the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, and the distant hum of unseen insects. The first thing that you see that's on your fairy shopping list presents itself right before you. Some loose strands of strong spider silk. As it is an old web, you see it only natural that this silk finds purpose in a second life. You pick up a nearby smooth twig and begin to spin the loose strands around it that flow softly in the breeze. After a few minutes, you decide you've enough for the task at hand. Moving deeper into the woods, you come across a fallen log, its surface weathered by the elements, but still strong at its core. This is your treasure trove. With care, of course, you dismantle the decayed parts, revealing the aged, gnarled wood beneath. Each piece tells a story of the seasons it has seen, the storms it has weathered, and the life that has flourished and faded around it. The wood is not just a material, it's a piece of the forest's soul, offering protection and warmth to the fairy inhabitants. The leaves you seek are not ordinary ones. They are the ones that have danced in the moonlight and been kissed by dew. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes, a veritable palette for your fairy house's roof. You select the sturdiest ones you can, those that have clung to the branches longest, promising to shade the tiny inhabitants from the precarious Scottish weather. The leaves range from deep, earthy greens to fiery reds and oranges, a testament to the beauty of the changing seasons. As you lay them out, you cannot help but admire their delicate veins and the way they catch the fading light, casting intricate patterns on the ground. You decide to use the bioluminescent mushrooms as a border for the house, setting them at the edges of the clearing you've made. Their soft, otherworldly light creates a gentle boundary, marking the space as one of magic and refuge. You dig small, shallow holes with a stick, placing the mushroom caps in them with their stems pointing outwards. As you step back to admire your work, you realize the pattern you've created resembles an ancient Celtic knot, unintentionally weaving a protective charm around the property. Who would have known? Fancy that. The clearing is now ready for the foundations of your fairy house. With a handful of pebbles, you begin to lay a smooth circular path leading from the entrance to the base of the oak tree. Each stone is carefully chosen for its size and shape, ensuring that the path is not only visually pleasing, but also very comfortable for the tiny feet that will tread upon it. The sound of the pebbles clicking into place is a rhythmic melody that seems to resonate with each one. You then pull out a small hand trowel from your backpack, the metal glinting in the fading light. With it, you carefully scrape away the top layer of soil, revealing the rich, dark earth beneath. The scent of the turned earth fills the air, mingling with the aroma of the mushrooms and moss. The ground is surprisingly soft and yields easily to your touch, as if it, too, is eager to see the house come to life. With each scoop, you imagine the roots of the tree extending, offering a warm embrace to the new structure that will soon stand beside it. The stones you've collected from the nearby stream are smooth and water-worn, their surfaces gleaming with the remnants of their journey. You lay these around the perimeter of the clearing, creating a foundation for the house that mirrors the sturdy trunk of the oak. The stones fit together like a puzzle, their varied sizes and shapes creating a pleasing mosaic that seems to hold the promise of a cosy fireplace within the fairy abode. As you work, the sound of the stream's gentle flow becomes a lullaby, guiding your hands and steadying your breath. For the walls of the house, you turn to the twigs you've collected, which seem to have been waiting for this very moment, curved and bent just so, as if they were once the bones of some mythical creature. With a pocket knife, you trim and shape them, creating a sturdy yet whimsical framework. Each snip and scrape of the blade against the wood echoes through the clearing. The twigs are malleable and pliant in your hands, bending to your will as you weave them together, leaving gaps for windows and a doorway. The structure finally starts to take shape, a miniature castle rising from the earth. Next, you gather moss of varying shades, using it to fill in the spaces between the twigs. It clings to your fingers, damp and cool, as you lovingly mold it into place. The moss acts as both insulation and decoration, giving the fairy house an organic, lived-in look. you take special care with the door and the window frames, ensuring they are perfectly asymmetrical, as fairies are known to be quite particular about such things. The scent of moss fills the air, a faint musk that whispers within the forest floor. You take a step back for a moment's contemplation. You decide that a few more twigs are needed for the walls, just to provide a little extra safety and security. So, you begin to weave another delicate lattice of twigs and branches to secure the walls, and bind them with fine strands of the spider silk you found earlier. The spiders of the woods are known to be masterful craftsmen, and you hope the fairies will appreciate the added protection and detail. The lattice is intricate, allowing the light to filter through in the day and the moon's soft glow to kiss the interior at night. Each strand is placed with precision, creating a web of warmth and safety. The leaves you've collected become the shingles for the roof. You arrange them in a pattern that mimics the scales of a dragon, a creature of myth that's said to protect treasures in this land. Starting from the base of the house, you overlap each leaf carefully, building upwards in a spiral towards the peak of the structure. The colours of the leaves blend together, forming a beautiful pattern that shimmers in the dappled sunlight. As you work, you can almost feel the excitement of the fairies that will soon call this place home. The roof then takes shape, the leaves fluttering gently in the breeze, as if they are alive with anticipation. You tie them down with more strands of spider silk, ensuring that the roof is secure against the whims of the Highlands weather. Each knot is a silent promise to keep the fairy family dry and warm through the harsh winter months. You take another step back, looking at your watch, and ponder what to do next. Normally this would be time for a cup of tea, to mull things over and decide what you'd like to do next. However, the night was moving quickly, and you needed to finish before nightfall. Your eyes scan the clearing, now transformed into a cosy fairy domain. But the house needs a touch of magic, something to truly make it a place of wonder. A smile crosses your face as you recall the tales of fairy doors. tiny portals that lead to grand halls and mystical lands. You decide this is what your final touch will be on the outside. You search the woods for the perfect piece of bark, one that's been shaped by time and weather to form an arched entrance. After a short while, you find it, attached to a fallen tree. With care, you pry it loose, revealing a doorway that seems to have been waiting for this very moment. The wood is warm and smooth, the bark patterned like an aged piece of parchment with a mysterious script of nature. You return to the house and affix the bark with the last of the spider silk, shaping it into a miniature door with a tiny knob made from a polished acorn. The silk holds it in place, glimmering faintly in the fading light. If you don't say so yourself, the door is a masterpiece, a gateway to a world unseen by human eyes. You step back and survey your work, your heart swelling with pride. The fairy house stands complete, nestled in the crook of the mighty oak, surrounded by the bioluminescent mushroom border and the cobblestone path you've so carefully laid. Now, though, it is time for the most important of elements, the interior design. You know that fairies are drawn to beauty and comfort, so without a moment's more hesitation, you close your eyes, wishing hard. You wish and you wish, feeling every ounce of your body pour into your thoughts as you put your purpose forward and will yourself on. When you open your eyes, the fairy house stands before you, just as before, but now it towers above you. In fact, everything does. The huge oak tree, the forest floor twigs, and the blades of grass which shine beneath the sunlight. You have successfully shrunk yourself, a very important part in completing the task at hand. You wouldn't be much of a fairy house architect if you couldn't be the size of a fairy now, would you? You enter the house through the minuscule entrance, ducking your head to avoid the leafy canopy. Inside, the space is surprisingly large, a testament to the magic of your design. The walls are lined with velvety moss, giving the room a soft glow that's both soothing and inviting. You turn your attention to a staircase. For the staircase, you turn to the heart of the oak tree, carving out a small spiral path with the tip of your pocket knife. You coax the wood to bend and twist into the desired shape. The scent of the oak fills the space, a warm, welcoming aroma that seems to echo the tree's approval. As you work, and you work, carefully and delicately carving the perfect staircase for tiny fairy feet, you whisper ancient incantations, ones you've read about in dusty tomes and heard whispered in the night by the campfire. They are words of protection and blessing, a charm to ensure the staircase is not just a way up, but a conduit of goodwill between the worlds of humans and fairies. Each step is carefully hewn from a piece of the fallen log, sanded smooth with a small stone you found by the stream. You measure each step with a portion of a leaf's width, ensuring that even the tiniest fairy can ascend with ease. The steps curve around the trunk, a delicate dance of wood and imagination that spirals upwards towards the open living space you've envisioned. The stairs lead to a small platform that overlooks the entrance, a perfect spot for a cosy reading nook or a place to entertain fairy guests. You can see the door below, the mushrooms framing it like a gateway to a hidden kingdom. For the living area, you collect soft feathers that have been abandoned by the birds of the woods. You weave them into a plush carpet that seems to float above the moss-covered floor. It's a simple task, but one that requires patience and a gentle touch. As you work, you imagine the delight of the fairies as they glide across the soft surface, their laughter filling the space. Next, you turn your attention to the creation of the seating. Using the downy feathers and the pliable stems of ferns, you fashion miniature chairs and sofas that seem to be plucked straight from a child's fantasy. Each seat is meticulously crafted, ensuring that even the most discerning fairy would find them comfortable. The ferns provide a natural frame, while the feathers form the cushions. You arrange them around a low table made from the cap of a mushroom, its surface polished smooth by the elements. For lighting, you notice the sap that seeps from the veins of the ancient oak. It's a sticky, amber substance that glows faintly in the gathering dusk. Carefully, you collect some of this precious material and, with a steady hand, you shape it into delicate lamps. The sap forms a translucent shell around tiny twigs and leaves, creating a warm, amber light that will flicker and dance on the walls of the fairy house. But they would dance more, with one more modification. You climb onto the leafy roof and use a sharp stone to gently cut a small circular hole, creating a skylight. The remaining light of the setting sun spills through, painting the interior of the house with a soft and heavenly glow. The fairies would be able to gaze at the stars from their cosy abode, a feature you know they would adore. But there's still more to be done. With the same stone, you carve a tiny chandelier from the wood of the fallen log. It's a delicate, intricate piece that would make even the most skilled artisan envious. You then collect some of the finest, most transparent leaves, and, using more of the strongest spider silk, you carefully attach them to the wooden frame, creating a dainty, shimmering canopy. The leaves are arranged so that, when the sun shines through the skylight, they'll reflect and scatter the light like a kaleidoscope, filling the house with a dazzling array of colours. Once in place, the ambience inside the home is truly breathtaking. The little resin lamps now shining like amber stars. The next phase of your creation is, of course, the sleeping quarters. With a sense of urgency, you set to work, using your newfound size to navigate the miniature world with ease. You collect soft, downy feathers from the underbrush, feathers that have been warmed by the sun and kissed by the morning dew. These will serve as the perfect filling for the fairy beds, ensuring that their slumber is as light and peaceful as the flight of a butterfly. You carefully weave the feathers into the shape of a mattress, the size of a thimble, using the strongest strands of spider silk to hold them together. The mattress is then placed atop a frame made from the thinnest, most flexible twigs, which you've bent and shaped to create a sturdy yet comfortable base. The springs of the bed are made from the delicate stems of clovers, which give a slight bounce with each tiny touch. It's a task that requires both strength and precision, but you are undeterred, your hands moving with the grace of a seamstress weaving an invisible thread. Once completed, you turn your attention to the kitchen. This is not a place for human-sized appliances and utensils, but rather a space where the magic of the forest can be transformed into fairy feasts. you find a hollowed out section of the oak tree, perfect for the kitchen area. It's already equipped with small, naturally occurring shelves, carved out by time and weather, which you then line with more moss for a cosy, organic feel. For the countertop, you select a flat, smooth stone that you found by the riverbank. It's cool to the touch and has a slight sheen to it, as if it's been kissed by the moon's light. You clean it meticulously before sliding it into place. It's the perfect size for a fairy chef to prepare their meals. You can almost see their tiny pots and pans filled with the essence of wild berries and the whispers of the forest floor. You decide to create a water feature in the kitchen. A stream that flows gently from the outside world, bringing water, life and sound into the heart of the fairy house. You head to the nearby river, its banks lined with pebbles that sparkle in the twilight. You think carefully, planning about how you will achieve such a feature. After a few moments, you decide that, using a small handheld shovel, you will carefully dig a channel that leads from the river to the base of the oak tree, ensuring it's shallow enough for a fairy to wade through without fear. The water, when diverted, will flow down a series of gutters and troughs through the kitchen, bringing a soothing sound of gurgling life to the otherwise silent abode. For the guttering, you turn to the blades of grass that line the edges of the clearing. With a deft touch, you peel them away from their roots, keeping them as intact as possible. The grass is supple and responsive in your hands, bending and shaping to your will. You weave the grass into a delicate trough, securing it with even more spider silk. The silk acts like an invisible adhesive, blending the grass seamlessly with the moss walls and keeping the water contained without any leaks at all. You then dig a small channel from the river's edge, guiding the flow of water to your new gutter. It's a precise operation, requiring you to work on your hands and knees, your eyes never leaving the path you're creating. The water is cool and clear, and it sparkles as it catches the fading sunlight. The water joins the guttering, and you hear the stream pour willfully into the kitchen area, becoming a valuable source of life, before the stream then returns from the base of the house and back out to the river. With the kitchen complete, you give the entire house one last admiring look. The sun has set, and the stars are beginning to peek through the gaps in the canopy. The bioluminescent mushrooms cast a soft, otherworldly light across the clearing, and you can see the fairy dust being drawn to the house like a magnet. It's as if the very essence of the enchanted woods has been captured and condensed into this tiny space. Your work here is done. So with a final little wave goodbye, you smile to yourself at the brilliance of your handiwork and what it will do to keep these fairy tales alive. So, beneath the starlight, still the size of a fairy yourself, you, the fairy house architect, turn back to the woodland and set out in search of your next adventure. Hello there, my sleepy friend. Are you ready to be transported through a stormy story that is more than meets the ears? One that twists and turns like the tumultuous clouds of the very storm we lie beneath. I thought so. I really did. So before we begin, let us enjoy a few simple affirmations together. Besides, it'll mean we have more fun on tonight's sleepy adventure together. So when you are quite ready, lie back, take a deep breath, and embrace these with me. 10. I am grateful for the many blessings in my life. I am grateful for the many blessings in my life. 9. I look for and appreciate all the good. I look for and appreciate all of the good. 8. I welcome joy into my life. I welcome joy into my life. 7. I am in tune with the abundant nature of the universe. I am in tune with the abundant nature of the universe. 6. Wealth comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. Wealth comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. 5. My body knows what is best for my health and well-being. Listen to myself. My body knows what's best for my health and my well-being. Listen to myself. 4. I attract the perfect people at the right time. I attract the perfect people at the right time. 3. I deserve happiness and success. I deserve happiness and success. 2. Something wonderful is always happening. Something wonderful is always happening. Number 1. I am worthy. I am enough. You are worthy. And you are enough. I mean it. You are. Oh, and of course, welcome to Snooze with Sam. Relax and sweet dreams, everyone. You deserve it. You stand atop the ancient cliff, your boots firmly planted on the rugged, mossy stone. The wind whips around you, carrying the scent of the distant sea, hinting at the vast world that stretches beyond the horizon. The sun, a fiery orb, kisses the distant peaks goodbye, its warmth retreating as shadows creep over the landscape, painting it with a soft, amber glow. The Highlands of Scotland, a place where the whispers of history and the whispers of the wind are one and the same, stretch out before you in all their untouched glory. Your heart races as the first droplets of rain tap dance on your hood, a rhythmic prelude to the symphony that is about to unfold. The clouds, heavy with wet, pitter-pattery secrets, roll in from the west, cloaking the land in a shroud of mystery. You can feel the anticipation in the air as if nature itself is holding its breath in anticipation of the coming storm. Your eyes widen as a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, briefly illuminating the jagged cliffs and the dark lochs below, creating a stark, dramatic contrast against the deepening gloom. The wind picks up, turning from playful to urgent, as it tries to tug you off balance, whispering tales of the brave souls who once roamed these lands. You lean into it, feeling a strange kinship with the warriors of old, their spirits echoing in the gusts that whip through your hair. The rain begins to fall in earnest now. It feels like a cool embrace that seems to wash away the worries of the world below. Each droplet feels like a tiny benediction, connecting you to the very essence of this wild and untamed place. With a big yawn that could swallow the moon and a sleepy smile, you unzip your backpack, your eyes squinting against the rain. You pull out your trusty tent, which unfurls like a stubborn dragon from its hibernation. It's a dance, really, this delicate ballet of fabric and poles. You've done it 100 times before, but today the wind has other ideas. It snatches the material, playing keep away, turning what should be a straightforward setup into a comical battle of wits and will. You chuckle to yourself, imagining the amusement of any onlookers, if there were any to bear witness to your soggy performance. The tent seems to have a mind of its own, flapping wildly like a clown in a hurricane, refusing to conform to the shape you know it's capable of. Your limbs feel heavier with each failed attempt, the weight of the day's hike and the approaching storm making themselves known. However, you are not one to be outwitted by a few rogue gusts and a stubborn piece of outdoor gear. You stand firm, your laughter mixing with the whispers of said wind as you tug and coax the fabric into place. The rain taps a lullaby on your forehead, trying to lull you into a nap on the spot. But you resist, driven by the daft challenge before you. With a final grunt and a flourish, the tent surrenders, standing tall and proud, a tiny cocoon of dryness in the face of the encroaching tempest. You crawl inside, the rain-soaked fabric clinging to your clothes like a second cold skin. The floor is a little wet, but you are too tired to care. You spread out your sleeping bag with the grace of a soggy accordion, the sound of your teeth chattering, providing the perfect background music for your little shelter. Your gas stove, a trusty sidekick on countless adventures, emerges from its watertight pouch with a hiss of protest. You give it a comforting pat, whispering sweet nothings about hot tea and dry socks. The blue flame flickers to life, a tiny nugget of warmth in the dampness. You hold your breath as you balance the precarious tower of pot, water, and hope over the dancing flame. It is a delicate operation, one that would make a tightrope walker blush with envy. The water begins to bubble, and then frolic, eager to transform into something warm and comforting. You watch the steam rise, twisting and contorting into shapes that tell tales of warm fires and cozy evenings spent in the embrace of the wilderness, much like tonight. Your nose twitches at the scent of the brewing tea, a blend of mint and chamomile, the perfect potion for a night like this. The rain's crescendo outside is your personal orchestra, pitter-pattering and occasional crescendos of thunder. With the tent zipped tight, you sigh contentedly into your mug, the warmth seeping through your chilled fingertips and up your arm. The rain patters a tune against the fabric, a gentle lullaby for those brave enough to seek refuge in the arms of nature. You take another sip, the liquid gold sending a jolt of life through your veins. The storm seems to approve of your choice, as the wind plays a cooing melody with the guy lines as they stretch and hum with the gusts. You prop yourself up on one elbow, peering through the mesh window at the world outside. The sunlight, a stubborn streak of gold, refuses to be completely overpowered by the advancing storm. It pierces through the clouds, casting a surreal glow on the waves below, turning the raindrops into a glittering veil of diamonds. It is a show of Scotland's character, a dance between fire and water, light and dark, that plays out just for you, high on your rocky stage. With a soft smile, you take another sip of your tea, the minty warmth tickling your nose as you watch the rain's performance. The droplets look like tiny acrobats, somersaulting through the air before plunging into the sea loch with a splash that sends ripples scurrying to the shore. The storm is a reminder that even the most majestic of views come with a side of drama, and you wouldn't have it any other way. The sky above you is a mass of darkening blues and purples. The clouds swirl together in a dance of shapes and shadows. You squint, your sleep-deprived mind playing tricks on you as you make out a dragon here, a pirate ship there, and maybe, just maybe, a slightly soggy unicorn galloping across the heavens. It's a show that would make even the most seasoned cloud watcher drop their jaw in amazement. Or perhaps it's just the chilly air playing tricks on your weary eyes. The thunder rumbles, a low, grumbling belly laugh from the bowels of the earth, shaking the very cliff beneath you. You sip your tea, now lukewarm, but no less comforting, and watch the light show unfold. The lightning is an artist, painting strokes of white-hot electricity across the canvas of the night, briefly illuminating the bizarre menagerie of cloud creatures in a stark, stark relief. Each flash reveals new faces, new forms, new secrets in the ever-changing tapestry of the storm. It's like watching a silent, celestial cartoon full of slapstick and drama, directed by Mother Nature herself. You've got to take your damp hat off to her. She does put on quite a show. So you do, actually, removing it and hanging it up, trying to coax the rain out of its wee woolen cave. Now drier and much cozier, you slip into your sleeping bag, which is less a bag and more a warm, snug burrito of nylon. You lean against your backpack, which has the surprising firmness of a brick wall. It's a comforting weight, though, like a loyal dog that's decided you are its favourite human for the evening. Your eyes wander down to some soggy sheep who have closed in not too far from your tent, peering in with expressions that are half curiosity, half accusation. How dare you, they seem to say, have a cosy, dry shelter when we must endure this soggy symphony. But you know they're just jealous of your hot tea and the fact that your feet aren't cold and muddy like theirs. Feeling a little sorry for them, you must admit, you give them a knowing nod and a wee wave, almost apologetically. But they seem to care not, and continue to leer and lurk at you. They'll be fine. You're sure it's not their first thunderous rodeo. You close your eyes. The sound of the rain, now a gentle serenade rather than a taunting challenge. But as you start to drift off, a particular thought occurs to you. Maybe I could count sheep, you murmur to yourself, the words almost lost in the rain outside. But these aren't your average run-of-the-mill sheep. The idea tickles your thinker. They are Highland sheep, probably with their own tartan and bagpipes. You chuckle at the absurdity, your chest rising and falling with the rhythm of your giggles. If I'm going to count them, they might as well be doing something more interesting than just standing there looking wet. So you imagine the soggy flock performing a synchronized swimming routine in the sea loch, their woolen coats puffed up like water wings. The thunder is now their dramatic background music, each boom punctuating a perfectly timed splash. The lightning flashes, illuminating their woolly figures in a strobe-like fashion, highlighting their furry little dance. It's a ludicrous, delightful scene, one that has your eyes fluttering open with mirth. You take another sip of your tea, now fairly cool but still strangely soothing, and then watch the real sheep outside, who seem utterly unbothered by the storm's sonic booms. They huddle together, a woolly wallflower gathering, looking like they've got better things to do than swim a performance for you. With a yawn that could rival the width of the loch, you decide to give it a go. 1, 2, 3, you murmur, counting each sheep as it leaps over a non-existent hurdle in your mind. By the time you reach 50, your thoughts are less about counting and more about the absurdity of it all. The storm outside seems to be getting the hang of your game, the thunder now applauding your efforts with a booming round of golf claps. The sheep, of course, are unfazed, continuing their silent judgment from the safety of the rain-soaked grass. But then, a distraction. Your eyes catch a glimpse of a speck on the horizon, a tiny dot that seems to bob and sway with the whims of the sea. A lone fishing boat, a mere smudge of grainy colour against the steel grey waves, dances with the tempest. What in the name of Neptune are they thinking? You whisper to the sleeping bag, which is now a warm cocoon around you. It's a ridiculous sight, one that tickles your funny bone more than it does your fear. You prop yourself up on your elbows, squinting into the rain. The boat seems to be playing a game of hide and seek with the waves, now visible, now swallowed by the swells. They must be absolutely mad, you murmur, or incredibly skilled. You lean closer to the mesh, as if getting a better view will reveal their secrets. The rain beads off the fabric, creating tiny rivers that trace patterns down the side of the tent. It's like watching a microcosm of the storm itself, right there in your hand. Your imagination, never one to be confined by the boundaries of reality, leaps into the fray. You are now on the boat, a modern-day pirate with a pair of binoculars instead of a spyglass. The wind is in your hair, the salt spray stinging your cheeks, and you are grinning like a lunatic, because, let's face it, who doesn't want to be a pirate at least once in their life? The sheep, now an audience of wet wool, seem to cheer you on, their bleats turning into laughter in your sleepy brain. The fishermen are your hearty crew, faces lined with the wrinkles of 1,000 storms, but their eyes are young and bright, full of the thrill of the chase. They are not after treasure, but something equally as precious. The perfect catch to share with their families back in the crofts, nestled in the valleys below. They hoist the sails with a heave-ho that would make even the sturdiest of pirate ships proud, and the boat leaps forward, eager to play in the storm's frothy waves. You are at the helm of the boat, your imaginary hat held firmly to your head with an invisible chin strap, steering through the chaos with a grin that could outshine the moon. The rain lashes at your face, but it's not cold, it's just invigorating. Each drop feels like a tiny cheer, a high five from the universe for choosing adventure over comfort. The waves, those mighty frothy beasts, try to knock you off course, but you're nimble, dodging and weaving like a waltzer at the fair. The crew, those grizzled fishermen, now transformed into your band of merry marauders, laugh in the face of the storm. They are not just men with nets and rods. They are jesters of the sea, juggling buckets and mending ropes with a flourish that could put any circus performer to shame. They spin tales of mythical creatures lurking beneath the waves, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the storm. You can almost see the kraken's tentacles rising from the depths, a sea serpent's tail slapping the surface, leaving a trail of bubbles that sparkle in the lightning's embrace. But then, reality crashes in like a rogue wave, and you are back in your tent. A bolt of lightning has ripped through the sky, so close you can feel the electricity in your teeth. Your eyes fly open, heart racing like a rabbit's in a greyhound's dream. For the moment, you are disoriented, your pirate hat askew and your sea legs wobbly on the solid ground of the cliff. You blink, the after image of the lightning dancing across your retinas like a mischievous fairy, leaving trails of sparkling colour. The thunder quickly follows, a boisterous belly laugh that shakes the earth. All right, you murmur to the storm. I get it. You're the boss around here. But as quickly as it woke you, sleep tugs at your eyelids again, a siren's call lulling you back into the embrace of your sleeping bag. You close your eyes, trying to recapture the whimsical pirate adventure that was so rudely interrupted. But that's like trying to stuff a genie back into a bottle. The Highlands have other plans for your slumber. And so, you march across the moors in your dreams, your feet barely touching the spongy peat, as if you are a giant in a world of miniatures. The wind plays a tune with the heather, whispering a melody that seems to shrug off the very idea of the storm's wrath. The castle on the headland, a stoic beauty against the raging sea, beckons you closer. Its walls are a patchwork of grey stone, mottled with lichens that whisper secrets to the gulls that dare to land. This is a place where kings and queens of the past would have felt right at home, you think, as you stride through the heather, your imaginary cloak billowing behind you like a royal flag. The bridge to the castle, a narrow arch of ancient stone, stretches over a chasm that yawns like a sleepy dragon. You tiptoe across it, your heart fluttering with the thrill of the approach. Each step echoes in the quiet, the rain's lullaby replaced by the distant roar of the sea. You can almost feel the ghosts of the castle's former inhabitants peering out of the windows, curious about the soggy traveller who's come to visit them in their watery slumber. You reach the castle's grand door, a wooden behemoth that looks like it's seen more storms than a ship's captain. It is adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts and knights that seem to wink at you, sharing in the absurdity of the moment. You raise your hand to knock. The coldness of the iron knocker sending a shiver down your spine. But before you can make contact, the door swings open with a dramatic creak that would make any horror movie director weep with joy. But this is not a nightmare. The inside is a surprise, a warm, cozy haven in the midst of this raging tempest. The walls are lined with tapestries that tell tales of love and valour, their threads glowing with the light of 100 candles that flicker and dance in the drafty air. The floor is a mosaic of stone, depicting scenes of battles and feasts, each stone a storyteller in its own right. The ceiling, high above, is a work of its own, painted with the night sky, complete with twinkling stars that wink down at you. It's like stepping into a giant's teacup, all cozy and snug, with the storm outside playing the part of a rowdy tea party. You shake off the rain like a wet dog and scan the great hall for the perfect spot. It's a toss-up between the grand fireplace, with its welcoming embers, and the plush chair in the corner that looks like it's been waiting for you since the dawn of time. The chair wins, hands down, and not just because it's the colour of a fine whiskey, but because it seems to whisper sweet nothings about warmth and comfort, and you're feeling a tad dramatic. You sink into it, feeling the cushions mould to your weary body like a loving hug from an old friend. The chair's arms are adorned with carvings of grinning goblins who seem to cheer you on as you make yourself at home. The storm outside has turned into a gentle snorer, the rain now a steady pitter-patter that's more comforting than the world's most expensive white noise machine. You're so tired, you could probably sleep through a bagpipe solo. But your mind is a whirl of pirate ships and woolly acrobats. You close your eyes, willing sleep to come. But instead, you find yourself floating in a sea of sheep. They're all around you, bobbing and weaving in the waves like tiny fluffy icebergs. The fishing boat has turned into a floating fortress, its mast a beacon of light in the storm. And then you stand atop an ancient cliff, your boots firmly planted on the ground. The wild wind whips around you, carrying with it the scent of the sea, hinting at a huge and vast world that stretches beyond where you can see. A faint sunlight kisses the distant peaks goodbye, its soft heat retreating as shadows creep over the landscape, painting it with a soft and comforting hue. It would appear as though you are in the Highlands of Scotland, a place where history and the whispers of the wind are one and the same thing, and all of it stretches out before you in an untouched glory. Your heart races as the first droplets of rain tap dance on your hood, a rhythmic prelude to the symphony that is about to unfold. The clouds, heavy with wet, pitter-pattery secrets, roll in from the west, cloaking the land in a shroud of mystery. You can feel the anticipation in the air, as if nature itself is holding its breath in anticipation of the coming storm. Your eyes widen as a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, briefly illuminating the jagged cliffs and the dark lochs below, creating a stark, dramatic contrast against the deepening gloom. The wind picks up, turning from playful to urgent, as it tries to tug you off balance, whispering tales of the brave souls who once roamed these lands. You lean into it, feeling a strange kinship with the warriors of old, their spirits echoing in the gusts that whip through your hair. The rain begins to fall in earnest now. It feels like a cool embrace that seems to wash away the worries of the world below. Each droplet feels like a tiny benediction, connecting you to the very essence of this wild and untamed place. With a big yawn that could swallow the moon and a sleepy smile, you unzip your backpack, your eyes squinting against the rain. You pull out your trusty tent, which unfurls like a stubborn dragon from its hibernation, It's a dance, really, this delicate ballet of fabric and pulls. You've done it 100 times before, but today the wind has other ideas. It snatches the material, playing keep away, turning what should be a straightforward setup into a comical battle of wits and will. You chuckle to yourself, imagining the amusement of any onlookers, if there were any to bear witness to your soggy performance. The tent seems to have a mind of its own, flapping wildly like a clown in a hurricane, refusing to conform to the shape you know it's capable of. Your limbs feel heavier with each failed attempt, the weight of the day's hike and the approaching storm making themselves known. However, you are not one to be outwitted by a few rogue gusts and a stubborn piece of outdoor gear. You stand firm, your laughter mixing with the whispers of said wind as you tug and coax the fabric into place. The rain taps a lullaby on your forehead, trying to lull you into a nap on the spot. But you resist, driven by the daft challenge before you. With a final grunt and a flourish, the tent surrenders, standing tall and proud, a tiny cocoon of dryness in the face of the encroaching tempest. You crawl inside, the rain-soaked fabric clinging to your clothes like a second cold skin. The floor is a little wet, but you are too tired to care. You spread out your sleeping bag with the grace of a soggy accordion, the sound of your teeth chattering, providing the perfect background music for your little shelter. Your gas stove, a trusty sidekick on countless adventures, emerges from its watertight pouch with a hiss of protest. You give it a comforting pat, whispering sweet nothings about hot tea and dry socks. The blue flame flickers to life, a tiny nugget of warmth in the dampness. You hold your breath as you balance the precarious tower of pot, water, and hope over the dancing flame. It is a delicate operation, one that would make a tightrope walker blush with envy. The water begins to bubble, and then frolic, eager to transform into something warm and comforting. You watch the steam rise, twisting and contorting into shapes that tell tales of warm fires and cozy evenings spent in the embrace of the wilderness, much like tonight. Your nose twitches at the scent of the brewing tea, the blend of mint and chamomile, the perfect potion for a night like this. The rain's crescendo outside is your personal orchestra, pitter-pattering and occasional crescendos of thunder. With the tent zipped tight, you sigh contentedly into your mug, the warmth seeping through your chilled fingertips and up your arm. The rain patters a tune against the fabric, a gentle lullaby for those brave enough to seek refuge in the arms of nature. You take another sip, the liquid gold sending a jolt of life through your veins. The storm seems to approve of your choice, as the wind plays a cooing melody with the guy lines as they stretch and hum with the gusts. You prop yourself up on one elbow, peering through the mesh window at the world outside. The sunlight, a stubborn streak of gold, refuses to be completely overpowered by the advancing storm. It pierces through the clouds, casting a surreal glow on the waves below, turning the raindrops into a glittering veil of diamonds. It is a show of Scotland's character, a dance between fire and water, light and dark, that plays out just for you, high on your rocky stage. With a soft smile, you take another sip of your tea, the minty warmth tickling your nose as you watch the rain's performance. The droplets look like tiny acrobats, somersaulting through the air before plunging into the sea loch with a splash that sends ripples scurrying to the shore. The storm is a reminder that even the most majestic of views come with a side of drama, and you wouldn't have it any other way. The sky above you is a mass of darkening blues and purples. The clouds swirl together in a dance of shapes and shadows. You squint, your sleep-deprived mind playing tricks on you as you make out a dragon here, a pirate ship there, and maybe, just maybe, a slightly soggy unicorn galloping across the heavens. It's a show that would make even the most seasoned cloud watcher drop their jaw in amazement. Or perhaps it's just the chilly air playing tricks on your weary eyes. The thunder rumbles, a low, grumbling belly laugh from the bowels of the earth, shaking the very cliff beneath you. You sip your tea, now lukewarm, but no less comforting, and watch the light show unfold. The lightning is an artist, painting strokes of white-hot electricity across the canvas of the night, briefly illuminating the bizarre menagerie of cloud creatures in a stark, stark relief. Each flash reveals new faces, new forms, new secrets in the ever-changing tapestry of the storm. It's like watching a silent, celestial cartoon full of slapstick and drama, directed by Mother Nature herself. You've got to take your damp hat off to her. She does put on quite a show. So you do, actually, removing it and hanging it up, trying to coax the rain out of its wee woolen cave. Now drier and much cozier, you slip into your sleeping bag, which is less a bag and more a warm, snug burrito of nylon. You lean against your backpack, which has the surprising firmness of a brick wall. It's a comforting weight, though, like a loyal dog that's decided you are its favourite human for the evening. Your eyes wander down to some soggy sheep who have closed in not too far from your tent, peering in with expressions that are half curiosity, half accusation. How dare you, they seem to say, have a cosy, dry shelter when we must endure this soggy symphony? But you know they're just jealous of your hot tea and the fact that your feet aren't cold and muddy like theirs. Feeling a little sorry for them, you must admit, you give them a knowing nod and a wee wave, almost apologetically. But they seem to care not, and continue to leer and lurk at you. They'll be fine. You're sure it's not their first thunderous rodeo. You close your eyes. The sound of the rain, now a gentle serenade rather than a taunting challenge. But as you start to drift off, a particular thought occurs to you. Maybe I could count sheep, you murmur to yourself, the words almost lost in the rain outside. But these aren't your average run-of-the-mill sheep. The idea tickles your thinker. They are Highland sheep, probably with their own tartan and bagpipes. You chuckle at the absurdity, your chest rising and falling with the rhythm of your giggles. If I'm going to count them, they might as well be doing something more interesting than just standing there looking wet. So you imagine the soggy flock performing a synchronized swimming routine in the sea loch, their woolen coats puffed up like water wings. The thunder is now their dramatic background music, each boom punctuating a perfectly timed splash. The lightning flashes, illuminating their woolly figures in a strobe-like fashion, highlighting their furry little dance. It's a ludicrous, delightful scene, one that has your eyes fluttering open with mirth. You take another sip of your tea, now fairly cool but still strangely soothing, and then watch the real sheep outside, who seem utterly unbothered by the storm's sonic booms. They huddle together, a woolly wallflower gathering, looking like they've got better things to do than swim a performance for you. With a yawn that could rival the width of the loch, you decide to give it a go. 1, 2, 3, you murmur, counting each sheep as it leaps over a non-existent hurdle in your mind. By the time you reach 50, your thoughts are less about counting and more about the absurdity of it all. The storm outside seems to be getting the hang of your game, the thunder now applauding your efforts with a booming round of golf claps. The sheep, of course, are unfazed, continuing their silent judgment from the safety of the rain-soaked grass. But then, a distraction. Your eyes catch a glimpse of a speck on the horizon, a tiny dot that seems to bob and sway with the whims of the sea. A lone fishing boat, a mere smudge of grainy colour against the steel grey waves, dances with the tempest. What in the name of Neptune are they thinking? You whisper to the sleeping bag, which is now a warm cocoon around you. It's a ridiculous sight, one that tickles your funny bone more than it does your fear. You prop yourself up on your elbows, squinting into the rain. The boat seems to be playing a game of hide and seek with the waves, now visible, now swallowed by the swells. They must be absolutely mad, you murmur, or incredibly skilled. You lean closer to the mesh, as if getting a better view will reveal their secrets. The rain beads off the fabric, creating tiny rivers that trace patterns down the side of the tent. It's like watching a microcosm of the storm itself, right there in your hand. Your imagination, never one to be confined by the boundaries of reality, leaps into the fray. You are now on the boat, a modern-day pirate with a pair of binoculars instead of a spyglass. The wind is in your hair, the salt spray stinging your cheeks, and you are grinning like a lunatic, because, let's face it, who doesn't want to be a pirate at least once in their life? The sheep, now an audience of wet wool, seem to cheer you on, their bleats turning into laughter in your sleepy brain. The fishermen are your hearty crew, faces lined with the wrinkles of 1,000 storms, but their eyes are young and bright, full of the thrill of the chase. They are not after treasure, but something equally as precious. The perfect catch to share with their families back in the crofts, nestled in the valleys below. They hoist the sails with a heave-ho that would make even the sturdiest of pirate ships proud, and the boat leaps forward, eager to play in the storm's frothy waves. You are at the helm of the boat, your imaginary hat held firmly to your head with an invisible chin strap, steering through the chaos with a grin that could outshine the moon. The rain lashes at your face, but it's not cold, it's just invigorating. Each drop feels like a tiny cheer, a high five from the universe for choosing adventure over comfort. The waves, those mighty frothy beasts, try to knock you off course, but you're nimble, dodging and weaving like a waltzer at the fair. The crew, those grizzled fishermen, now transformed into your band of merry marauders, laugh in the face of the storm. They are not just men with nets and rods. They are jesters of the sea, juggling buckets and mending ropes with a flourish that could put any circus performer to shame. They spin tales of mythical creatures lurking beneath the waves, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the storm. You can almost see the kraken's tentacles rising from the depths, a sea serpent's tail slapping the surface, leaving a trail of bubbles that sparkle in the lightning's embrace. But then, reality crashes in like a rogue wave, and you are back in your tent. A bolt of lightning has ripped through the sky, so close you can feel the electricity in your teeth. Your eyes fly open, heart racing like a rabbit's in a greyhound's dream. For the moment, you are disoriented, your pirate hat askew and your sea legs wobbly on the solid ground of the cliff. You blink. The after image of the lightning dancing across your retinas like a mischievous fairy, leaving trails of sparkling colour. The thunder quickly follows, a boisterous belly laugh that shakes the earth. All right, you murmur to the storm. I get it. You're the boss around here. But as quickly as it woke you, sleep tugs at your eyelids again, a siren's call lulling you back into the embrace of your sleeping bag. You close your eyes, trying to recapture the whimsical pirate adventure that was so rudely interrupted. But that's like trying to stuff a genie back into a bottle. The Highlands have other plans for your slumber. And so, you march across the moors in your dreams, your feet barely touching the spongy peat, as if you are a giant in a world of miniatures. The wind plays a tune with the heather, whispering a melody that seems to shrug off the very idea of the storm's wrath. The castle on the headland, a stoic beauty against the raging sea, beckons you closer. Its walls are a patchwork of grey stone, mottled with lichens that whisper secrets to the gulls that dare to land. This is a place where kings and queens of the past would have felt right at home, you think, as you stride through the heather, your imaginary cloak billowing behind you like a royal flag. The bridge to the castle, a narrow arch of ancient stone, stretches over a chasm that yawns like a sleepy dragon. You tiptoe across it, your heart fluttering with the thrill of the approach. Each step echoes in the quiet, the rain's lullaby replaced by the distant roar of the sea. You can almost feel the ghosts of the castle's former inhabitants peering out of the windows, curious about the soggy traveller who's come to visit them in their watery slumber. You reach the castle's grand door, a wooden behemoth that looks like it's seen more storms than a ship's captain. It is adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts and knights that seem to wink at you, sharing in the absurdity of the moment. You raise your hand to knock. The coldness of the iron knocker sending a shiver down your spine. But before you can make contact, the door swings open with a dramatic creak that would make any horror movie director weep with joy. But this is not a nightmare. The inside is a surprise, a warm, cosy haven in the midst of this raging tempest. The walls are lined with tapestries that tell tales of love and valor, their threads glowing with the light of 100 candles that flicker and dance in the drafty air. The floor is a mosaic of stone, depicting scenes of battles and feasts, each stone a storyteller in its own right. The ceiling, high above, is a work of its own, painted with the night sky, complete with twinkling stars that wink down at you. It's like stepping into a giant's teacup, all cozy and snug, with the storm outside playing the part of a rowdy tea party. You shake off the rain like a wet dog and scan the great hall for the perfect spot. It's a toss-up between the grand fireplace, with its welcoming embers, and the plush chair in the corner that looks like it's been waiting for you since the dawn of time. The chair wins, hands down, and not just because it's the colour of a fine whiskey, but because it seems to whisper sweet nothings about warmth and comfort, and you're feeling a tad dramatic. You sink into it, feeling the cushions mould to your weary body like a loving hug from an old friend. The chair's arms are adorned with carvings of grinning goblins who seem to cheer you on as you make yourself at home. The storm outside has turned into a gentle snorer, the rain now a steady pitter-patter that's more comforting than the world's most expensive white noise machine. You're so tired, you could probably sleep through a bagpipe solo. But your mind is a whirl of pirate ships and woolly acrobats. You close your eyes, willing sleep to come. But instead, you find yourself floating in a sea of sheep. They're all around you, bobbing and weaving in the waves like tiny fluffy icebergs. The fishing boat has turned into a floating fortress, its mast a beacon of light in the storm. And then you stand atop an ancient cliff, your boots firmly planted on the ground. The wild wind whips around you, carrying with it the scent of the sea, hinting at a huge and vast world that stretches beyond where you can see. A faint sunlight kisses the distant peaks goodbye, its soft heat retreating as shadows creep over the landscape, painting it with a soft and comforting hue. It would appear as though you are in the Highlands of Scotland, a place where history and the whispers of the wind are one and the same thing, and all of it stretches out before you in an untouched glory. Are you ready to lose yourself in the lush Scottish wilderness? Would you like to feel calmer, better rested, and more confident in yourself and your beliefs? If so, be at ease and allow yourself to relax where you are. Be present with me and allow me to take care of the rest. So, lie back and take a deep breath. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a through and through antidote for all creations, modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, pressure. None of these things exist in the woods. There's a stillness to everything, even when the weather is wild. Branches may sway this way and that, but there's a relaxed rhythm in the way that they do it. It's not frantic or chaotic, and it certainly doesn't rush. The trees give a little, allowing the wind to wrap around whichever way it needs to, in order to let it pass with minimal resistance. Forest floors barely stir, aside from the occasional falling leaves and furry squirrels scratching at the mulch, burying acorns and hazels, never to be excavated again. There is ambient sound, but it comprises of thousands of delicate sound waves, all merging into one hushed whisper, rather than anything of particular note. The air is cool and humid. Moisture clings to everything. Fresh is too clinical a word to describe a place that's very existence precedes any notion of a contrary adjective. All in all, woodlands are deeply humbling and enjoyable places to spend time. There are no limit of details in which to consume and absorb. Lichens, mosses, ferns and barks. They all showcase varied textures and colours, and it soothes you on your walk, carrying your attention every step of the way. But every so often, whilst you stroll with one foot following the other, your mind wanders, as it should. Do some call it daydreaming or zoning out? Whatever you prefer to think of it as, it is your mind processing, healing, problem solving, contemplating, and simply existing. And when we walk through woods or forests, there is no better environment to allow ourselves the respite and headspace we need to begin dealing with life's experiences. Out of the corner of your eye, a shape catches your peripheral in the form of a small roe deer static in the undergrowth, and you stop in your tracks. It sees you, though does not flinch. More of a game of who moves first, you suppose. It doesn't seem alarmed or particularly bothered by you as such, so long as you don't come any closer. Still, it stares, obviously waiting for you to do something, anything. Move on, speak to it, do the conga. You wonder if the deer is thinking as satirically as you, or whether there is just pure angel fluff between those little radar ears. You suppose it's a rather contented wee place above all else, with self-assurance and wholesome, simple belief systems aplenty. It is a deer, after all. You opt to lose the game and move onwards, continuing up the leaf-covered path. The deer watches your step, following you, angel fluff intact. This sparked a thought in your own mind, though a loosely connected one, it must be said. How a deer made you think of contemplating one's beliefs is anyone's guess. But that's where he took this particular daydream. And so, staring through the golden leaves of the woods overhead, you thought about just how calm and relaxed and content you feel just there and then. You are existing simply. Very simply existing. You think to learn to like what doesn't cost much. Those are the things worth your time. You can buy your way into things and places, but you cannot actually buy the experience of them. It's not what you do, it's what you perceive. A meaningful life isn't how often you can saturate your senses, necessarily, but how you grow to think of even the simplest, most unassuming daily things. Learn to like reading, whatever it is you like to read. Learn to like talking and people, even when they're not the same as you. Learn that truths can coexist. That is the one thing that will set you free in this world, you think to yourself. Learn to like simple foods and cooking them. Learn to like fields, the woods that you walk in just now, camping, walking itself, fires, watching the day break and end. Learn to like writing and burning candles on rainy summer early evenings. Learn to like clean linens and washing dishes and hot baths and drinking water and long meandering drives. Learn to keep your needs simple and your wants small. Learn to breathe deeply, to taste food when you eat it, and to sleep deeply when you sleep. When you laugh, let it carry on until you're sweating and out of breath. When you get angry, get really angry. Just let things burn through you. You think that the less you push these things away, the less they come out in inappropriate and debilitating ways. It's not anger or the sadness that controls you. It feels that it's the resistance of it that keeps them tucked in their place in your soul. Learn to let negative thoughts drift back to where they came from. nowhere. You should do the things that are effortless. Let them be effortless. Find love that's effortless. You will be instructed to believe that success comes from grueling, soul-bending hard work. But that's more something we impose on ourselves, because letting effortless things also be the successful ones makes them feel unmerited and unfulfilling. That's how we create problems where there are none at all. You decide to keep nothing but what is meaningful and purposeful. When you cycle and circle around your space, touching, seeing, and using only things that evoke a feeling of security, purpose, meaning, and joy, you think and feel and believe that your everyday life will become grounded in happiness. When there's not enough to make a mess, no more than you can clean and wash and handle, everything feels settled. You think that complexity is often the easiest choice. It's easy to let ourselves get wound up and bound down to the ways we let our thoughts and fears run narratives into storylines, into realities we live out. And you suppose simplicity is difficult because it requires clean thinking. It is the long, hard way to a cleansed perception, and that is not shadowed by conditioning or negative thoughts. But it is yours and yours only. You can keep all of 100 belongings for the rest of your life, and every one of them will be used, broken, replaced, taken, or thrown out, or rendered obsolete. However, your perception of how meaningful and useful those temporary things were, how much you appreciated and enjoyed them, that is yours. And that is what choosing a life rooted in simplicity does. It makes the ordinary miraculous. When you think about it, people like to make big claims of what will bring you happiness. And happiness, in some form, is what we're all seeking, even if we don't place that word on it. Stability, love, money. The magnitude of one's life is directly parallel to how deep their perception of it is. Your life grows as you do. What you experience is a reflection of what you are. Do not forget that you do not have forever to do this, to change this. It's easy to let another day, week, or month, or year slip by, letting yourself keep seeking the light in people and money and more and more. It's easier to spend that time seeking the light in yourself because you think that's the right thing to do. You don't find the light, the ability to perceive, because you already are it. The work is getting rid of everything that stands in the way. See? Just like that, the peace and quiet of the trees took you away. Sometimes your thoughts get carried away with themselves, and that's okay. It's your way of processing your reality, forgiving yourself, moving on, and growing into the person you strive to be. It is important to allow yourself the time and space to do it. Then it is in your power in which direction to take those thoughts next. You aren't sure how much time has passed, but the sheer seductive beauty of the forest has made every minute effortless and therapeutic. The sun was always struggling to breach the wispy autumnal clouds, let alone the treetops. But above your head, it has found a gap. You feel a little amount of heat through the treetops. It's lit your wee world up like a golden, antique light bulb. Flickers of sunshine dance across the earth and your face as you walk. You smile, feeling that the sun breaking through is no coincidence, but rather a reflection of your self-reflection. Much like a positive affirmation from nature that you are doing just fine. because you are doing just fine. And you should never forget that. Again, the woodland reminds you of just how relaxed you feel when you are beneath the treetops. Nothing can quite match how soothing the sounds of whispering leaves, chirping birds, and tinkling streams are. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a complete antidote for all creations, modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, and pressure. None of these things exist in such a place. There's a stillness to everything, even when the weather is wild. Branches may sway this way and that, but there's a relaxed rhythm in the way that they do it. It's not frantic or chaotic. It certainly doesn't rush. The trees give a little, allowing the wind to wrap around whichever way it needs to, in order to let it pass with minimal resistance. Forest floors barely stir, aside from the occasional falling leaves and furry squirrels scratching at the mulch, burying acorns and hazels, never to be excavated again. There is ambient sound, but it comprises of thousands of delicate sound waves, all merging into one hushed whisper, rather than anything of particular note. The air is cool and humid. Moisture clings to everything. Fresh is too clinical a word to describe a place that's very existence precedes any notion of a contrary adjective. All in all, woodlands are deeply humbling and enjoyable places to spend time. There are no limit of details in which to consume and absorb. Lichens, mosses, ferns, and barks. They all showcase varied textures and colours, and it soothes you on your walk, carrying your attention every step of the way. But every so often, whilst you stroll with one foot following the other, your mind wanders, as it should. Do some call it daydreaming or zoning out? Whatever you prefer to think of it as. It is your mind processing, healing, problem solving, contemplating, and simply existing. And when we walk through woods or forests, there is no better environment to allow ourselves the respite and headspace we need to begin dealing with life's experience. Out of the corner of your eye, a shape catches your peripheral in the form of a small roe deer static in the undergrowth, and you stop in your tracks. It sees you, though does not flinch. More of a game of who moves first, you suppose. It doesn't seem alarmed or particularly bothered by you as such, so long as you don't come any closer. Still, it stares, obviously waiting for you to do something, anything. Move on, speak to it, do the conga. You wonder if the deer is thinking as satirically as you, or whether there is just pure angel fluff between those little radar ears. You suppose it's a rather contented wee place above all else, with self-assurance and wholesome, simple belief systems aplenty. It is a deer, after all. You opt to lose the game and move onwards, continuing up the leaf-covered path. The deer watches your step, following you, angel fluff intact. This sparked a thought in your own mind, though a loosely connected one, it must be said. How a deer made you think of contemplating one's beliefs is anyone's guess. But that's where he took this particular daydream. And so, staring through the golden leaves of the woods overhead, you thought about just how calm and relaxed and content you feel just there and then. You are existing simply, very simply existing. You think to learn to like what doesn't cost much. Those are the things worth your time. You can buy your way into things and places, but you cannot actually buy the experience of them. It's not what you do, it's what you perceive. A meaningful life isn't how often you can saturate your senses, necessarily, but how you grow to think of even the simplest, most unassuming daily things. Learn to like reading, whatever it is you like to read. Learn to like talking and people, even when they're not the same as you. Learn that truths can coexist. That is the one thing that will set you free in this world, you think to yourself. Learn to like simple foods and cooking them. Learn to like fields, the woods that you walk in just now, camping, walking itself, fires, watching the day break and end. Learn to like writing and burning candles on rainy summer early evenings. Learn to like clean linens and washing dishes and hot baths and drinking water and long meandering drives. Learn to keep your needs simple and your wants small. Learn to breathe deeply, to taste food when you eat it, and to sleep deeply when you sleep. When you laugh, let it carry on until you're sweating and out of breath. When you get angry, get really angry. Just let things burn through you. You think that the less you push these things away, the less they come out in inappropriate and debilitating ways. It's not anger or the sadness that controls you. It feels that it's the resistance of it that keeps them tucked in their place in your soul. Learn to let negative thoughts drift back to where they came from. Nowhere. You should do the things that are effortless. Let them be effortless. Find love that's effortless. You will be instructed to believe that success comes from grueling, soul-bending hard work. But that's more something we impose on ourselves, because letting effortless things also be the successful ones makes them feel unmerited and unfulfilling. That's how we create problems where there are none at all. You decide to keep nothing but what is meaningful and purposeful. When you cycle and circle around your space, touching, seeing, and using only things that evoke a feeling of security, purpose, meaning, and joy. You think and feel and believe that your everyday life will become grounded in happiness. When there's not enough to make a mess, no more than you can clean and wash and handle, everything feels settled. You think that complexity is often the easiest choice. It's easy to let ourselves get wound up and bound down to the ways we let our thoughts and fears run narratives into storylines, into realities we live out. And you suppose simplicity is difficult because it requires clean thinking. It is the long, hard way to a cleansed perception, and that is not shadowed by conditioning or negative thoughts. But it is yours and yours only. You can keep all of 100 belongings for the rest of your life, and every one of them will be used, broken, replaced, taken, or thrown out, or rendered obsolete. However, your perception of how meaningful and useful those temporary things were, how much you appreciated and enjoyed them, that is yours. And that is what choosing a life rooted in simplicity does. It makes the ordinary miraculous. When you think about it, people like to make big claims of what will bring you happiness. And happiness, in some form, is what we're all seeking, even if we don't place that word on it. Stability, love, money. The magnitude of one's life is directly parallel to how deep their perception of it is. Your life grows as you do. What you experience is a reflection of what you are. Do not forget that you do not have forever to do this, to change this. It's easy to let another day, week, or month, or year slip by, letting yourself keep seeking the light in people and money and more and more. It's easier to spend that time seeking the light in yourself because you think that's the right thing to do. You don't find the light, the ability to perceive, because you already are it. The work is getting rid of everything that stands in the way. See? Just like that, the peace and quiet of the trees took you away. Sometimes your thoughts get carried away with themselves, and that's okay. It's your way of processing your reality, forgiving yourself, moving on, and growing into the person you strive to be. It is important to allow yourself the time and space to do it. Then it is in your power in which direction to take those thoughts next. You aren't sure how much time has passed, but the sheer seductive beauty of the forest has made every minute effortless and therapeutic. The sun was always struggling to breach the wispy autumnal clouds, let alone the treetops. But above your head, it has found a gap. You feel a little amount of heat through the treetops. It's lit your wee world up like a golden, antique light bulb. Flickers of sunshine dance across the earth and your face as you walk. You smile, feeling that the sun breaking through is no coincidence, but rather a reflection of your self-reflection. Much like a positive affirmation from nature that you are doing just fine. Because you are doing just fine. And you should never forget that. Again, the woodland reminds you of just how relaxed you feel when you are beneath the treetops. Nothing can quite match how soothing the sounds of whispering leaves, chirping birds, and tinkling streams are. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a complete antidote for all creations, modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, and pressure. None of these things exist in such a place. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a through and through antidote for all creations, modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, pressure. None of these things exist in the woods. There's a stillness to everything, even when the weather is wild. Branches may sway this way and that, but there's a relaxed rhythm in the way that they do it. It's not frantic or chaotic, and it certainly doesn't rush. The trees give a little, allowing the wind to wrap around whichever way it needs to, in order to let it pass with minimal resistance. Forest floors barely stir, aside from the occasional falling leaves and furry squirrels scratching at the mulch, burying acorns and hazels, never to be excavated again. There is ambient sound, but it comprises of thousands of delicate sound waves, all merging into one hushed whisper, rather than anything of particular note. The air is cool and humid. Moisture clings to everything. Fresh is too clinical a word to describe a place that's very existence precedes any notion of a contrary adjective. All in all, woodlands are deeply humbling and enjoyable places to spend time. There are no limit of details in which to consume and absorb. Lichens, mosses, ferns, and barks. They all showcase varied textures and colours, and it soothes you on your walk, carrying your attention every step of the way. But every so often, whilst you stroll with one foot following the other. Your mind wanders, as it should. Do some call it daydreaming or zoning out? Whatever you prefer to think of it as. It is your mind processing, healing, problem solving, contemplating, and simply existing. And when we walk through woods or forests, there is no better environment to allow ourselves the respite and headspace we need to begin dealing with life's experiences. Out of the corner of your eye, a shape catches your peripheral in the form of a small roe deer static in the undergrowth, and you stop in your tracks. It sees you, though does not flinch. More of a game of who moves first, you suppose. It doesn't seem alarmed or particularly bothered by you as such, so long as you don't come any closer. Still, it stares, obviously waiting for you to do something, anything. Move on, speak to it, do the conga. You wonder if the deer is thinking as satirically as you, or whether there is just pure angel fluff between those little radar ears. You suppose it's a rather contented wee place above all else, with self-assurance and wholesome, simple belief systems aplenty. It is a deer, after all. You opt to lose the game and move onwards, continuing up the leaf-covered path. The deer watches your step, following you, angel fluff intact. This sparked a thought in your own mind, though a loosely connected one, it must be said. How a deer made you think of contemplating one's beliefs is anyone's guess. But that's where he took this particular daydream. And so, staring through the golden leaves of the woods overhead, you thought about just how calm and relaxed and content you feel just there and then. You are existing simply, very simply existing. You think to learn to like what doesn't cost much. Those are the things worth your time. You can buy your way into things and places, but you cannot actually buy the experience of them. It's not what you do, it's what you perceive. A meaningful life isn't how often you can saturate your senses, necessarily, but how you grow to think of even the simplest, most unassuming daily things. Learn to like reading, whatever it is you like to read. Learn to like talking and people, even when they're not the same as you. Learn that truths can coexist. That is the one thing that will set you free in this world, you think to yourself. Learn to like simple foods and cooking them. Learn to like fields, the woods that you walk in just now, camping, walking itself, fires, watching the day break and end. Learn to like writing and burning candles on rainy summer early evenings. Learn to like clean linens and washing dishes and hot baths and drinking water and long meandering drives. Learn to keep your needs simple and your wants small. Learn to breathe deeply, to taste food when you eat it, and to sleep deeply when you sleep. When you laugh, let it carry on until you're sweating and out of breath. When you get angry, get really angry. Just let things burn through you. You think that the less you push these things away, the less they come out in inappropriate and debilitating ways. It's not anger or the sadness that controls you. It feels that it's the resistance of it that keeps them tucked in their place in your soul. Learn to let negative thoughts drift back to where they came from. Nowhere. You should do the things that are effortless. Let them be effortless. Find love that's effortless. You will be instructed to believe that success comes from grueling, soul-bending hard work. But that's more something we impose on ourselves, because letting effortless things also be the successful ones makes them feel unmerited and unfulfilling. That's how we create problems where there are none at all. You decide to keep nothing but what is meaningful and purposeful. When you cycle and circle around your space, touching, seeing, and using only things that evoke a feeling of security, purpose, meaning, and joy. You think and feel and believe that your everyday life will become grounded in happiness. When there's not enough to make a mess, no more than you can clean and wash and handle, everything feels settled. You think that complexity is often the easiest choice. It's easy to let ourselves get wound up and bound down to the ways we let our thoughts and fears run narratives into storylines, into realities we live out. And you suppose simplicity is difficult because it requires clean thinking. It is the long, hard way to a cleansed perception, and that is not shadowed by conditioning or negative thoughts. But it is yours and yours only. You can keep all of 100 belongings for the rest of your life, and every one of them will be used, broken, replaced, taken, or thrown out, or rendered obsolete. However, your perception of how meaningful and useful those temporary things were, how much you appreciated and enjoyed them, that is yours. And that is what choosing a life rooted in simplicity does. It makes the ordinary miraculous. When you think about it, people like to make big claims of what will bring you happiness. And happiness, in some form, is what we're all seeking, even if we don't place that word on it. Stability, love, money. The magnitude of one's life is directly parallel to how deep their perception of it is. your life grows as you do. What you experience is a reflection of what you are. Do not forget that you do not have forever to do this, to change this. It's easy to let another day, week, or month, or year slip by, letting yourself keep seeking the light in people and money and more and more. It's easier to spend that time seeking the light in yourself because you think that's the right thing to do. You don't find the light, the ability to perceive, because you already are it. The work is getting rid of everything that stands in the way. See? Just like that, the peace and quiet of the trees took you away. Sometimes your thoughts get carried away with themselves, and that's okay. It's your way of processing your reality, forgiving yourself, moving on, and growing into the person you strive to be. It is important to allow yourself the time and space to do it. Then it is in your power in which direction to take those thoughts next. You aren't sure how much time has passed, but the sheer seductive beauty of the forest has made every minute effortless and therapeutic. The sun was always struggling to breach the wispy autumnal clouds, let alone the treetops. But above your head, it has found a gap. You feel a little amount of heat through the treetops. It's lit your wee world up like a golden, antique light bulb. Flickers of sunshine dance across the earth and your face as you walk. You smile, feeling that the sun breaking through is no coincidence, but rather a reflection of your self-reflection. Much like a positive affirmation from nature that you are doing just fine. Because you are doing just fine. And you should never forget that. Again, the woodland reminds you of just how relaxed you feel when you are beneath the treetops. Nothing can quite match how soothing the sounds of whispering leaves, chirping birds, and tinkling streams are. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a complete antidote for all creations modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, and pressure. None of these things exist in such a place. There's a stillness to everything, even when the weather is wild. Branches may sway this way and that, but there's a relaxed rhythm in the way that they do it. It's not frantic or chaotic, and it certainly doesn't rush. The trees give a little, allowing the wind to wrap around whichever way it needs to, in order to let it pass with minimal resistance. Forest floors barely stir, aside from the occasional falling leaves and furry squirrels scratching at the mulch, burying acorns and hazels, never to be excavated again. There is ambient sound, but it comprises of thousands of delicate sound waves, all merging into one hushed whisper, rather than anything of particular note. The air is cool and humid. Moisture clings to everything. Fresh is too clinical a word to describe a place that's very existence precedes any notion of a contrary adjective. All in all, woodlands are deeply humbling and enjoyable places to spend time. There are no limit of details in which to consume and absorb. Lichens, mosses, ferns, and barks. They all showcase varied textures and colours, and it soothes you on your walk, carrying your attention every step of the way. But every so often, whilst you stroll with one foot following the other, your mind wanders, as it should. Do some call it daydreaming, or zoning out? Whatever you prefer to think of it as. It is your mind processing, healing, problem solving, contemplating, and simply existing. And when we walk through woods or forests, there is no better environment to allow ourselves the respite and headspace we need to begin dealing with life's experiences. Out of the corner of your eye, a shape catches your peripheral in the form of a small roe deer static in the undergrowth, and you stop in your tracks. It sees you, though does not flinch. More of a game of who moves first, you suppose. It doesn't seem alarmed or particularly bothered by you as such, so long as you don't come any closer. Still, it stares, obviously waiting for you to do something, anything. Move on, speak to it, do the conga. You wonder if the deer is thinking as satirically as you, or whether there is just pure angel fluff between those little radar ears. You suppose it's a rather contented wee place above all else, with self-assurance and wholesome, simple belief systems aplenty. It is a deer, after all. You opt to lose the game and move onwards, continuing up the leaf-covered path. The deer watches your step, following you, angel fluff intact. This sparked a thought in your own mind, though a loosely connected one, it must be said. How a deer made you think of contemplating one's beliefs is anyone's guess. But that's where he took this particular daydream. And so, staring through the golden leaves of the woods overhead, you thought about just how calm and relaxed and content you feel just there and then. You are existing simply, very simply existing. You think to learn to like what doesn't cost much. Those are the things worth your time. You can buy your way into things and places, but you cannot actually buy the experience of them. It's not what you do, it's what you perceive. A meaningful life isn't how often you can saturate your senses, necessarily, but how you grow to think of even the simplest, most unassuming daily things. Learn to like reading, whatever it is you like to read. Learn to like talking and people, even when they're not the same as you. Learn that truths can coexist. That is the one thing that will set you free in this world, you think to yourself. Learn to like simple foods and cooking them. Learn to like fields, the woods that you walk in just now, camping, walking itself, fires, watching the day break and end. Learn to like writing and burning candles on rainy summer early evenings. Learn to like clean linens and washing dishes and hot baths and drinking water and long meandering drives. Learn to keep your needs simple and your wants small. Learn to breathe deeply, to taste food when you eat it, and to sleep deeply when you sleep. When you laugh, let it carry on until you're sweating and out of breath. When you get angry, get really angry. Just let things burn through you. You think that the less you push these things away, the less they come out in inappropriate and debilitating ways. It's not anger or the sadness that controls you. It feels that it's the resistance of it that keeps them tucked in their place in your soul. Learn to let negative thoughts drift back to where they came from. Nowhere. You should do the things that are effortless. Let them be effortless. Find love that's effortless. You will be instructed to believe that success comes from grueling, soul-bending hard work. But that's more something we impose on ourselves, because letting effortless things also be the successful ones makes them feel unmerited and unfulfilling. That's how we create problems where there are none at all. You decide to keep nothing but what is meaningful and purposeful. When you cycle and circle around your space, touching, seeing, and using only things that evoke a feeling of security, purpose, meaning, and joy. You think and feel and believe that your everyday life will become grounded in happiness. When there's not enough to make a mess, no more than you can clean and wash and handle, everything feels settled. You think that complexity is often the easiest choice. It's easy to let ourselves get wound up and bound down to the ways we let our thoughts and fears run narratives into storylines, into realities we live out. And you suppose simplicity is difficult because it requires clean thinking. It is the long, hard way to a cleansed perception, and that is not shadowed by conditioning or negative thoughts. But it is yours and yours only. You can keep all of 100 belongings for the rest of your life, and every one of them will be used, broken, replaced, taken, or thrown out, or rendered obsolete. However, your perception of how meaningful and useful those temporary things were, how much you appreciated and enjoyed them, that is yours. And that is what choosing a life rooted in simplicity does. It makes the ordinary miraculous. When you think about it, people like to make big claims of what will bring you happiness. And happiness, in some form, is what we're all seeking, even if we don't place that word on it. Stability, love, money. The magnitude of one's life is directly parallel to how deep their perception of it is. Your life grows as you do. What you experience is a reflection of what you are. Do not forget that you do not have forever to do this, to change this. It's easy to let another day, week, or month, or year slip by, letting yourself keep seeking the light in people and money and more and more. It's easier to spend that time seeking the light in yourself because you think that's the right thing to do. You don't find the light, the ability to perceive, because you already are it. The work is getting rid of everything that stands in the way. See? Just like that, the peace and quiet of the trees took you away. Sometimes your thoughts get carried away with themselves, and that's okay. It's your way of processing your reality, forgiving yourself, moving on, and growing into the person you strive to be. It is important to allow yourself the time and space to do it. Then it is in your power in which direction to take those thoughts next. You aren't sure how much time has passed, but the sheer seductive beauty of the forest has made every minute effortless and therapeutic. The sun was always struggling to breach the wispy autumnal clouds, let alone the treetops. But above your head, it has found a gap. You feel a little amount of heat through the treetops. It's lit your wee world up like a golden, antique light bulb. Flickers of sunshine dance across the earth and your face as you walk. You smile, feeling that the sun breaking through is no coincidence, but rather a reflection of your self-reflection. Much like a positive affirmation from nature that you are doing just fine. Because you are doing just fine. And you should never forget that. Again, the woodland reminds you of just how relaxed you feel when you are beneath the treetops. Nothing can quite match how soothing the sounds of whispering leaves, chirping birds, and tinkling streams are. The peace and tranquility of woodland areas does more than just relax you. It is a complete antidote for all creations, modern and stressful. Work, traffic, business, deadlines, and pressure. None of these things exist in such a place. A voice like a soft blanket, a haven for a home. Rest with an apprentice whose name rhymes with lullaby. Some say she's the best around. She'll help you feel so safe and sound. Everyone knows just where to go to see little Coralie. Good evening, my friend. My name is Sam, and I am here to comfort you to sleep. Tonight, you will be invited along for a poetic, hypnotic, and very sleepy little adventure. Let my voice weave a soothing spell of slumber over that tired mind of yours. You will enter a cozy witch's cottage, a popular rest house wherein resides Coralie Starshine, an apprentice with experience beyond her years, and more than a few tricks up her oversized sleeves. A special thanks goes out to my incredible supporter and patron, Caro, for bringing us this incredible story. It's blown me away just how wonderful and magical this story is, so it's my absolute pleasure to bring this to you. So thank you, Caro. You've done an amazing job. So as always, if you are quite ready, lie back, take a big, deep breath, and come along with me to the kind witch's cottage. And welcome to Snooze with Sam. Coat, gloves, scarf, the heaviest jacket you have. You don't know what possessed you to take a walk on a night this cold. For whatever reason, it just felt right. With an overnight bag in tow, you step out of a cozy bed and breakfast on the outskirts of town, which you booked as a miniature getaway, and you are immediately greeted by a forest that seems straight out of a fairy tale. You hear the hooting of owls and the chirping of crickets, a soothing ambient soundtrack for a nighttime stroll. Of course, you know the real reason why you are here. The bed and breakfast is a fallback, just in case the rumours you've heard about this forest are not true. Everything in you is hoping they are. Nothing left to do but find out for yourself. You feel the crunching of autumn leaves under your feet as you move, thinking back on the last time you woke up fully rested. It's been weeks at this point. You came out here to disconnect, hoping that treating yourself would give you the best possible chance at repaying some of that sleep debt. The moon is out, and the light is shining down on something in the near distance that you cannot quite make out. Was that even there a moment ago? You're not sure why, but it feels much more as though you were being guided. The sound of crunching leaves under your feet is comforting, and so you press onward, one cautious step after the other, with the overnight bag thrown over your shoulder. After all, you've never been in these parts before, and forests, well, unpredictable terrain is what they're all about, isn't it? You approached that spotlight as it guides you to an obvious fork in the road, and find that there is a wooden sign illuminated by it, confidently facing down a left path. The carved letters seem to sparkle in the moonlight, revealing a poem written in graceful, swirling script. As you read, the lines resonate in your head, spoken by a soft voice. You are right where you belong, my friend. My moon shines oh so bright. Keep to the left, then round the bend, and knock with all your might. The voice fades, and the moonlight illuminates the path in front of you. You look again, and it's like that sign was never there at all. Smiling and shaking your head, you start down the path. You know you're tired, but your mind is not playing tricks on you, even this late at night. It's all the confirmation you needed. You have noticed you're feeling a little sleepier since you started this journey, but your short detour appears to already be coming to an end. That bend the poem talked about is right ahead of you, so you keep going. You turn to the left, and you see it. Just up ahead is a small but well-kept cottage with a moss-covered triangular roof that slopes up in the manner of a typical witch's hat. The flames of lanterns flicker and sway outside, and you can see soft light coming from the windows. Evidently, the occupant of the house is still up and about. Could it be? Your feet scrunch the leaves beneath you as you approach the residence. On the door is a heavy brass knocker. With all your might, indeed, you think. There are no steps beneath it, and the picturesque exterior is fully exposed. You find you need 2 hands to lift the knocker, lifting it and letting it swing back against the door with an oddly satisfying thud. It creaks as you lift again, and you hear a voice from inside. Just the once is fine, dearie. I'll be right out. The same voice from earlier. Melodic, comforting, and deeply calming. In spite of your nerves, you find yourself smiling. The door opens from inside, and you find yourself not quite at eye level with someone wearing a pointed, star-spotted hat, oversized navy robes, and large circular glasses that briefly bring her eyes into focus. Deep cerulean orbs that seem to twinkle with starlight. You find yourself averting your gaze sheepishly, your face flushing. But the cottage occupant merely smiles. She shakes her head, removing the hat for a moment, and curly red hair falls over her face. She giggles. Well, I suppose that's one way to make an impression. Come in, dearie. Let's get you out of the cold. Cares and worries at the door, please. Before you know it, you're inside with your bag on the floor and your coat, gloves and scarf neatly positioned on a hanger over the door, in a process that takes not even 10 seconds. There's the sound of a steadily ticking clock in the background, and the whole place seems to smell faintly of lavender. Now that you're inside, you regard your host with a slight look of bemusement. Are you? You begin, and she excitedly cuts you off. Yes, of course, dear one. You've come to the right place. My name is Coralie Starshine, but 2 things. 1, you already knew that. And 2, you can simply call me Cora. You nod in response, chuckling. She seems much less straight-laced than you were expecting. Maybe those ideas you had in your head from the bedtime stories you were read as a child only went so far. You give her your name, and she takes your hand, gently stroking it. It's a pleasure to meet you, my weary traveller. I knew you were coming, of course. You seem troubled, little one. I could use those bags beneath your eyes for my shopping. Smiling ruefully, you explain to Cora that you haven't been sleeping too well for a period of weeks, and there's a pleading look in your eyes when your voice cracks and you ask if there's anything she can do for you. In response, she squeezes your hand, locking eyes with you again. You're slightly taken aback by the depth of her gaze as she softly speaks to you. Nobody's ever left here wanting for sleep, and you won't be the first. Don't worry, dear. The kettle's on, and Cora's going to take really good care of you, all right? You do your best to nod as Cora's eyes look you up and down. You can hear the concern in her voice, but you're already feeling very well taken care of. She smiles and leads you to the front room of the cottage. That ticking clock you heard earlier resides here, and so too does a fireplace. Upon seeing it's gone out, Cora clicks her fingers and flames roar into life. Your eyes widen momentarily, too stunned to speak. She smirks, leading you over to one of the chairs positioned in front of the fire. Did you think that the hat and robes were just for decoration then? You tried to respond, but instead, as you sit down in that comfortable chair, you find yourself yawning. Cora strokes your cheek. Oh, feeling sleepy already, are we? I knew I could help you out. Back in a moment, my dear, she assures you, nipping out of the room to fix up some tea. While she does, you allow your eyes to wander around the room, caught here and there by the flickering flames, swaying this way and that. It's so cozy here, you think, starting to breathe manually, soft and slow, as you watch the dance of the flames. You must have nodded off for a little bit, because the next thing you know, there's a gently steaming mug of something being placed in your hands, and a soft, almost whispered voice in your ear. Here you are, my dear. I could see you almost falling asleep there in the chair, but I suppose that's what you're here for. Drink up, weary traveller. It's chamomile. Dreamy, sleepy chamomile, brewed with a little personal touch. Just watch the flames and drink your fill, Cora suggests in that soporific voice of hers, and you nod with thanks, taking a sip. It's wonderful. Your eyes continue tracking the flames back and forth, and the added warmth and comfort of the chamomile tea begins to travel through your whole body. You settle back into the chair, a sleepy smile on your face, as you once again yawn, tipping back the entire cup in a few gulps. You like it, then? Cora asks with a knowing wink, taking a seat next to you. You reply, through yet another yawn, that it was, in fact, delicious, and she smiles, taking the empty cup from you and placing it next to her. I can deal with that a little later. For right now, let's focus on getting this sleepy traveller to bed, shall we? As you stand up, the apprentice witch clicks her fingers, and a soft glow surrounds you from head to toe. You look far too tired to walk, dearie. Let me take care of that for you. Follow me, please. Cora makes her way out of the room, and as you follow her, it feels as though you are walking on clouds, softly taking your weight in each step. You hear her voice again, and it sounds like it's coming from inside your mind. Relax for me, little one. You left all of your cares and worries at the door, remember? Let your shoulders go slack and allow your mind to drift among the clouds. Don't you worry. Don't you fret. I am right here with you, my sleepy traveller. With every step, you allow your eyelids to feel heavier and heavier as you walk among Cora's clouds. You come back to yourself somewhat noticing that she's stopped in front of you and thrown open the guest bedroom door. Soft lighting, lots of pillows, an even more prominent scent of lavender. You smile sleepily, released from the apprentice witch's magic, as you step over the threshold, every fibre of your being crying out for sleep. Sensing your weariness, Cora guides you over to the pristine double bed, pulling back the covers and letting you ease yourself beneath them. Another yawn escapes you unbidden, and you snuggle down under the blankets as your protector tucks you in, letting your eyelids close for a moment. There you go. Now, my dear, I'm sure that bed is so very comfortable, but I think we can do a little better than that. With a mischievous smile, Cora clicks her fingers again, and you feel the surface underneath you change. Curious, you open your eyes to find that not only are you now wearing fluffy pajamas, you are also ensconced within an oversized hammock, looking up to the ceiling. She smiles down at you, stroking your forehead, the contented expression on your face telling her all she needs to know. Are you sure you are not too sleepy for me to show you a little magic trick or two, dearie? She asks playfully, and you shake your head like a stubborn child, fully caught up in her spell, along for the ride. Cora smiles, another click of her fingers turning out the lights and transforming the ceiling above you into a starlit sky. Galaxies wheeling and twirling. You softly gasp at this beautiful display, and then you feel the apprentice witch give the hammock a gentle push. You won't leave here wanting for sleep, she murmurs, the hammock beginning to rock from side to side. Her voice is low and soft as she speaks to you, her words forming a poetic lullaby. Twinkle, twinkle, rockabye, sleep beneath my starry sky. Hear my voice and just let go. You are safe because Cora makes it so. Slow your breathing, slow your mind. Safe and sound in sleep you'll find. Starlit dreams that soon will come. Slumber calls now, dearest one. Her hand sweeps rhythmically back and forth along your forehead, matching the speed of the hammock as you continue to gaze into her starry light show. You are cared for. You are safe. You are right where you need to be, dearie. Always remember, you can come back to me whenever you want. You've always got a bed here at Corali's. Even if I have to magic up another one. You yawn contentedly, a smile creeping across your face as you keep your sleepy eyes on the stars. Her hammock continues to rock, and your eyelids gradually grow heavier and heavier. Very good, dear one, Cora murmurs approvingly. Hush now. Shh. As you stare into the stars, collect all the thoughts of the day. I know you are very sleepy, but this will help you. Collect all the thoughts of the day as you breathe in and release them as you breathe out. Let them become like stardust, blown about by an errant breeze. Breathe in and breathe out. The day is done, and tomorrow is yet to come. So why not? Let's focus on right now. Right now, you are warm and safe. I'm here to remind you that sleep is your friend, dearie. I know those shopping bags beneath your eyes tell a different story, but you don't have to struggle with it. Not when you're here with me. Breathe in and breathe out. Worries and cares at the door. They have no place here. Not whilst Cora is around. Don't you worry that sleepy head of yours. Just listen to my voice and relax, alright? You nod vacantly, Cora's words cutting through the sleepy fog in your mind. You are so far away from everything now, but her voice and words keep you vaguely tethered to consciousness. One last little trick for you, my dear," Cora says sweetly, brushing back her fiery hair and locking eyes with you. You find yourself tumbling into her gaze, those deep blue eyes presenting themselves as soothing pools to bathe in. Little specks of starlight shimmer in her eyes, and it's like the rest of the world has simply faded away. All that matters is her gaze, her voice, and her sway. Those twinkling, dancing patterns add extra depth to those eyes, and it feels as though you could stare into them for hours on end. At least, you could if you weren't so very, very sleepy. So easy to watch and listen. Isn't that so, little one? Cora's voice comes to you again, and you sigh dreamily, still lost in her eyes. All this time, she's been trailing her hand across your forehead in soothing strokes, and it feels as though leaden weights are attached to your eyelids. Cora chuckles. "Oh, I can see you're ready to drift off. But why not stay awake a little longer? Just listen to the sound of my voice, and when I reach 1, you'll be sound asleep. Can you do that for me?" You nod through bleary eyes, heavy with sleep. Good. Listen to my voice, dear one, and let it cradle you to sleep. 5. You are warm. You are safe. You are sleepy. 4. Swaying in my hammock cradle, back and forth, every rock easing you deeper into dreamy peace. 3. Breathing in the sleepy scent of lavender. Breathing out whatever is left in your mind. No need to think, dearie. 2. So very sleepy, completely at ease, completely at peace. And 1. Cora clicks her fingers one last time, breaking eye contact with you as she smiles, the swirling stars above her vanishing. Very good, little one. Sleep now. That's it. Shh. You hardly need any extra encouragement. Your eyes slowly closing, soothed into slumber by Cora's lulling voice. She's still stroking your forehead with one hand and rocking you to sleep with the other. She crouches a little to whisper directly into your ear. Drift and dream, dear one. Dream and drift. I'll be right here with you. As you dream and as you drift, you will hear my voice, and your subconscious mind will absorb everything I say, including soothing affirmations to repair your relationship with sleep. Good night, my sleepy traveler. Sweet dreams. Shh. Cora's got you. Cora's here. Drift away and sleep, my dear. Cora's got you. Cora's here. It's time to sleep, so have no fear. Cora has got you. Cora is here. Drift away and sleep, my dear. Cora's got you. Cora is here. It's time to sleep. Have no fear. I am safe when I sleep. Sleep is my friend. I find it so easy to relax and sleep. As soon as I get into bed, I start to feel sleepy. In this moment, I am free. My dreams will be beautiful and comforting. My dreams will help me heal. I cannot change the past or control the future. All I have is right now. I will wake up excited for what the new day may bring. I am warm. I am safe. I am sleepy. Sleep is a comfort. Sleep brings me peace. I have got you. I am here. Drift away and sleep, my dear. I have got you. I am here. It's time to sleep, so have no fear. I am safe when I sleep. Sleep is my friend. I find it so easy to relax and sleep. As soon as I get into bed, I start to feel sleepy. In this moment, I am free. My dreams will be beautiful and comforting. My dreams will help me heal. I cannot change the past or control the future. All I have is right now. I will wake up excited for what the new day may bring. I am warm. I am safe. I am sleepy. Sleep is a comfort. Sleep brings me peace. I have got you. I am here. Drift away and sleep, my dear. I have got you. I am here. It's time to sleep, so have no fear. Hello, my friend, and welcome to our secluded beach, in which we have all to ourselves. Well, there is Christine down there, as you can see, but apart from us, it's just us. This is a place of peace. A place where our dreams can be free. It's a place where we don't have to fear or feel anxious. This is a place that you can feel it belongs to you. And aside from our little hermit crab, who is leaving us as we speak, have a lovely day, Mr. Hermit Crab. This is our place. Now, as you know, my name is Sam, and I am here to comfort you to sleep on this lovely, misty day. Now, before we begin tonight's stories, I would like you to close your eyes for a moment. Today has been one of those days. One of those days where your mind was in steady turmoil. Your thoughts and imagination kept spinning around, gathering momentum, gravity, and potential energy, just waiting for it all to come crashing down. But the thing is, it didn't necessarily come crashing down. You were left waiting, feeling like all had to come to an end. But the thing is, it never did. Now though, where you lie or sit is no place to continue feeling this way. Remember, anxiety is a product of our minds, often based on things which have not, do not, or never will truly exist. Things which are fictional or made up from unrealistic shadows of past experiences or perceived future projections. It is a reactive experience It does not control you. You deserve a break from where the mind insists you venture so often. We're going to make that the here and the now, and I'll make sure of it, because it's just us on this beach. It's just us and the waves. So please, in your own time, take a really big, deep breath and hold it for a moment before releasing slowly, counting to 5 as you do so. Let's do that again. Take a really big, deep breath in. Hold it for a moment. And release slowly, counting to 5 on your exhale. It's time to be in the present. It is only the present which truly exists. So just now, be with me in the present, because I am here for you. And together, we're going to take control over the things that we can take control over. And we are going to forget all that we cannot control. Because these things are not worth worrying over, stressing over, or using any excess amount of energy on, because it is precious. Your energy is valuable. It's yours to choose what you do with. You will have noticed the sounds of the waves by now. It's been there the whole time, sloshing gently away. But the tide is coming in, and it's getting closer and closer. When you close your eyes and let your mind relax and go to where it desires to go, what can you picture when you hear this sound? Where is the water coming from? What does it look like? In your mind, you open your eyes. Before you is our sandy shoreline beach. But you choose whether it is misty or the sun is coming up or going down. These waves are not your usual waves. Right now, they are your waves, whatever you want them to be. They are cool and refreshing, or they are warm and cozy. Each one wraps itself around your conscience. The sun tinkles down through the water, across your face, warming your back and your neck and your mind. Maybe there are trees. Maybe they line the beach. Palms and coconuts dangling their long finger branches over the sand, casting lovely shady shadows for you to shelter in. Or perhaps the beach has rocks, large boulders, which bleed into sand from ancient volcanic landscapes. A true definition of where the land meets the sea. Perhaps on the horizon you see small islands or sailboats or large steaming ships. This is all yours to feel how you wish to feel. Give yourself permission. Looking down at your feet, you notice that they are bare, semi-submerged in the comfortable washing water. To you it feels fresh and just right at this moment. Not at all cold or jarring. As a result, you slowly make your way towards the deeper water, being careful not to slip or trip on the sandy ruts which fold around your toes. The water gets a bit deeper, but no more than the back of your calf. Feeling like you need a mental and physical reset, you take off the remainder of your clothes and throw them back onto the sand, out of the way of the high tide. As you walk deeper, the rush of the waves fills your ears, and suddenly the water seems to possess more power, more weight. Testing a foot first, feeling the crisp, cool splashes. You steadily and calmly feed your whole body underneath the surface, feeling it tense, but just momentarily. But you provoke yourself to consciously relax your body. Unclench your teeth. Relax your muscles. Allow your body to notice and feel the sensations of the cool sea without reacting to it. Mind over matter. You take a long, slow breath and control your heart rate. Living every second. Let's move back, more into the present. Feel the rhythm of the soothing water splashes on your head, on your neck, and on your back. And the cool and coarse sand that you wiggle between your toes. It relaxes you, and you notice how your breathing becomes calm and even. Inhaling and exhaling slowly. And calmly. Paying attention now, you slow down your breathing even further and allow your muscles to relax again, noting any tension you've regained since submerging yourself. You notice now the sun rippling across the water's surface, low in the sky. which it's doing right now as I am here with you. It casts dancing rays across the sandy seabed. Feel the gentle warmth of the sun melting your muscles into complete relaxation. Slowly and easily, your body relaxes more and more, releasing tension or frustration, releasing any worries or doubts that you have. Inhaling deeply again. Breathe in total calm and peacefulness, taking specific note of where we are right now. A secluded, sandy beach. Jagged volcanic rocks nestled within, melting into the lapping waters, which lull us as we exist in the present. Your body is now relaxed. Your mind is relaxed too. You can empty your mind of all worries or thoughts that have been bothering you. Just enjoy the moment you have now, washing away your burdens in the midst of the waves. Right now, only this matters. Just relaxing and enjoying the moment. Breathe in deeply and allow the sensation of utter relaxation to flow to any part of your body that needs it. Feel some tension or resistance somewhere just melt away. Send that conscious feeling of relaxation there. Imagine the beautiful, golden, warm sun penetrating each and every cell and muscle. Making you feel so wonderful and alive. I'm sure you can feel the peace that surrounds you now, letting you know that everything is and will be okay. Take another nice, deep breath again, and bring your attention back to the waves. Take another deep breath and feel the soothing water flow all over you. Take a long, deep breath and let your thoughts leave your mind. Feel them leave. Let the waves wash everything away. Let the waves wash everything away. Whilst we're still here and enjoying our time on our own beach all alone, let me tell you a story. It's one that I wrote many years ago, and it's very fitting to where we are and to how we are feeling. This is called Just You and the Waves. It is just you and the open beach. For mile after mile, the pebbly, sandy runway stretches onwards and onwards, arcing around the coastline like a fortress. On this grey and moody day, somewhere on coastal Moray in Scotland, a gentle storm brews overhead. Yet the wind does not intrude. You are at the eye of the storm, the waves hissing and crashing elegantly on the shore parallel to you. As each wave comes in from the sea Carried by the steady wind, it grows in height and shortens its reach, compressing into a peak of leaning potential energy before falling over itself and breaking on the sandy troughs carved by the turbulent waters. Then, 10 seconds later, another follows in its wake. And another. And another. Like clockwork. Relentless, consistent, like the swinging of a pendulum. You walk along the seafront, the elements coming at you from the east, caressing your face with every gust of wind. The rich, salty sea spray which fills the air is heavy in your lungs. It feels like it has consistency. It feels wonderful, like you are carving your way through it as you walk on. Of course, it is invigorating as any fresh air is, but there is something about being by the sea which has even more of a life-altering power about it than fresh air from inland. The sea is alive. It moves. It breathes. It has rhythm. It is a representation of nature's forces, right there in front of you. It has smell. It has taste. It has texture. It has life. The churning waters to your right send overwhelming security coursing through your body. As you step, one foot in front of the other, your mind is only on the sea. It is the only constant here. Only it matters. Nothing else. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical coming and going of the waves. You are humbled by its presence, reminded that we are mere passengers in nature's world. You think to yourself, I must not worry about what I cannot control. As the waves will approach and retreat. The tides will come in and fall away. What I must do is respect and appreciate what I experience and encounter, and give all of my energy to what I can control, and waste none on what I can't. With this thought, you consciously breathe deeply, filling your lungs full of mineral-rich coastal air. Drawing deep lungfuls of air in through your nose, you savour the feeling of oxygen filling your body, invigorating it, and awakening your senses. Your touch, your smell, taste, hearing and sight. Each one empowered to perform just that little bit better. Steadily and with control, you exhale through your lips, letting the sensation of the air pass across them. You let your heart rate drop and feel a deep relaxation take place of the energizing sensation. Again, you draw a deep lungful of air in through your nose, savouring the invigoration and awakening your senses. Your touch, smell, taste, hearing and sight. As you walk, you become acutely aware of something heavy in your pocket. reaching down, feeling the outside of it. You palm the object. Then, moving it to the side, you feel another and another. Reaching into your pockets, your fingers make contact with the cold, hard, rounded and rough object. Clasping it in your hand, you draw it out of your pocket and hold it out in front of you. A sea-beaten stone. You came out on this walk with no burdens at all. This walk was for you to clear your head. Of anything you didn't need. No bag, no heavy clothing, nothing. This rock is weighing you down. With a smile to yourself, you pull back your arm and cast the stone high into the air towards the sea, letting the object return to the waters from which it was forged. It disappears from your view, the weight now less in your pocket. As with the first, you reach again into your pocket and pull out another stone. Looking at it, feeling it between your fingers, sensing the slightly different shape compared to the last. You take note of how this stone differs in feel. With a final thought, again, you throw the stone into the sea with all your might, watching it vanish into the waves. You keep doing this over and over again, feeling the weight lessen on your body, feeling your pace quicken as your burdens are released. You didn't need to be carrying those stones with you. You made the choice to let them go, to join the rest of the rocks, stones and boulders in the sea. This you could control. They may still be there in the sea, existing, but they are no longer weighing you down. Onwards and onwards you walk. Down the coastline, the loose pebbled and sandy runway shifting from beneath your feet. You move quicker now, gaining pace, feeling the new spring in your step as you are cheered on by the crashing waves. The wind blows in your hair, the spray moist on your cheeks. As you step, one foot in front of the other. Your mind is only on the sea. It is the only constant here. Only it matters. Nothing else. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical, coming and going of the waves. You are humbled by its presence, reminded that we are mere passengers in nature's world. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical coming and going of the waves. Is there really anything more comforting than the sounds of salty and stormy sea waves mixing with the howl of the wild winds and the distant claps of muted thunder? Well, I don't think so, anyway. So good evening, my friend. as we find ourselves navigating the wild coastlines of the Scottish Islands in such an environment. If you're ready to lose yourself in the threads of Scottish folklore and become immersed in wild Highland weather, then make yourself very comfortable, for you are in the right place. So, as always, lie back, take a deep breath. This is the sleepy cave of ancient Scottish folklore, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. Standing at the edge of a rocky coastline, a cold wind whips around you, carrying the scent of salt water and distant rain. Your eyes are drawn to the horizon, where a fiery sunset smoulders amidst brooding clouds. The waves crash against the shore with a rhythmic intensity that speaks of a world unseen beneath the surface. As you begin your journey along the beach, the sound of the waves becomes your only companion. They crescendo and decrescendo with the fickle mood of the sea, whispering secrets to the shore that only the most attentive can hear. Each step you take is met with the crunch of small pebbles underfoot, their white and grey hues stark against the black marbled volcanic sand. The air is alive with the salty tang of the ocean, prickling your nose with its briny scent. It's a scent that speaks of journeys and mysteries, of vast expanses where land meets water, and where the horizon blurs the line between earth and sky. As you walk, you notice the shadows of the waves playing on the jagged rocks that protrude from the water, their forms distorted by the tumultuous dance of light and liquid. A sudden, strong gust of wind sends a shiver down your spine, reminding you of the chilly embrace of the night that is steadily closing in. As the distant thunder booms, you pull your hood tighter around your face, the fabric flapping against your cheeks with the force of the gale. The beach stretches out before you like a moonscape. The jagged rocks and sand sculpted by the relentless hands of the sea. The waves, driven by the spirit of the open ocean, hurl themselves onto the shore with a ferocity that demands respect. You watch as they break upon the rocks, their white foam frothing like the mane of a wild stallion, before retreating again with a hiss that echoes across the cove. Each retreat leaves a shimmering veil of salt water that clings to the dark sand, only to be claimed again by the next advancing tide. Looking inland, your gaze is drawn to the towering cliffs that rise from the beach. They are a stark contrast to the fluid chaos of the sea, their jagged forms etched by millennia of unyielding wind and rain. At their pinnacle, you spot a solitary tree, standing tall amidst the wild bracken. The bracken clings to the cliff's edge, a vibrant green that seems otherworldly in this fading light, as if it has drawn its strength from the very stones themselves to resist the relentless ocean breeze. The sky above the Coolin Mountains has shifted from fiery oranges to deep purples, the light playing across the peaks like a symphony of shadows. The crags and valleys form a silent guardian to this wild stretch of coastline, their grandeur a testament to the ancient forces that shaped them. In their shadows, you feel both insignificant and invincible, a tiny speck in the vast tapestry of nature's creation. You scan the beach, searching for a place to escape the increasingly biting wind. Your eyes then fall upon a rocky outcropping a few 100 meters ahead that promises some respite from the relentless gusts. As you trudge through the sand, the wind tugs at your clothing, urging you back, but you press on, the promise of shelter growing more enticing with each step. The sand gives way to pebbles, and the pebbles give way to larger rocks, their surfaces slick with algae and sea spray. The outcropping emerges from the twilight like a sanctuary, a bastion of calm amidst the tempest. You navigate the jutting stones, feeling a sense of accomplishment as you reach its leeward side. Here, the wind is muffled, and the spray of the waves is a gentle mist rather than a stinging assault. You find a natural seat, the rock worn smooth by time and the endless caress of the sea. You settle into it, feeling the coolness seep through your clothing, grounding you in this moment. Your thoughts drift, the rhythm of the waves acting as a metronome to the symphony in your mind. The worries of your everyday life seem to melt away, replaced by the eternal cadence of the ocean. The beach becomes a canvas for your imagination. The rocks and seaweed transformed into mythical creatures and forgotten shipwrecks, their stories lost to the sands of time. This solitude is a balm to your soul, allowing you to breathe deeply and feel the weight of the world lift from your shoulders. The darkness deepens, and the last vestiges of the sun's warmth retreat, leaving the sky a canvas of deep blues and purples. Stars begin to poke through the veil above, twinkling like distant lighthouses, guiding lost souls home. These seem so fantastically at odds with the turbulent and terrifying storm clouds that still whirl above. But that's precisely what's so incredibly beautiful about it. You feel your face glowing softly in the last of the light from the horizon. The stark mountain silhouettes standing stout before the wild waves of the water. You turn back to the promise of shelter, as after climbing over a few more rocks, you lay your eyes on what looks like a cave. It's not much, just a small overhang carved out by the relentless waves. But it's enough to offer a respite from the wind. The entrance appears narrow, and you have to duck to avoid scraping your head on the jutting stones. But once inside, the howl of the wind is muffled to a comforting murmur, and the space opens out, much larger than you'd thought. The cave's interior is a mix of shadows and the soft glow of the fading daylight, which filters through the opening. Searching through the compartments of your backpack, your hand closes around the small box of matches you had packed earlier. The smooth wooden sticks and the comforting rasp of the striking pad against the box's side remind you of campfires and warm nights spent under the stars. You also find a candle, the wax slightly squished from your journey, but still firm enough to stand tall. This simple act of preparing to light it feels like a sacred ritual as you intend to conquer the encroaching darkness with a flicker of light. With trembling hands, you strike a match. The sudden spark pierces the gloom, casting a fleeting orange glow across the cave's interior. You quickly touch the flame to the candle's wick, watching as it sizzles to life. The flame dances in the draught, casting erratic shadows that flicker over the damp walls. The scent of the candle's wax fills the small space, a comforting aroma that seems to push back the briny scent of the sea. The light is warm and welcoming in this rugged, untamed landscape. As the flame grows steadier, you hold the candle aloft and scan the walls of your shelter. Your heart skips a beat as you realize the surfaces are not bare. They are adorned with ancient etchings, a testament to those who sought refuge here before you. The images are faint, a whisper of stories long forgotten. You make out the outline of a ship, its sails billowed by the wind, and a series of figures that could be warriors or mythical beasts. The lines are crude, but filled with a raw, primal energy. Moving closer, you trace the etchings with your eyes, feeling the roughness of the stone under your fingertips. You notice that some of the symbols seem familiar, reminiscent of those you've seen in history books about the Vikings who once roamed these lands. The thoughts send a shiver down your spine, a mix of excitement and awe. Were these the marks of Viking voyagers, leaving their mark on the very bones of the earth as they sought to conquer the unforgiving highlands? The candle's warm light casts an eerie glow on your face as you decide to step out into the gathering night to find driftwood. The tide has retreated slightly, leaving a smattering of debris along the high water line. You spot a few good-sized branches, worn smooth by the sea's embrace, scattered among the rocks. They're heavy with salt water and smell faintly of decay. but you know they will burn well once they are drier. You venture further into the twilight. The waves crash in the background, a steady crescendo that seems to echo the urgency in your chest. The beach is a battlefield of light and shadow, but the candle's flame as your only guide as it struggles to stay alight. You find other perfect pieces of driftwood, their shapes bent and twisted by the sea's capricious hand. Each piece tells a story of its journey from the distant lands it once knew to this rugged shore. They lie scattered like the bones of long dead giants picked clean by the relentless tides. With a sense of reverence, you gather an armful of the driest, most promising pieces. Back in the cave, you set to work arranging the kindling you've brought from your backpack into a teepee shape. The dryness of it is surprising, another testament to the protection the pack has provided. With a deep breath, you hold the candle flame to the center. It flickers and catches, casting a warm glow on the stones around you. The smell of burning wood fills the cave, pushing back the dampness and the scent of the sea. You watch intently as the flames grow, licking at the larger pieces of driftwood. Each spark feels like a victory against the cold, indifferent night. You blow gently on the fledgling fire, coaxing it into life, feeling the heat on your cheeks as it responds to your breath. The flames leap and dance, casting a flickering light across the ancient etchings on the walls, bringing the long-forgotten tales to life in a new, fiery narrative. The warmth spreads, filling the cave with a gentle embrace, a stark contrast to the harsh wind and cold outside. You sit cross-legged, the candle and makeshift fire your only companions in this primal space. The mountains outside are now mere silhouettes, their grandeur muted by the advancing darkness. Yet, the fire's glow imbues them with an otherworldly presence that mirrors your own solitary watch. The crackling of the burning wood and the hiss of spray from the waves provide a soothing backdrop to your thoughts. You lean back, letting the warmth of the flames soothe your weary body. The etchings on the walls seem to pulse with the heartbeat of the fire, as if the ancient spirits that once inhabited this land are acknowledging your presence, sharing their stories. But the night is still young, and the candle's flame, though steadfast, won't last forever. You decide to explore the cave further, driven by curiosity and a need to keep moving. The candle casts elongated, dancing shadows as you venture deeper into the earth's embrace. The walls of the cave are now wet and slick, the salt air a constant presence in your nostrils. The air is much colder here, hinting at unseen depths that the sea has yet to claim. In the flickering light, your eyes catch something new. A series of etched symbols that are unmistakably Celtic. Your pulse quickens as you trace the intricate knots and spirals with your gaze, recognizing them from the books of your childhood. Tales of kings and queens, warriors and druids. Your imagination conjures a story of a Scottish royal, long ago, fleeing from the confines of their castle to seek solitude in this very spot. You can almost see the figure, cloak billowing in the wind, stumbling across this cave in their desperation for refuge. Perhaps they were a prince or a princess, tired of the weight of their crown, seeking instead the whispers of the sea and the wisdom of the ancients. In this sanctuary, they could shed their royal garb and just be another soul adrift in the vastness of this world. The Celtic artwork is more pronounced here, more deliberate in its execution. A serpentine dragon coils around a tree, a symbol of the eternal cycle of life and rebirth. Above it, a warrior holds a sword, a beacon of protection and valor in the face of the unknown. The flame of the candle dances over the etchings, casting them in a new light, revealing details that were previously hidden. You wonder if these symbols were drawn by the very hand that once held the power to unite or destroy kingdoms, seeking to capture the essence of their people in a place untouched by the corruptions of courtly life. As you traverse the uneven ground, your very own venture into this cave draws upon you a piece of ancient history and folklore. That of Robert the Bruce's escape. In the year 1306, he was crowned King of Scotland and subsequently tried to free Scotland from the English enemy. After being defeated in the battle in 1306 by the Earl of Pembroke at Methen, Robert the Bruce went into hiding, supposedly somewhere in the Western Isles. He resided in a cave for 3 months, at the lowest point of his life, and struggling to come up with a plan about what to do next, contemplating leaving the country, never to return. However, while Robert the Bruce was waiting, legend has it that he watched a spider building a web in the entrance to the cave. The typically stormy weather of Scotland, not one to disappoint, made the spider's task difficult, as droplet after droplet destroyed the creature's intricate work. Finally, against all odds, the spider succeeded with its web. And legend has it, Robert the Bruce was inspired by the spider's efforts, so decided to get up and face another fight. He is said to have told his men, "If at first you don't succeed, try, and try again," which is a phrase you've heard many times in your life. It's one of the reasons you have ventured out into the wild yourself. As your mind races, you search on, fascinated. In the furthest recesses of the cave, where the candlelight barely reaches, you discover another set of markings. These are not so ancient in their etchings, but rather shapes drawn with a more delicate hand in charcoal. The figures are whimsical, unlike the stoic Viking ships and Celtic warriors you've seen so far. These dance and cavort across the damp stone, their forms fluid and ethereal. These are the children of the earth and the sea, the fairy folk of the Isle of Skye. Your mind wanders back to a tale your grandmother had once told you. It spoke of a time when humans and fairies lived side by side, before the world grew too loud and the little people retreated into the shadows. The Isle of Skye, she said, was a place where the veil between worlds was thinnest, where one could still catch a glimpse of their shy nature if one knew where to look. You recall the story of a fisherman who had stumbled into a fairy dance and been swept away for a night of revelry, only to return to find that 100 years had passed. These drawings remind you of another tale that sticks in your mind so vividly. The Ghost Piper of Clanyard Bay. In days gone by, a dark network of tunnels was said to extend from the Cove of Grennan to the hills of Clanyard Bay, near Stranraer, down the west coast of Scotland. Locals believed that fairies lived in these tunnels and caves, just like the one you were in, and no one dared to go inside and disturb them, until one day a piper boldly enters the caves. He played his pipes loudly, accompanied by his faithful brown dog. The music droned on for hours, slowly fading away until it couldn't be heard. Suddenly, the dog ran out of the cave, terrified and howling, without any of its hair. The piper was never seen again. Although those caves are now long gone, on summer nights, passers-by had heard the distant sound of bagpipes coming from deep under the ground. Perhaps it was the wind whistling through the old underground caves, or maybe it was just a trick of the mind, or maybe, just maybe, it was the spirit of the piper playing his Scottish melodies forevermore. The idea of these ancient stories intertwined with the very fabric of the land you stand on sends a thrill through your bones. This is what you love about the West Highlands. It's not just the breathtaking landscapes. It's the whispers of history and myth that still cling to every crag and cave, the unseen world that breathes life into every shadow. You wander back to the fire, feeling more tired and more soothed than before. The warmth of the flames battles with the chill that clings to the walls of the cave. as you settle by the flickering light, you find yourself gazing out into the waves. Now a deep, inky blackness, punctuated by the phosphorescent glow of the breaking surf. The fierce beauty of the sea calls to something primal within you, a yearning for adventure and the unknown. The fire crackles, sending sparks spiraling upward like shooting stars in the confined space of the cave. The warmth feels like a gentle embrace. You lean against the wall, your eyes drooping with fatigue. The comfort of the flames lulling you into a drowsy state. The candle on the makeshift altar of rocks casts a serene light, illuminating the ancient tales that dance on the walls around you. With each crash of the waves outside, your mind drifts further into the tapestry of history that is the Isle of Skye. You see images of the first inhabitants, huddled around their own fires, telling tales of sea monsters and mythical lands. Their Gaelic voices rise and fall with the rhythm of the ocean, the words weaving into the very fabric of the night air. You feel the weight of the centuries, the countless souls who have found refuge in this very cave, their stories echoing in the hollow chambers of this place. Fishermen and crofters, kings and queens, all drawn to the rugged beauty of this land. Their whispers become the background lullaby to your slumber, each one a thread in the complex web of life that has been spun across the island. You have found a new home in this cave. Though it may have gone by many a name beforehand, you find comfort in naming it exactly as it means to you, as your eyelids become too heavy to fight against. You fall into the deepest of sleeps within the embrace of the sleepy cave of Scottish folklore.